Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. This is a Flutter Absolute Beginners course. This is a course for Flutter 2024, and in this course we'll cover Flutter and Dart. Using Flutter and Dart, we'll cover complex UI. The complex topics would include class concepts, constructor, inheritance, stateful class, stateless class, widgets, reusable widgets, and then more on the Dart side, we'll cover more about list and map, different iterations, map and JSON, and how to process map data, and many more. At the end of the course, you'd be able to build something beautiful. You'd be able to build a homepage UI like this, which is complex. And then over here, you will have your search screen. And then after that, here you will have ticket screen, which is very advanced and complex UI. And then eventually you will have your own profile page. And in the course, we'll also see how to do navigation or routing. That means that if you click on different part of the screen, it will take to other places or other part of the screen or other part of the app. So that would be very exciting. Apart from that, we have also covered three main state management system: getX, block, and riverpod. But by the time now, if you don't know about them, it's okay, so take it easy. I'll cover everything step by step. We have also covered routing and navigation, which I have talked before. At the very beginning of this tutorial, we have started with installation. That means we'll cover installation, how to install. So we have done a step-by-step installation of VSCode, Flutter SDK, and Android Studio. And not only that, we have covered how to set all the complex environment variables and how to get them up and running. Anyway, throughout the course, you will see we have covered a lot of quizzes and assignments to solidify your Flutter learning. And then along with this, tons of images to solidify your further learning. Because if you're a beginner to Flutter, sometimes it could be scary, the ideas, the concepts. But as you can see, we have used so many different types of images to give you better understanding of the visualization of Flutter application and how everything works together. So eventually, end of this course, you'll master Flutter learning. Okay, so this is our app. When you start it up, you'll see like this, and you can scroll. You'd be scroll left to right from here, and the same you'd be able to do for hotel screen or hotel sections. And at the same time, if you click any of this over here, it will take you to the detail ticket screen page. Now the same for here. For example, if you're moving from Dhaka to Shanghai, so here you'll see from Dhaka to Shanghai on all the related information. Not only that, you'd be able to view all the tickets. Okay, so these are a lot of tickets, and once again, if you click anywhere, you'd go to the related screen on the detail page. And the same for hotels. So here you will have hotels. And then you can also click on this. You could view more images like this, and then over here you'd be able to scroll up and down, and you'll see there is a beautiful animation. You can do less, you can go back. All right, now you'd be also able to view over here. So here you'll have more hotels or related information, and once again you can click any of them, and the same effect goes, and a beautiful animation eventually. So we have covered everything in depth. And of course, you will have your search screen over here, and then your ticket detail screen and your profile. Okay, so the very first thing we'll do, we'll go ahead and install VS Code. So let's go ahead and type in VS Code and click on the very first one. And then over here, go ahead and click on this, download it somewhere. I have already downloaded it, so I'm not going to download it again. And then the next thing we want to do is Flutter SDK. And then I'm going to come over here, the second line where it says that Flutter archive, SDK archive. And then from here, I'm going to download the latest version. And once again, I have already downloaded it, so I'm not going to do that again. So go ahead and download it. And after that, over here, we are going to download Android Studio. Let's go ahead and do that. Android Studio, hit enter and wait for it to be loaded. And then click on the first link that you have. and let's pop up and click download. And then all you have to do, accept the agreement, go down, click yes, I have read it, and click download, and then wait for it to be downloaded. And after that, you'll see you have 3 of them in downloaded folder. And this time we're gonna first start with VSCode. We'll install it and then we'll move ahead with others. So now let's click on this VSCode dual time or twice, and then it's gonna start installation. Let's accept it, click next, next, and next. With this, we're gonna continue. But I think I have forgotten to mention or click on the start as a desktop icon or create a desktop icon. Let's go ahead and select it. Now click next, next, and next. So now it's actually installing, and it may take a bit of time depending on your system. And we are done. So now it's gonna pop up with the VS Code UI. So let's wait for it. So here we go. This is our VS Code. Well, in next section, we're gonna install Flutter SDK. Open up your VS Code and go to New Terminal. And then over here, we're gonna run Flutter Doctor. Once again, we're gonna make sure that our setup is correct. And once we see the setup is correct, we'll go ahead and install 2 extensions. One is a Flutter and another is Dart. We need those extensions to create Flutter project in VS Code. Now you see that everything is fine. Now click over here on this button and we'll install these 2 extensions. So first come over here and type in Flutter. Make sure that you type it correctly. And then go ahead and install this one, the very first one. Here you will see an install button. Click on that and install. I have already done it. And then type in Dart. And once again, select the first one. And over here you will have an install button. Go ahead and click on that. I have already done it. So once these 2 extensions are done installation, we'll go ahead and create a folder named Flutter Projects. So come over here and create a new folder called Flutter Projects, and within this folder we'll store or save our Flutter projects. Now this will hold many apps in future. Anyway, so once this is done, our job is to go ahead and open it. To open it, come over here, View, Command Palette, and type in Flutter. Now once you type in Flutter, choose the first one. And then over here, once again, choose the first one, Application, and then it would give you a pop-up window. And from the pop-up window, select Flutter Projects, the one that we created, and click this button over here. And now give it a name. Give it a name, Ticket App. And this is our actual project name, Ticket App. Now over here, it'll go ahead and create this Flutter project for us. And as you can see that it's running over here, and then on the left side we see that project has been created, and this is our main.dart, and main.dart is the most important for running Flutter project. But now our project will not run yet because we need to go ahead and create an emulator or virtual device. To do that, you need to open your Android Studio. From Android Studio, we'll go ahead and create emulator or virtual device. To create an emulator or virtual device, first make sure that your Android Studio is open, and then open your project, which is Ticket App. Let's go ahead and open it from our Flutter projects folder. Ticket App, this one, drag and drop on Android Studio. Drag and drop it on Android Studio. And once you have done, it will open. And make sure that on the left top side you select project, and you will see your Ticket App. And within it you will see the lib folder and select main.dart. And from here we'll create a virtual device. To create a virtual device, click on Device Manager, and here at the top you will see that create virtual device, the plus icon. and select over here any of them you want. In my case, I'm going to select Pixel 8 Pro, and this would be our virtual device. Click next, and over here, if you see any message like that, you can ignore this and then click this download button. You make sure you are downloading it. And now the downloading may take a bit of time and you have to wait. Once the downloading is done, we'll be able to start our emulator. So wait until the downloading is done. Now it's done, and once again over here, make sure you select the downloaded one, this one, and click next. And you may change the name if you want, but anyway, so let's go ahead and finish. And here you'll see your virtual device or emulator. I have created few. In your case, you'll see only one. Whatever you have created, go ahead and click on this button, and then it'll start your emulator. And once the emulator is started, you may go ahead your VSCode and over here run start without debugging. It will start, and make sure at the bottom you select over here that button, and based on that you'll see that your emulator is starting and your Flutter project is starting. And after that over here you see that our emulator is here, and click on the button and it's going to continue to increase the number as you see. So that's how you run your first app. Go ahead and get started. Make sure that your Android Studio is open like this. And then over here, we're going to go ahead and create a new Flutter project. So I'm going to click on this. And then over here, in general, the SDK path should be selected automatically. This also means the folder where you have installed Flutter. So that path. So you need to make sure that that path has been that path has been correctly given over here once again. So this would be somewhere here. So I'm gonna come over here, and then we'll see that this is Flutter dab and Flutter like this. So we are referring to this folder over here. Okay, so I'm gonna click next, and over here I'm gonna give it a name. Okay, here I'm gonna say ticket app. All right, so make sure that you give the same. Of course you can name it anything. All right, so at the same time you make sure that you have underscore. That's the recommended way to do it, but I believe you can also do like this, but this is not recommended and it looks ugly. So you should have underscore and whatever the name you want to have in front and end. Okay, all right, and this is where your project would be located. All right, okay, so make sure that one. Anyway, so this kind of naming is called snake case naming because it's like a snake. All right, okay, and after that over here we don't need to do this because and Flutter is multi cross-platform app, but here we're just gonna focus on working on Android and iOS mobile apps, not really for Linux, Mac, and web or Windows. And one more important stuff here. Now in general, because this is a very starter course or app, this should be okay. But if you want to use it in real world app, real world production app, or in the real world, this name has to be unique. In general, it would be using your domain name. So this is our domain name, or my domain name, the best tag, and then com. So when it comes to organization name, it starts from the end. So when you type in on the browser, you might do thebesttag.com, but for creating Flutter project, organization name com or org or cn or whatever the end suffix is that goes or comes first. All right, so that's it. So now after that, we're gonna go ahead and click finish. So it's gonna create our app. All right. Okay. All right. So the app is the project has been created actually, and I'm gonna make sure that I select the project folder. So make sure that you select this one. All right. And after that, I'm gonna make sure that I have an iOS simulator selected. All right. If it's not selected, first you go ahead and create one from here and then select it, and then it's gonna show up over here. But at the same time, if you want to run on Android, just pick one of your simulators, Android emulator from here, and it would show up here somewhere. Then you select this and you are good to go. So let's go ahead and restart our app. Now this may take a bit of time. So here we go. So this is our default app, and actually this is our app from our default project. We just created it and nothing has changed so far. Project has been created. I'm going to continue over here and give you basic introduction of this project folders. Now at the top, these two files, the files that starts with dot, we can ignore them. And then we have this Android folder. We can open it up, and here we see app folder, and then also other folders. Now in general, when our app becomes complicated, and if we are going to connect with many third-party services, for Android phone or for Android apps, we need to make a lot of changes within these files. Mostly this file and this file. And at the same time, we also make changes in our Android XML file, which is actually called Android manifest XML, this file. Okay. Now, for now, we don't need to touch them. So we'll keep them aside. Once again, the changes you make in this folder, they reflect on Android apps. Now similarly, we'll have one for iOS apps. So most of the time, the iOS apps, if we want to make changes on iOS version, now over here we have to make changes or add new files, and in future we'll also see that there would be pods folder, PODS, pods. We don't have it now, so these are some advanced stuffs. We don't need to touch this for now. Now in between these two folders we see build folder. Actually, build folder is generated when you run your app, compile it. For example, I can go ahead and delete it. Okay, so let's go ahead and delete. Now the build folder is gone, and now if you go ahead and run your app, here we'll see that soon a build folder would be created. Well, let's see if our app is running or not. Okay, right, now it's restarted and the build folder has been created. So in general, we don't do anything. So this is auto-generated. Most of the time when you move your code around, you want to skip this build folder because it's too heavy and it's too big. And after that, we do see that our lib folder. Now lib folder sits at the heart of Flutter project. Lib folder is the folder that would contain every source code, all the code that, or the source files that ends with .dart. All of them would be inside this lib folder. And as our project grows, we'll see that there are many more folders inside this lib folders, and we'll make changes. And entry point of our Flutter project is this main.dart file. Now this is the entry file and entry point, and among them this is the most important or core function. Main is a function, and this is actually the entry function. We'll see these things later tutorials. And then test folder. Now test folder is for Flutter test driven development, which means that if you build an app, if you build functionalities, it's better you go ahead and test those things. But since we are not going to test any of these things in our application, so we can also go ahead and remove this, and it's not going to create any problems. Okay, you can keep it, you can delete it. Now I have other tutorials how to do test, so once you're done with this tutorial, you may go ahead and take that one. Now there are a few other files, and among them the most important is this pubspec.yml file. Now this file has your project configuration settings, like your project name, basic description, and publisher's name, and your project version, and most importantly Flutter SDK version. And this is the latest SDK that we are going to use. Okay, all right. And then there are dependencies that our Flutter project depends on. So here are the dependencies files. Now very soon we're going to install a lot of plugins so that our app we can build fast. And those plugins, most of them would be under this dependencies section, and we'll see them later. And these are dev dependencies, which means that during development time we need some plugins that would help us to develop faster. We'll keep under these sections. And over here we also see Flutter, and now inside under this mark we can add our resources and assets. So this file we're going to come back later again and add more stuff to it. All right, and then there is another one which is pubspec.log. Now this file in general we don't touch, but if there are some dependencies mismatching, sometimes we delete this and it's generated later, but most of the time you don't want to touch this. All right, so that's our basic Flutter project introduction, and later we'll talk about this whole main.dart and some of the concepts, and the code is here. We're gonna go ahead and take a look and try to understand. Okay, well, in this part, first we are going to save our project in Git repo, because every time we make changes, we want to save the repo so that in future we can use it easily. Okay, so I have already created a Git repo from here, as you can see. So if you have a Git account, you can go ahead and do that, but this is not mandatory but recommended. If you have a repo where you save your code, it's great, and you can always go back and see the changes and the differences. Anyway, so I have created it. Now I'm going to upload my code to the repo, so I'm going to follow this command. All right, so I'm going to open up my terminal, and after that I'll just make sure that I'm in the root directory of this project. Okay, so first I would do git init. All right, and then I would do git add the whole project. Everything has been added, and then over here I'll have this command where it says that git commit first commit So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, and our next one is this one. Okay, let's go ahead and add to our remote origin. So with this would be connected to this repo link. Okay, and then the last one is this one. Okay, right. So the benefit of doing this one is that now every time we make changes somewhere in our code, we'll see that there are these blue lines, at least in Android Studio. Okay, so I highly recommend follow Android Studio because it's very Flutter friendly. So with this, you'd be able to see the code that you have changes. Okay, for example, if I go ahead and remove this, I know that over here I have removed something. Now if I go ahead and hit enter, the blue lines, the green line means I have added something, this orange line means I have removed something, and I like it. It's very user friendly and it helps you to keep track of the changes easily. Saying is that we are going to clean up this source code, because here we do see that there are a lot of comments. And how to do that? Well, there is a trick to do it. Definitely you can go ahead and remove them manually, but there is a trick. So I'm going to use Control R or Command R. If you are on Windows, use Control R. If you are on Mac, you can use Command R. So let's go ahead and do Command R, and we should make sure that the file is selected, and now we have this. And after that, over here at the top, we could do this one. So you see each of the commands that starts with double slash, so slash, okay, and then dot, and then star, and after that new line n. Okay, so when you do that, after that you just click replace all, but we need to make sure that we select this one and then replace all. And here it is. It's so beautiful. Okay, so now it's cleaned. Now of course over here it messed up with the format, and how to work with this one. Well, actually it's easy. So you might have it like reformat the code with dart formatter. So all you need to do, select the file, right click and click on this. Okay, now it looks more beautiful. Okay, so yeah, that's how this reformatting works. So if you want to remove code, so anyway, if you want to remove something, you have to have this removing thing. In our case, we are removing double slash, and then dot star means all the comments or all the double slash, and the slash n means everything after this comment, everything after this double slash. It means if you have some empty space, also remove that one. Okay, and here we are saying that whatever is there has been selected, remove everything, okay, with this emptiness. All right, so that's how it works. And make sure that you select this one as well. Okay, and that's how it works. Okay, so now we are going to go ahead and start coding and understanding. So next hour or like so would be pretty much understanding about how Flutter works, and definitely actually how Dart works. Okay, because Flutter is written based on Dart language, and the entry point of Dart language is main function, this one, just like any other programming language out there like Java or PHP. You have an entry point. So this is our entry point, and everything starts from here. Okay, and now this app is alive For example, if you go ahead and click on them, it would work actually. But of course, if you go ahead and remove or restart it, actually it'd be gone. Okay, all right. Now one thing, let's go ahead and do that. Remove this, and anyway, restart your app, and you'll see that you click on this, it's gone. Okay, in a sense, because it's not reactive, it doesn't work anymore, because inside the main function, run app is our entry point. Actually, main is entry point, and another entry point is this one. Now this one is for Flutter framework to work. In our case, if we go ahead and print, here we say hello Dart. All right, and then if you do it, actually you need to restart it. So here we do see that hello Dart. Okay, so main function is the entry point for our Dart language, and at the same time, this is an entry point for a Flutter framework. Okay, well, of course, even though it's not there, the UI is still visible even if you restart, and even if it's not there, the UI is still there. The reason is because we are inside a Flutter ecosystem right now, so there's always a default value. Okay, so everything is default right now. This one, even if you don't give anything, it will still show you. Okay, so that's how it works. Now our main function works without this. So next we'll understand what is called class and extending classes. Now if you're very new to programming or Flutter, this may look scary, so next 10 minutes I'll give you an idea what is class and what is extending. Now before that, I'm going to comment that out. So I'm on Mac, I'm gonna hit Command Option and slash, so it's going to do or comment like this. So if you are on Windows, you have to do Control Alt slash. When I say slash, this slash, so you have to hit Control Alt slash. Anyway, so now let's go ahead and learn a bit of idea, and from here actually our actual programming starts. And one thing though, in this tutorial you'd be actually building Flutter as well as a Dart skill. A lot of beginners, they skip the Dart part and end up learning a little, so would heavily focus on Dart and Flutter. And every time a new Flutter concept comes up like this, we'll cover the Dart concept first, and then we'll learn the Flutter. So one more important concept before we start editing our code is understanding this constructor thing. And what is it? Well, a lot of you might already know it, but I'm going to cover it briefly. But if you have more questions, you can always leave questions. Now we do see that here we have two classes. This one extend the other one. Okay, now there is something called abstract class. Okay, like this. Now when you define an abstract class, you can have same properties, but in general you shouldn't have the body of a method. Okay, so when you have abstract class, this abstract classes just work like, you know, blueprint for child classes. One thing though, like abstract class itself still works as a parent class or base class. So similarly, it will have a child class. So this is a child class. So car class extends the vehicle class. Okay, all right, and then this class itself has its own properties. Now all these properties once again would be able to extend or override actually in our child class. Okay, all right. Now one of the properties of this abstract class is that if you try to instantiate it, you'll get error. For example, var call, let's see, so as you see here we have an error. Abstract class cannot be instantiated. Try creating an instance of a concrete subtype. So it's telling you over here, go ahead and make this class a parent class of a child class and use that child class to create an instance like we did earlier. So you cannot work like this. Then someone may ask, why do you have this abstract class? Once again, I said that in abstract classes they work as a blueprint, okay, which means that there are some given criterias, properties, and child class can use them, and child class can also add more on the top of it. So abstract class works as the base. It's the base, and on the top of it you add more and more stuff. Okay, so that's why we call it abstract class, because it's a blueprint. Okay, but it doesn't really do anything. Like when you create a building, the building will have foundation underground, right? Without that building, without that foundation, your building will not stand, right? And that foundation defines how tall that building should be and how strong that building should be, right? So that's what the abstract classes do. And at the same time, just like foundation, this also works as a parent class. Like when you create a building, on the top of foundation, we create more and more layers. So we have abstract class. On the top of this, we may add more functions in our child class. For example, here you can have a class, sorry, you can have a method. Okay, you can say car type. Okay, that's it. And here you say land runner, whatever it is. Okay, so it's just a type of the car. Okay, but this one is not defined over here. Okay, it just defined within this one. So we have wheels num, and at the same time we have car type. Okay, so this is not going to work. So what do you have to do here? You have to say var car, and then we'll not have any problems. So here we could say car type. As you can see, we can say car dot wheels type or wheels num. Okay, it's still gonna work. As you see over here, it's printed. So one of the basic idea of programming in a lot of other places that work like this, like Java, PHP, C#, that you will have an abstract class, and it's something that you should be doing like this. This is a common convention and programming rules. Okay, so most of the time, if your app becomes bigger, complex, so you will have blueprint in your app. So rest of the app has to follow the blueprints and work on that. All right. Anyway, now back to this idea, how the constructor works. So this is something called constructor. Okay, so now you have a class name and you define a method without the body, and the same as the class name, that's called constructor. So this is our constructor. Okay, so over here, this vehicle itself is the constructor. Okay, why? Because over here you do see that this is the class name and the method name is also vehicle. So when the class name and method name becomes the same, the method name is called the constructor of that class. So we do have a constructor, but why do we need this thing? In fact, everything works without this constructor, right? Now, see, in this vehicle, I said that whose number is 10, right? What if you don't want to define this value over here? Okay, of course, now it's gonna say, well, this value must be initialized. Now over here you'll see that, okay, null non-eval instance field rules must be initialized. Okay, so when we assign a value like this, any value is called initialization. But now over here, this one, it says, okay, this variable value has to be initialized. So one of the ways we could do it over here, okay, rules like this, and this is still work, but now this would cause problem in our child class. Now it would say, okay, in child class you need a constructor like this. This is exactly the same thing that one we have over here. Okay, now of course with this is a problem that it created a new problem. What is the problem? The problem is that, well, this child class itself has a constructor as well. As you can see, there's also a constructor just like this one, but this constructor actually takes values, okay, takes values, parameters when it gets initialized, or when we actually instantiate it. When we create an object using this child class, it needs something. So now you do see that when we actually create an object, we call the constructor. You can understand it like this. Okay, now this constructor has this parameter that we need to pass to it, otherwise it's gonna throw an error. So here we can say 4. All right, now let's go ahead and run it. So we see that number is 4. So if you have a constructor in your abstract class, and that constructor takes parameters, and then at the same time your child class has to have that constructor the same way the parameter should be there, otherwise it's gonna create an error. Now the benefit of having a constructor is this, that you can pass value the way you want. Okay, why? Say for example you want to create another class. So let me go ahead and copy this. Okay, all right, say over here you might say that plain. Okay, okay, plain type. All right, now what about this planes over here? Okay, how many cars, how many wheels should it have? So here I will say var plain and plain. So now a lot of planes, they might have only 3 wheels, small planes. Okay, so here it's say plain dot wheels num. Now go ahead and print that. Okay, now of course we need to change it to planes wheels number. Okay, planes wheels number. So this is what we see over here. So once you have an abstract class, this could be blueprint for all of your other classes, and at the same time you can customize each of your child class based on this blueprint. So we are still using wheels, number of wheels, but for each child classes they are different. Now how it is possible? It's possible because our child class has a constructor, and our child class has a constructor. Why? The reason is because over here our abstract class has a constructor, and that constructor takes something. All right, so that's how things work over here. So with this, we see that the similar idea is implemented over here. So, well, this is a child class. Child class is extending this stateless widget class. The stateless widget constructor takes something like this, and that's why we have to pass super.key, something like that. Just exactly same over here we have passed. All right, now with this, I think we have good understanding of basic classes and inheritance, as well as abstraction and concrete classes. These are called concrete classes. Concrete means solid, okay? And this is called abstract classes. And extending on abstract classes is called inheritance. So car class inherited vehicle class, plane class inherited vehicle class. And at the same time, we have better understanding of how constructor works. So in next session, we're gonna dive into this section and start editing. So now by this time, we already have a very good understanding of what is class, abstract class, what is inheritance. So we don't need this now, so we can go ahead and remove them. So let's do that. Okay, and as well as everything from here, let's clean it, and now let's run our original app, and let's do something exciting, and let's look at something exciting. Okay, all right, so everything is back with its life. You might not have the same, but anyway. So earlier we learned that this run app actually, if you see, so it takes something in its argument. So what is it? Now it takes widget. Okay, it says that this is a widget, so whatever you have to pass to it, it has to be a widget. Now what is widget? In Flutter, actually every class is a widget. When you write Flutter code, like this is a Flutter code, and then in general every class is a widget. Okay, but of course to meet the condition every class to be a widget, you have to either extend this stateless class or stateful widget class. This stateless widget or stateful widget, when you extend them, then every class becomes a widget. Okay, widget means part of the screen or UI that you can see, like this is a widget. Okay, so if you have more of this, there would be more widgets. If you see a text over here, like this text is a widget, this is a widget. Now of course this section is very different. This doesn't called widget, this is called app bar. Okay, so remember, in Flutter pretty much everything is widget. Every class is a widget, and a class to be widget, that class has to extend the stateless widget class or stateful widget class. By saying that one, of course, if you extend this stateless widget or stateful widget, you have to override this build method. Okay, in both cases you have to override this build method. So that's what we might see over here. So here we do have this build method. Okay, so this home page is extending stateful class, and over here we override another method which is called create state, and this method eventually actually takes a class. So as you can see, this is a class, and then this class eventually has this build method which we override. So the idea is, as soon as your class extends stateless widget class or stateful widget class, you have to have a build method. Okay, so this thing is compulsory. All right, the build method itself. So that's the thing that we need to understand. Now there are more things that we have here, and we'll cover them later, otherwise it would be too theoretical. Now then, what is the difference between stateless class and a stateful class? All right, okay, so from the meaning, from the word itself, stateless widget class, you have to know that you have to understand it doesn't have any state. What is a state? State means that where things changes, a lot of things happens, you get to see. State means condition, status, situation. So which also means that it doesn't have any living condition, which means that it's not alive. You can feel like it's dead. Okay. On the other hand, stateful widget, where a lot of activities happens. Okay. So whenever your class is extending a stateful widget class, your widget also becomes stateful. Remember, now this class is also a widget, right? Whenever you extend stateful widget class, your class itself becomes stateful. So I can say this class is stateful, and this class over here, my app, is stateless. Okay, all right, so that's what you have to understand. So that also means that right now, if I say have a variable somewhere here, or say somehow I declare a variable var x here 0, and I want to change the variable on the UI and show it, it won't be responsive, which means that if I change the variable in runtime and I want to show it here, the changed value we will not see here. Okay, that's one thing. Now with this, we'll see more examples in future. We'll have more live examples where it'll make more sense. Okay, so with the stateless widget class, the idea is if you have a variable or UI you want to change and redraw the UI, with the stateless class itself within it, the declared variable, you cannot do that. Okay, you might need other mechanism. But whenever your class is a stateful class, in this case this one, and you somehow change the variable, their value, and you get to see the value, the changed value immediately. Now here actually Flutter official site has given us an example. So this is our counter variable value 0, and then somehow we change this value. So when we click on this button, this methods get called, and as this gets called, this line gets executed, and then this value, it changes and we see it immediately over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on this. So as you see, the value changes and we see it. Now the value changes, actually we can also show them on our terminal. Let's go ahead and do that. Over here, let's come over here inside this print, inside this setState method, this setState over here. So we say the changed value is, okay, here counter. We are printing it to our terminal over here. Okay, all right, so now let's go ahead and change it. Remember, when I click on this button, we'll talk about this button everything later, but let's get excited about it. So here you'll see, so the value changes, we see it here, but of course if I put it down, actually you'd see the changed value live. Let me go ahead and do that. Okay, all right, let's try it one more time. Now it's currently 0, 0, and if I click on this value would increase, and then over here we'll print it. So as you see, it changed immediately like this. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make over here, if you have a stateful class, then you can, if you make this kind of changes in general, you'd be able to see it on the UI on the screen. But if you do the same inside a stateless class, you'll not be able to see that, even though you're able to see the value printed over here, but you'll not see it that it works on the UI, which means that we'll not be able to see it over here on our screen. So that's the biggest difference. Okay, so earlier I said that stateful class like this one, my homepage is a stateful class, then it makes our screen live, active. With stateless class, it looks like our screen is dead, nothing is happening. okay, like that. So that's how it works. Okay, and another big difference is that when you have a stateless class, inside the stateless class you cannot use setState function. Okay, setState function could only be used a class that is stateful, like in our case my home page is a stateful widget class. So that's why actually we are able to see the changes, I mean, and as well as we can use this one, okay, setState. So setState we won't be able to use inside a class that has stateless widget, only within this. Okay, so this is the biggest difference between a stateful class and a stateless class. Okay, now we'll have more examples on stateful class like this. Okay, so right now we already see that we have this button. So where is this button? Now I know there are a lot of other things, we'll be talking about them later. Okay, so let's see that how stateful class works over here. There are tons of other things that we need to learn, so we'll be learning step by step, don't worry. Okay, so now over here you see that we have something called this one, floating action button. So we can just cut this one. I'm gonna select this, and then here I'm gonna put something like something you called as a row. Don't worry if you don't know what it is, just type in with me because I'm gonna explain them soon. All right, and then I'm gonna write here children, and then after that I'm gonna put this one more time, and I'm gonna put it another time. Okay, one more time, so total 2 times. So we have this one, and then this one, and these things. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and click on this. Hopefully it would be able to help us solve it, I mean save it actually. When you click on this one, so it says hot reload, you don't have to always restart. When you have a UI change, you can just click on this and it would update the UI. Now, of course these two things are together. Don't worry, once again in later tutorials I'm going to explain everything. Right now come over here, and then right over here you could write something like this called main axis alignment. Main axis alignment, right, again main axis alignment, remember it's capital letter, and then do dot, and then here we say space between, and then do it like this. So we see that they went too far from each other. Okay, like that. Now we could do more styling, but it's not important right now. Okay, and over here instead of add, I think we could do remove. It would still work. Okay, and instead of writing increment here we could say decrement. And over here we can also say decrement. All right, now of course this doesn't exist, this is gonna throw us error. Now to solve this error we can just go at the top, and then we're gonna come over here, and just exactly down there the way we wrote, we can write here decrement, and the error should be gone in both places. So earlier this one was referred by this, and then this one is referred by that. Okay, all right, and then over here I'm gonna do minus. Okay, so when we click on this button, it's gonna increase the value. When we're gonna click on this button, it's gonna decrease the value. Before we do that, let's do hot reload, and you see the icon changed. Okay, so we're gonna click on this method would get called. We're gonna click on this method would get called, and both of these methods are actually over here inside something called floating action button widget. This is also a widget. Okay, all right, and it's inside a row, and which is assigned to this floating action button. floating action button refers to this kind of buttons that you see comes ready-made from Flutter framework. Anyway, so let's go ahead and do this. So our value increases. Click on this, the value increases. Awesome. Okay, so that means that it's actually already working. Okay, what I mean by that, so now we have two buttons, right? Each of the button is doing different thing, and we do see the changes on the UI, like over here, whatever the way you change and want to change, everything should be working. All right, so that's actually a stateful class. So our class, this one, my homepage, is a stateful class. Now this class has been called from here. Okay, all right. Now when a class, I mean, of course you can call a stateful class from a stateless class, and that's okay. All right, so it just they're connecting with a glue. Okay, they're sticking with each other, but the changes happens over here, and this changes we see over here. The same changes if you try to make over here, you will not see on the screen. Okay, so this one is getting called, and which represents over here actually this class. So that's how our stateless class they work, and that's how they update the UI. That's very important. So in next section, actually we'll learn a little more about our screen structure and how Flutter put the layout. So we'll take a look at the basic screen structure of our Flutter app. Okay, cool. So one thing you could do, we can go ahead and actually remove these things. We don't need this, and of course we'll get error over here, I mean over here. So we can also remove this. Let's put something called text. Let's put something called child. Sorry, we don't need child over here actually. I think we can just simply say hello Flutter. Let's go ahead and restart our app, and we see things like this. And then to be able to view it carefully, so let's put something called center. Okay, center widget. Now once again, I'm on Mac, so I'm putting my cursor over here and I'm clicking on option. Okay, option, and hit enter. So on Windows it should be Alt Enter, and it should be working, and then I select this. All right, and then let's go ahead and put const modifier, and over here we do see that hello Flutter. Of course this is very different than what we have seen before. We had a colorful background, but everything has gone. Okay, all right. Now one thing that now we are learning, and you should be remembering, that to make a colorful background you always have to have a widget that's called scaffold. Remember, text, this is a widget, center, this is a widget. So widget inside widget, that's how things work in Flutter. So widgets are nested, they're put one inside another. Like just now we had only text widget and we saw it was on the top, so we wrapped the text widget using this center widget. Now we see it in the middle, but now we want to have a colorful background. But to do that, one more time, we need to wrap this around another widget called scaffold. So let's go ahead and do that. Scaffold. Okay, now scaffold is very special over here. Actually, here we have this body, and inside the body we can put this. Now here we see at least it's not black, it's white. It takes other widget. Okay, scaffold is more like, you know, the skeleton. It holds everything together that you see on this UI. Okay, like it makes your UI colorful, otherwise you will end up as black background. So that's what you don't want to see. Now scaffold, actually, as I said, that it holds everything together, and it takes an abbar, as you can see. It takes a body. Now body is a widget, and abbar, it's not a widget, or maybe it is a widget, but special type of widget. Okay, all right. It also takes floating action buttons. So it takes a lot of different things. Okay, all these things are the properties that we can tweak to make it more beautiful and interesting. Okay, all right. So now we understand that to make our app colorful, we need this scaffold. Okay, without scaffold you would end up having black screen. The scaffold takes body. Body actually is a widget. So if you ever forget what does a special property do, you can always put your cursor on it, and at the top you will see what kind of thing it is. So most of the time it would be a widget, most of the time. Okay, all right. Now it does have other things as well. Now here it will have abbar. Here we can also do abbar, and here it's saying that if you put abbar, you can't use const constructor. So let's remove this. Okay, now it wants you to use const at the top. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so now we are over here. Even though we are supposed to have an abbar, but we don't see it over here. You don't see anything over here, even if you restart it, and it's fine. Now abbar actually has a few properties, so we can assign these properties to it. There are a lot of them, and one of the important one is most probably this title, and then we might also have a background color. Okay, so we're going to do that one. So let's go ahead and give it a background color, colors.red. All right, okay, now let's do hot reload, and here we go. So this is called abbar. Okay, all right. And then over here you also give it a title name, actually. So title. Okay, and if you forget what it is, you can always take a look. It's a widget. Now of course we cannot just put a string like this. This is called string. When you have double quotation and put something inside it, this is called string. So string is not going to work. It's saying that you need a widget. One of the most common type of widget is a text widget. So here we can say text widget. We can use a text widget, and here we say Flutter title. Okay, all right. And once again, it's recommended put a const modifier and hot reload, and here you see Flutter title. But of course you can give it color, and that's fine. We don't worry about this one now. We'll be looking at this later. Okay, so step by step we are progressing and understanding how whole things work. So this is it. So you will have a scaffold. Inside scaffold you will have most probably abbar, and most of the time you also have to have a body. You may not have AppBar, and that's okay. Some screens you might just have complete height. In that case, you might not need AppBar, but body is something that you always need. So now we understand scaffold. And then what is this MaterialApp? What does it do? Now, in fact, you may think of like this. So why don't we just put this one over here? All right, and let's go ahead and do it. And here we get error. Now, if you read the error carefully, you can try to make sense of it. It says that no directionality widget found, rich text widgets require directionality widget ancestor. So it's saying that, okay, well, this kind of text widget and it needs an ancestor, but you don't have an ancestor. Okay, that's what it's saying. And then it says that typically directionality widget is introduced by MaterialApp or widget app at the top of your application widget tree. Okay, well, all this means that you should have a MaterialApp in your application, and it's saying that you don't have this, so that's why you are getting this error. Okay, so now we can have MaterialApp. Let's go ahead and do MaterialApp. Okay, and then if you hover over on it, you will see some properties. One of the properties is home. Okay, and home itself takes a widget. So here we could do home like this. Remember, text is a widget, center is a widget. Now we can put it over here. Now we see that hello Flutter, like earlier what we have seen. So the idea is every Flutter app has to have one Material app. So Material app gives, it's like the life to your application. Scaffold holds everything, but before, even if you hold everything, but we don't see anything on the screen if we don't have Material app. So we need to have scaffold. Okay, sorry, we need to have Material app first and then scaffold. Okay, so here we could do scaffold, and then here we say body. Let's put it there, and then we'll see that our screen is beautiful. Okay, and that's how it works. So the idea is your whole app at least have one Material app. In general, actually only one Material app, and then your screen should have scaffold if you want to make your screen colorful. Okay, and then if you want to make your app bar, you should also use app bar over here. Okay, otherwise you'll see that nothing appears on the screen. And of course, at the same time, you can give it a background color here, colors.red. All right, okay. So Material app refers everything that you see. You can also see that it holds everything. Okay, and since that moment on, you will have your scaffold. So scaffold is something that you already see on the screen. Okay, so Material app is something that lies out of the screen, holding the whole screen, and scaffold is more like the screen that you see everything. And inside the scaffold, you will have app bar, which stays at the top. You'll have body, which stays in the middle. Okay, now let's take a look from another picture so that we understand how things work. So here we see you might have your main app, which is the entry point, then your run app, and the run app takes a widget. Material app is a widget, and then just now we learned that this Material app actually holds in the outer level, stays in the outer level, exactly completely outside. Okay, and then over here, scaffold, this orange line is the scaffold, the one that you see the screen with. So scaffold extends until the edge of your screen, edge of this page or mobile phone device. Okay, and everything until this edge is visible, that's called scaffold. And then as usual, you will have abber at the top, that's what we see, and then your different kind of widgets which could stay inside your body over here. So hopefully it gave you better idea how your main function, your material app, scaffold, and body, they're all tied together. So let's go ahead and continue to work on this. Now this time actually we are going to build our bottom bar. Just like we have app bar, we also need to work on our bottom bar. Now to be able to do that, let's come over here inside this lib folder, and then over here we are going to create a new directory, and here we can say base, or you can also call it core, it doesn't really matter. Now inside this we're gonna put everything that's most important, as well as the one that we're gonna use throughout our app. Some things like the one that we would be sharing everywhere. Okay, the whole app would be sharing some of the code, and that code we're going to put inside this. Now inside this we're going to create a new Dart file, and we're going to call it BottomNavBar.dart. So in Flutter, every file you create, it has to end with .dart, and if you have more than one word in your name, then you should use underscore. All right, we're going to hit enter. Okay, and I'm going to add it because I'm connected to Git, so that's why it's asking you to make sure that whether you want to connect it with Git or not. But anyway, let's continue. Now let's go ahead and do an important stop over here. So I'm going to create a stateful class. So I'm on Android Studio, so I'm going to hit ST. So ST would be for stateful or stateless. So I'm going to select the first one. Okay, all right. Now this is a basic template for our class, and all we need to do, we need to go ahead and give it a name, BottomNavBar, and that's it. But of course we do see that a lot of wiggly red lines. It means that like these are errors, or it's missing some of the items. That's why it has. Now like this widget, the container, and the class, actually they depend on other libraries. Libraries means other code, but we call it library. So we need to import the other code path, which means that like this one depends on certain code, and we need to tell it where it is, the code, so that we can use it here. Now in general, both Android Studio and iOS, if you hover over on them, you'll get like this. Okay, so you just go ahead and simply click, and your error should be gone. All right, now this one actually we can assign it over here. So currently we have the scaffold, right? So we can just replace the scaffold. So we can come over here, and then we can do BottomNavBar, this one, and let's go ahead and import it. Okay, so there are a few options that which one you want to use. So we are going to import it as a library. Okay, and let's come over here, and we do have things like that. Now let's go ahead and restart it. Now we do see a black screen. The reason is, based on our previous knowledge, you'll see that we don't have any scaffold, even though we have MaterialApp. So if you don't have scaffold, it's always black. Okay, but it's still gonna work. For example, if you have child text, and here you say hello, and go ahead and do this, you'll see that okay, it's still there, but we want a more of a colorful UI. So we're gonna do scaffold over here. Okay, and then here we'll say abber, and here we'll have abber. Okay, so let's hot reload. Okay, cool, we are back. And then here we can have, say, title. Now one more time, you'll see that title text widget. So it could be any kind of widget. So here we're gonna do text widget. I would say my tickets. Okay, hot reload, and this is what we see over here at the top. Cool. Now we can also give it a body. Body, and we're going to first put a center widget, and then inside this we'll have child, and then here we can say ticket info. Now if you save it, you'll see that ticket info. You can also save it by using Command S, and on Windows most probably it's Control S. All right, so but the given name is BottomNavBar. So where is our BottomNavBar? Here we're gonna do BottomNavigationBar, and if you hover over on this, you'll see that it takes BottomNavigationBar. Okay, it takes a widget. Okay, so we're gonna put a widget over here. Now it could be actually any kind of widget, it doesn't really matter. So for example, you could do container, and here you could do child, and text is a bottom. Now let's hot reload, and here we do see that we see something. Okay, so that means that it's working. So in this widget section, actually you can put any kind of widget, but this is not going to work, right? This is not what we want, because it won't look like our original app. Our original app has 4 icons over here. Now we can use container, this one, to do that, but that would be a lot of hassle, and we need to create our own widget, but we don't want to do that, as Flutter has already given us some widgets that's already in Flutter framework. We can go ahead and use them. So one of the widgets that we use for BottomNavigationBar is called BottomNavigationBar. So the widget name itself is this one. Okay, all right. Now here it's gonna throw error. You can always put your cursor on it, and it'll tell you that what's missing. Here it's saying that in its add required argument, and it says this, okay, add an argument, and it should be items. So that's what it's saying. So you can add it manually or click on it. It should automatically give you this hints, okay, and the code. All right. Okay, cool. Now we do see some wiggly lines. Let's fix them. Okay. Now here we do see this kind of braces, and what is it supposed to mean? In Dart, this means a list. Okay, so if you have list, you can put items one by one. We can do it here actually, so that we understand what's going on. So you can declare a list. Okay, so here is a var my list. So to declare a list, you can just have these things, this braces, and you can say Flutter Laravel PHP, like that. So list contains items like this. Items could be any kind of variable, custom type, or the type that's already given in Flutter, like int, string, or any kind of object. Okay, here you can even print, okay, like this, my list dot toString. If you go ahead and run it, and you'll see that they're printed over here, but of course we have some issues, and we'll take care of that later, don't worry. Okay, so it gives you the idea of a list, that how list works. So remember, lists are inside braces like this, and you can put items with using this comma. If you add more items, you need to have more commas like this. And we already see that that's been printed over here. Now you can also access them using this operator. Here, say we want to access this first item. So let's hot reload. And we should be seeing the first item, not here. So yeah, we printed first item is a Flutter. So 0 refers to the first one. And if you put here 1, it's going to refer to the second one. So we will see Laravel as you see. Okay, now anyway, I'm going to remove this. It gives you the basic idea what is list. Okay, now yes, we have an issue because it's empty. It must not be empty. Okay, now you can quickly put anything in it. If you see the error, it says that okay, BottomNavigationBar, this source file, the items which refers to this one, it should be at least 2 or more than 2. So it's doing a conditional check internally, and it found the item, the list, this items list is not 2 or less. Okay, so that's why it's returning false and it's returning error or crash. Like if you come over here, we can print the length of a list. So you can just simply do your list name dot length, and then let's run it, and here we'll say 3. It means we have 3 items. Now here it has 0 items. Okay, and that's why we see the crash over here. Now if you hover over on this, you'll see that it takes list items. Okay, so we can put list inside this. Now, interestingly, it also tells you the list items type. Okay, so here it's telling you the type has to be BottomNavigationBarItem. If you see over here, this type is a string, but here it's telling you that this item has to be BottomNavigationBarItem. Okay, it's already telling you. You cannot put string over here. Okay, anyway, so then we can go ahead and put it like this. Now we see another error, and if you hover over on it, the element type cannot be assigned to the list type like this. Now it doesn't give us enough idea that okay, what it is. And then you hover over on this, it tells you that okay, it needs an icon. Okay, add required. So every time you see add, you need to add something. Okay, so go ahead and do that. So let's put icon. Now if you hover over on this, it says that okay, this is also a widget, and typically the icon widget is an icon or image icon widget. So you cannot really put like text widget or anything like that. It's telling you you should have either this icon or image icon. So it gave us some hint. Okay, now let's go ahead and put icon because that's what it says. Now because this is a class, right, so we can always use this curly braces. So just like this one, this is also a class, and that's why we put curly braces, like as you can see over here, first braces actually. And then, well, of course it cannot be empty. Yeah, it says that it is expecting something new. It's expecting one positional argument. We'll talk about what is positional, but here we say that it says it's expecting argument. So let's go ahead and add. All right, now I'm going to add icons.home. Okay, the arrow is gone, and then it's asking us to add const modifier. Now remember over here it was saying that we should have at least 2 items. So let's go ahead and copy this and put it here. And for now, just say over here settings. I hope the icon exists. Yes, it does. Now let's restart our app. And we will see most probably another error. Okay, now once again, it's saying something about the error. This items.every, okay, this item, and it says whatever inside this items list, BottomNavigationBarItem, this one, it's referring to this one, okay, should have item.label, which means that item.label cannot be null. So this one should have item.label. Now if you hover over on this, you'll see that label. Okay, so we need to have this label thing, and it's a string. So let's go ahead and put it over here. We can say label, and here we can say home, and then here we can do label and settings. Okay, there's a typo. Let's go ahead and fix that. Now let's restart. Cool. Now this is the first time actually we have really something going on, and this is the thing that we created on our own. Okay, so now we have 2 of this. We can actually have more of this, and let me change it correctly. So instead of settings, actually we want to have here search. So let's go ahead and do search button, and then here we can also write search. And if you do see that over here we have 4 of these items, so we need 4 of these in our list. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we can just simply go ahead and copy 2 times. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now if we do hot reload, and we see like this. Okay, now of course they are gone, but if you have 2 of them and you do hot reload, we see that. Now this is actually Flutter. They do it when you have more items, they just hide it, because too many items or navbars could collide with each other. So in that case we require some basic settings. Anyway, so here let me change it to so we're gonna take the first one, airplane ticket, and then here we'll say tickets, and at the same time right now here we'll have person, because we might not have profile icon, so we're gonna use person, and there should be a person icon inside this. As you can see, it's there. Now here we're gonna do profile. We're gonna write profile. Okay, all right, now let's save it. Now it's gone actually, but if you click on them you'd see that they're still there. So in next lecture we are going to style them. Okay, so the current problem is we don't see them unless we go ahead and click on them hard. So to get rid of this problem, we need to style them, and actually the style properties are already given here, and we might have background color, selected item color, unselected item color, font size, and tons of these things. These are all for styling. So the first thing we could do over here is selected item color, and we're gonna use colors class, and it has a property called blue gray. So let's go ahead and work on this. Okay, now let's hit reload, or hot reload actually, and over here you see that we already see our home icon. So the first one actually, Okay, by default it's going to show you the first one because the first one is a selected one. Okay, by default the first one is selected one, but the rest of these things are still not visible. Okay, now that means our invisible or unselected items, how to make them visible. So that's what we want to do. So over here we could do show unselected label or unselected item color first. Actually, unselected item color, this one. And for this one we're going to use const color, and then over here we're going to do oxff5264000. all right, so these are our color code, and this is actually int value hexacode. Let's go ahead and hot reload, and here we go. So this is the first time we see all of our items together. Remember, this is only selected, these are unselected. Okay, now here the problem is this selected one still showing its name or label. Remember, this is the label name. Okay, so we can also set up this one over here. Here we could say that show selected labels, this one false. Okay, and save it. You'll see that it's gone and it's beautiful. Okay, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So with this, actually we can see that it's already working. So now let's go ahead and compare two of these icons. So our icons are very different than the icon that we see over here. So we want to be able to use this kind of icon, and there is also a benefit of that because we have some extra features that we can use. But to be able to do that, first we need to go ahead and install these icons. Now to install icons, let's come to the terminal and do a clear, and over here we could do Flutter pub add Fluent UI icons, and then Flutter pub add Flutter pub get. So it's going to add this, and then over here at the same time it's going to install it. Install in a sense that, I mean, getting all the files that we need and get ready for our project. Let's hit enter. Okay, cool. Now it should be added. Now let's come over here and check our pubspec. Actually, this one, pubspec.yml file. And here we do see that we have a green section, which means this code has been added, and we also see that Fluent UI icons. Okay, so this has been added. So now let's come to our class over here. So since that's been added, now we can come over here and remove. We don't want to use this thing over here, the icons that's shipped out of Flutter automatically. Here we want to use Fluent system icons, this one, and then you can do dot operator. Okay, so here I see Fluent, so we are looking for our icons, and home. Okay, and we're gonna use the second one. Okay, so it should be fine. And after that, over here we are going to use another property. Now if you come over here and click on bottom navigation bar, there is an active icon property, so we can toggle between the icons. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Over here we're gonna do active icon, and then here I would do icon and Fluent system icons, Fluent system icons dot IC Fluent home field, this one. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to actually go ahead and copy this and put it
3 more times. Okay, cool. So second one was, I think, search. And what else? So I think we also need to change over here. Like that. Okay, so make sure that icons are corresponding. Home, search. Okay, so here we do see that we have an issue. Here it should be search, sorry, ticket, and then person. All right, now I guess we're going to have to restart our app because we made a big changes, and looks like let's compare with this. Yes, they already took the effect. Okay, so now if we are on the home page, we do see that just like this icon, or this icon is home page icon, but now when we go to other pages like this, so this one should change to like this. Okay, so this is the difference between active icon and non-active icon. Okay, so the idea is when you are selected, so it's filled, which is actually when you're selected, it's showing this one. When you are not selected, or like you went to a different one, like this one over here, so we clicked on this, so this one, you'll see that it's home regular. So the idea is selected icons are filled, so that's why filled. Non-selected items are not filled. Okay, like over here you see this is filled. Okay, but we cannot switch between the icons, right? So that's a problem. So in next lecture we'll see how to go ahead and switch between them. All right, to be able to switch between the icons, we need to do a little more advanced step, and we need to do it step by step. Okay, so we want to be dynamic. So as we click on each of them, we want to change the icon. That means that we have to, there could be many other ways. One of the ways we could do keeping the track of index. For example, we can assign 0 to it, 1 to it, 2 to it, and 3 to it. So they will have index, and as they have index, we can actually change the index easily because indexes are numbers, right? So then it becomes easy. Of course, to be able to do that, we need to declare some stuff at the top. So here we are going to actually declare a list over here. So here we would say var, or we could do actually final over here. And then here we'll say my screens, or here we say app screens. And then here we have a list, just like last time I told you, like this. Okay, and then as I told you, the list could include anything, any object, as well as custom object and primitives. So here we'll have custom object like text. Okay, now text is a widget, which means it's also an object. So here first I could say home. So, and then I think we need to put const. Well, soon we would learn the difference between final, const, things like that, because they're going to show up again and again, and it's very important to learn the difference. Okay, so here we're going to change over here, and we can say search, and then I think there was tickets and then profile. Okay, now let's go ahead, and I'm on Mac, so I'm going to actually do Command Option L to reformat the code. It looks a little more organized even over here. Okay, now if you're on VS Code, you can right click, and definitely you might see something like reformat the code with Dart. It should work the same. Okay, all right. Anyway, it's been done. So this is a list. Okay, the list for changing between these icons, which also means that changing between these screens. Okay, so as we click on them, we want to go to new screens actually. Okay, so that's what we want to do. Now, where to change? Actually, as we click on this, not only this should change, the icon should change, screen should change. Screen, I mean this section over here. Now this is called body, right? This is bottom bar and this is app bar. Okay, so we want to be able to change between these sections. So keep this one as it is, keep this one as it is pretty much, and keep changing from here. So that means that over here we need to change. And how do we change? So let's replace this, and let's come over here, app screens. Okay, this one, and we can put 0 over here. Okay, so we are using this index 0 to have a property from this list or item. Actually, there is a list. List could be visited using index, or they call it iterate. Okay, visited is not the correct word, I mean not professional, but they call it iterate. Okay, so we are iterating using index. Okay, list is iterated using index. This is our index. And now you have to understand another reason why we put text or anything like that, because body, you will see that only text widget. If you just put here string, like when you put anything between this curly braces, this double quotes, that's called string, and you will get error. So you have to have, what is it, widgets inside this string. So what's going to happen, this is a list, and this list contains a lot of objects, and these objects are all widgets. Okay, and then we are getting objects or widgets out of this string, out of this list using index. Okay, so let's go ahead and restart. Okay, now we do see that it's over here. That's fine. But what I'm going to do to be able to work better, actually, I'm going to wrap this around using center widget. So I'm on Mac, so I'm going to select this and option enter center widget. And if you're on VS Code, you can just select it and then right click, you will see wrap around different kind of widgets. So you can select center widget. Okay, and let me see, we need to do a bit of change. Okay, cool. So pretty much like this. So I'm going to do the same for rest of them. Center widget, and it looks like this. So I'm going to reformat the code so that it looks good. So every time you want to wrap things around on VS Code in general, you have to select the widget, and then right clicking should show you that wrap around certain things. Okay, all right, now we are actually successfully able to show a widget. Now first time we are able to successfully show a widget from a list. Okay, Now, since this is index based, we can change it. So here, let's say 1, restart it. We should be able to go there. As you see that over here, this is search, but looks like it's still not selected, and because there are steps to do that. But now here you see that search has been shown. And what if we go to the last index? Okay, that's profile, which is referring to this widget from our list. So right now, just now we learned that we can actually go ahead and change these indexes and show them. But what we did them using indexes and manually. But of course, you don't want to do like this. We have to be somehow dynamic. So when we click on them, we need to be able to change the indexes, right? I mean, that's our understanding. Right now we are changing manually, and we see that it changes. So we need to find a way, as we click, they change automatically. So in next lecture, that's what we'll see. So now we have a very good understanding that changing index can help us to changing the icons and these things. So let's go ahead and do that. Well, first we need to define a function over here, or method. So we'll call it void, and we'll have this underscore, and underscore means private. Private means the function that we are going to use only accessible within this class. This class is BottomNavBar. So here we're gonna call it on item tapped, and then here we'll pass an index. Index would be int, and we'll call it index. You can call it anything, it doesn't matter. Now the thing we are going to pass to it, the indexes of this list. Remember, 0 refers to home, 1 refers to search, 2 refers to tickets, profile, 3 refers to this profile, right? So we need to be able to pass the index, okay? So as we pass the index, we need to somehow reflect the changes as here as well, and how we are going to do that. Now, to be able to do that, we can declare a variable at the top. Okay, so here we can say that change our index for BottomNavBar, or I would say BottomNavBar. Okay, so declare a variable. Okay, so here is a var, and it'll be a private variable. Actually, we can do int, be specific about it, and then selected index. So now here we do selected index equal index. Okay, so we're gonna grab this index and give this index to this variable, which is this one at the top. Okay, all right, now how to actually send this index to this function, right? We need to send this index to this function over here. And how to do that? We don't have any direct mechanism, do we? Well, actually, yes, we have. Now, if you come over here, and you'll see that there is a function which is called onTap. Okay, it's a callback function, which means that when you call, it does something back for you. You call it, and in return it does something for you. That's why it's called callback. So this is a function, and as you see that this function also takes integer in its argument. Okay, so we have to create something that's related to this callback function, which means they would work similarly. Actually, we already did this one. So this would be our represented callback function, and it also takes int in its parameter. This is called parameter, and things like that. This is called argument. Things like that. This is called argument. Okay. All right. Now our parameter is int. So what we could do, come over here and we can use the onTap property and simply call this callback function. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, cool. So now what's going to happen over here, this onTap is connected with this onTap item function or onItem tapped. Okay, you can name it anything, it doesn't really matter. So these two are connected. So what's going to happen, each time you click on them, then this function is going to get called, because remember right now as we did like this, these two function or this and this, they're connected, and how they're connected, Flutter already takes care of this thing, so you don't need to worry about it. Okay, it takes care of everything. So every time you do things like this, as you can see over here, so Flutter automatically takes care of everything, like even over here, right? And over here, all of these things, Flutter does it for you. All you have to do, follow the steps. Okay. All right. So yes, that's how it works. I mean, now we have connected them, which means that if I click on that, means each time you click on them, this would get called. And as this get called, the index from this, each of them, they have index. Okay. This index would be passed on to this function, and then we assign this index value to this variable. Now this is the variable that we can directly use and control on our own. Now let's go ahead and print. Okay, so here I would do print, and then here I would say tapped index is selected index. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and restart the app, and hopefully we'll see the changes. Okay, so let's click on this. Okay, 0. All right, and I think we have some things wrong over here. Okay, we don't need this. Let's do it one more time and click on this. We see 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 2, 3. All right. Okay, of course, so it's already being printed, which means that each time we click on this, now we are able to grab the index from BottomNavigationBarItem. Remember, indexes are automatically created based on the items over here. Okay, because we have 4 items, so we'll have total 4 indexes. These are automatically created, and all we are doing over here, grabbing the indexes and passing to this callback function and assigning it to this variable. So with this, we have the freedom, which means we are able to grab, right? Grab the index. Cool. Now let's come over here and also assign the variable. So now this way we become more dynamic. Okay, let's go ahead and click on this. Okay, and okay, right. My computer was a bit slow, so it's already reflected over here, right? Okay, but the problem is we don't see the changes. Okay, so let's go ahead and click. Now let's hot reload. Now we do see, right? So we are progressing step by step. If you don't know what I'm saying, let's see this. So let's click on this, or it's already actually selected because 0 refers to the first one, which is this one. Okay, all right. And then if I click on this, we know that that's been clicked, but we don't see it over here. All right, the screen should be changing, but it is not. But if we hot reload, we do see that it's changed. We are still progressing step by step, right? Click on this. Index 2 is tapped, but hot reload and we see the changes. Click on this. Index 2 to 0. Here we see, and now we see like that. So we are almost putting everything together, but still there is this problem. First, that we have to hot reload to see the changes, right? Which means like pretty much restarting, quick restarting. And then we still don't see the icon changes, okay? Well, in next section is what we'll take care. We'll see how to change the icon finally dynamically. Okay, so to be able to change the icon as soon as you click to change the icon, we need to use something called setState, and that's also called state management. So currently our app state has been changing, but we only see them if we restart, okay? So the state changes we need to reflect immediately. To be able to do that, we need to use a function which is called setState. Okay, so here this is called setState, as you can see over here, this one. All we need to do, put this inside over here. Let me remove this, we don't need this anymore. Okay. So now let's restart everything from the beginning. All right, now let's click on this and we do see the search automatically. Okay, that's fine. Let's click on this. We do see the tickets automatically. Let's click on this. We see the profile automatically. Now, because of this changes over here using setState, partially we can update the UI, right? Now, every time you have a stateful class, this one, a stateful widget class, you can use a setState to update the UI. So setState helps you to update the UI, but our icon's still not changing. The reason is there is another property in BottomNavigationBar that we need to have. So that's called current index item, I think. Yeah, current index. Okay, all right. So over here, we are going to actually assign the selected index. Remember, this index is being changed as soon as this onItem tabbed get called. We call this onItem tabbed. This index has been already changed, but we didn't assign the index. What we did early, actually we grabbed the index. What we did early using this, we grabbed the index and put it over here. And after putting it, you also need to tell the current index, okay? So every time you grab the index, that becomes a current index. Now you need to tell BottomNavigationBar explicitly what is the current index, okay? Because current index could be anyone. So that's why you need to tell it explicitly. And then the magic will happen. So now let's go ahead and click on this. Beautiful. We see that it already changed. Click on this. Beautiful. It already changed. Click on this. It already changed. So we have done a big progress so far. So the idea is you need to use both onItem and selected index to actually work on the BottomNavigationBar dynamically. Well, in this section, we are going to create our HomeScreen module. Now, HomeScreen module would be complex, and actually there is a lot of artwork as well as design going on. Now, what we are going to build eventually, this is going to give you a highlight. So over here, definitely, this is the screen that we are going to build, and eventually our HomeScreen class will look like this. Now, inside each of them, there are complex code. But to give you the idea, so HomeScreen would be built on the top of using tons of different widgets. Now over here, we just see container, single child scroll view, container, single child scroll view. But we'll see that actually there are more nested widget inside this. So the first one would be over here using this container over here. Second one, this one would be single child scroll view, as you can see. and this section we will put inside another container, and then this one once again single child scroll view. We'll remember that single child scroll view actually would help us to move left and right. Like this one again, we'd be moving this one left and right. So this part would be very exciting and long. So get started. Okay, so now our job is to create a home screen like this and learn all the related knowledge regarding it. Okay, now to be able to create a home screen, the first thing we need to do over here, come to our project, make sure that entire project is open, and then this lib folder. Okay, right. Now inside this lib folder, I'm going to create another folder, and we're gonna call it screens. So all of our screens would be here in this folder. Okay, all right. Now the first thing we want to do, create a Dart class for this, or file actually, HomeScreen.Dart, like this. Hit enter, and I'm gonna add it to my Git. Okay, and I'm gonna say ignore. All right, and then over here I'm gonna do st. Then I'll have the option for choosing stateless or stateful class. In VS Code you need to do stateful like this. Okay, all right, now I'm gonna do stateless actually, this one, and over here I'm going to name it home screen. All right, errors, and let's go ahead and import our library. The error should be gone, and now make sure that our screen, home screen, the one that we created, is bound within this app screen lists. Okay, so over here I'm going to remove this, and then I'm gonna call home screen. Now let's go ahead and import this is as a library over here, and let's go ahead and restart our app. Okay, so nothing is there because this is an empty container, so that's why nothing is there. But if you go and check others, we'll see that they're still there. Okay, cool. I'm going to close this. Well, in our next section or next lecture, we are going to start drawing our home screen. Okay, now to be able to draw our home screen, we have to go ahead with a certain layout. You'll see that over here, our home screen has like a layout over here, like this one, good morning, book tickets, this one, and text and image, like that. And this is also scrollable actually, kinda. Now in Flutter, to achieve this kind of scrollable effect, as well as putting things on the top of each other, you can use different kind of widgets, which means different kind of classes that's already in Flutter app. Now, what are those classes? Well, you can actually use column widget, most probably column. You can use list view. You can use list view.builder. And you can also do a lot of others. In fact, there are different ways of doing that. Also to expand widget, things like that. Okay. All right. Now, for now, we're gonna take a look at the easiest one. The easiest one would be using list view. Now, what's list view? A list view is same as actually list, but previously we have seen in list you can put 1, 2, 3, 4 or any kind of custom object. Okay, all right. Within list view, actually you can do pretty much same, but it expects more like widgets rather than a custom type. Okay, well, as we work on this, we'll learn more, which I'll show you later. Now here, first go ahead and do scaffold, and then over here we're gonna have body, just like we learned before that it will have body, not like this, body, and inside the body we're gonna have list view. So if you write list view and then write children, and if you hover over on that one, you'll see that it takes widgets. Okay, over here once again you see list widget. So list view is also a list, but it takes widgets, as you can see over here. Okay? You cannot really put string like this. Okay, it's gonna throw an error, as you see over here. Okay, or something that it doesn't work with. Okay, so it has to be a widget, Flutter widget, like a Flutter class. Now if you see over here, this is also a list, which is like list view, but in this case this is just a string or custom object. So in the list you can actually put string, custom object, or widgets, like for example we have seen over here. So here we have, you see this is also a list, and here we have widgets. These are all widgets, and over here these are all text screens. But list view only takes over here, as you can see, widget. Okay, so that's the difference between list and list view. And there are a lot of other differences, but most important difference. So that's what we understand. Because over here we want to put a lot of widgets. Okay, so that's why we are going to work with this, and this would be scrollable. Remember, if you put things like this, you even though you can put all kind of things, but you cannot really make it scrollable. So let's move over here. Now inside this we can put container. Okay, and container is one of the most common type of widget. A container, as it tells you that it's like a container, it contains things. For example, over here, this UI, you can think of it as a container. So it contains a lot of other things, okay? Like this UI over here, it's a container. Container contains things. Well, then what about this? Actually, this could also be a container, but we just don't see any extra colors over here. And it is also true for container. Container can contain other containers like this. Okay, containers could be nested into each other. For example, if this is a container, then this could be another container, and this could be a container, and this could be a container as well. So that's how it works. So right after text, container is one of the most common widget in Flutter. So remember, now why we use a container, why not a text over here? The reason is containers, you get to color them, you see. If it's just a text widget, well, it is just a text. You can only color the text. But if you put container and use container, and if you use text inside a container or container inside a container, then you can color them, you can decorate them, which we'll see very soon. Okay, so this is the reason that why we use container a lot of time rather than text. Text is plain and boring, but containers are colorful and you can style them. Like for example, this kind of complex style has been achieved through containers. Okay, all right, so this gives you an idea what is a container widget. All right, so I'm going to move this as I don't need a container inside container. One container is going to do the trick. All right, okay, but here I could do this one, say hello home screen. So now let's go ahead and check our design over here. Okay, so that's what we see over here. it says hello screen. Okay, now one of the other things that we can learn immediately over here is this one. We can have another container and we could do child, and then over here and say hello, how are you? All right. Okay, now let's do hot reload. Okay, so you see we are putting stuff onto each other, and this is possible because of using list view. And remember, as I said earlier, we can also do this using other widgets like column. Okay, remember in Flutter, a lot of time this widgets like list view is also a widget, container is also a widget, text is also a widget, and earlier I said that column is also a widget. There's another one, row is also a widget. Now these things, most of the widgets could be like this. They could be nested inside each other and they always work. It depends on your UI and style. Okay, so now let's go ahead and take a look and understand that how we are going to style our UI. Now over here we put list view because we want to make it scrollable. We want scrollable effect. So that's why we put it the list view. Now let's dive into the actual design. So here let's understand it like this. So we are going to put everything inside a container first, okay? Because with container I can color the background, that's one thing. Okay, and inside container I'm going to have a column. The column is more like list view, or list view is more like column, that you can put stuff inside each other. Especially you can put things onto each other. Like for example, over here we can divide this screen into many different sections. Okay, all right. So in next lecture we'll see and try to understand another important concept which is called row and column. Okay, so here we're going to understand what is called column widget, row widget, and how they're related to vertical layout and horizontal layout, as you can see. Well, in Flutter, anything or a direction, if it stretches from top to bottom, this is called vertical layout. Now this vertical layout represented by column widget, and then anything that stretches from left to right, we call them horizontal direction or horizontal layout, and that is represented by row widget. Now both row widget and column widget could be nested into each other, which we'll see later. So like for example, over here we see good morning, book tickets in the search bar. They are on the top of each other. So this kind of layout or putting things together is called vertical layout, which would be represented by column widget. Now over here we see, for example, upcoming flights and view all. These are two text, they are horizontal, so we could use row widget to represent them. Now let's move into more complex structure where we'll take this section out and understand step by step how row and column widget plays a vital role in designing your layout. So here I took this section of this screen and then divided into various sections, and then I have shown the related widgets. Remember, row and column and container, they are all widgets. Okay, now over here this boxed area is represented by this one, okay, the outer layer, and the outer layer would be our column widget. Now why? As I said earlier, when we put things on the top of each other, we call or use column widget for that purpose. Now here internally you see inside this column widget, this one over here, we have this big box and this little box. These two are on the top of each other.
Now to put these two together on the top of each other, we used column widget, because when you use column widget, you can put things on the top of each other the way we did over here, as you can see. So that's why the big one over here, it'd be represented by column widget, and then we have divided this one and this one into two different sections, which are represented by this box and this box. So hopefully it makes sense that why we are using column widget and why the layout is like this. All right, now moving into further over here, if we take this section of the screen, we also see that we have so now this section of the screen actually could also be inside a row widget. So that's why we have this row widget over here. Now do see that actually we have two row widgets inside this column widget. That's what we have said earlier, that if you have widgets, you can nest them into each other, and that's what we have done over here. First, the columns, this one we have divided into two, and each of them are represented by row. Now of course this totally depends on your UI layout, how you think. It's not the exact form that you have to follow. Anyway, so the big one we have divided into these two sections, and each of the sections are represented by this row widget. Okay, now why we did row widget for this one? The reason is because this section of the screen actually we can also divide into two sections, like this one over here and it'd be this one over here. So that's what we did. So this is a row widget, and then inside this we have this section, which is represented by this area, and this section, which would be over here, this area. So we are putting two things horizontally next to each other. So that's why the outer layer or the outer widget has to be a row widget. Hopefully it makes sense, right? Now the same for this one. Now this is a row widget, which is represented over here. Now why this is a row widget? The reason is because over here actually you see we have this icon and search, and we actually also have an empty space. Empty space could be also a widget. So these two over here are next to each other. So that's why the outer layer has to be a row widget. So that's what we did. The outer layer is a row widget, and then we'll have over here the search icon and search, and over here we'll have this empty area, as you can see. So that's how the whole layout works. Okay, now inside this row widget we also see this one over here, and we tagged it or named it as a column widget. The reason is, once again, we want to put this two on the top of each other. So that's why the outer layer for this two has to be a column widget. So over here it would be good morning, and over here this would be book tickets, like this. Okay, and so that's how the whole things work. So when you design a UI, first you need to look at the UI, and you need to think how you are going to put them and which kind of widgets should you be using for representation. Once again, this is not hard and fast rules to work like this. There are other ways to do that as well. So you can just practice different ways of doing your layout. Okay, so from now on we'll be using this kind of picture a lot to understand how things work, and then we'll eventually start coding now. Understanding this, so actually we are going to go ahead and implement this step by step. So let's go ahead and check our code over here. Now first thing, we have seen that we need to have a column widget, exactly the one that we have seen in the layout. We are going to implement that. So here we'll have column widget. Once again, column widget represents horizontal layout, vertical layout. Now inside this, earlier we have seen that we need we can put this two row, this one and this one, inside the column one, right? Let's go ahead and do that. Now one thing though, column is a widget, so if you want to put more widgets inside it, you need a list. Okay, so widgets, a list inside widgets are represented by children. Just like over here, we have list view. List view take a lot of items. Those items are put into a list, and then you have to represent the list using children and this kind of braces. The same over here. Column takes items. You have to put the items in a list. So that's why you have to first write children and then this braces. Children means the one that would follow this one. Okay, that's why we call it children. And that also means that we'll have more than one child. Okay, so those items, each of the items are treated as a child. Like for example over here, so this is the column. Inside this we are going to put this 2. Now each of these 2 are also called children. Child 1, child 2. So we have 2 childs, so that's why we say children. Of course, this is a generic name, children, right? But each of the children could be using a different widget name. So in our case, we are using row widget. But of course, in this case, both of the child, they are represented by row widget. Okay. Once again, children is a generic name. Okay. So exactly what kind of children, you have to define it over here. Now, just now we have seen that we could do like over here, text widget, okay, or like row widget. Over here we have seen that, okay, we can put 2 row widgets. So let's go ahead and look at that. So here we're going to do row, and then now once again row also takes children. Now over here we are going to put children over here. Let's go ahead and do that, and then we're gonna copy this and put this. Let's go ahead and copy and put it here. We need to put comma. All right, now we have this yellow wiggly lines, so we need to put const modifier. Hopefully it would work, and it's gone. Okay, so far we have exactly followed this layout, column, and inside this we have put row widgets. Okay, now what else we could do? We also see that within this first row over here, we can put column and container, this one. So remember, first row is our first child inside this column, and we can put over here, let's go ahead and do that over here, column. And then of course we need to, every time you write column, you need to have children. And then we have seen that we have a container. So let's go ahead and put a container. Okay. All right. Now, if you do put a container, you need to remove most probably this one. It's not related to container itself, which we'll talk later actually. So let's go ahead and change based on this. Okay. So now inside this row widget over here, let's take a look at what we are going to put. Inside this row widget, we'll have 2 widgets, but of course these 2 widgets could be anything. For now, actually, we are going to put text widget. Okay, so let's go ahead and put text widget over here. Okay, here we could say text 1, it doesn't really matter, and text 2. All right, so this is what we have seen in our layout, and we have exactly followed this. So one more time, let's go ahead and confirm this. So this was our original design over here. So this is the column, which is this one, and inside this we have 2 row widgets, this one and this one. So that's what we did over here, this and this row, and inside the first row we have another column. So that's what we had. And inside column we'll have children. Okay, so we can put 2 children over here, but I didn't do that, but you can put it, it doesn't really matter. And then next to it we had a container, as you can see over here. So this is our container, this is the container, and then the other row over here is this one, and we have this 2 widgets. Okay, now to be able to work better on this, actually let me go ahead and put this 2 text widget, okay, inside the column over here. Okay, so now we are all aligning with our design. Okay, Now this time let's go ahead and restart our app and see how things look like. Okay, so this is the result we have. Of course this doesn't look like nowhere near this one, but don't worry, we are going to step by step work on this. So the first, well, this two over here, this two pretty much looks like this two, so we are going to change them. First we are gonna go ahead and change it. The first one is good morning, so let's go ahead and do that. Good morning, good morning. And then second one, we have book tickets, so let's go ahead and do that. So over here we're gonna put book tickets. All right, and let's go ahead and hot reload. Okay, cool. So now they are almost started to looking alike, and there are a lot of other things that we're gonna take care. And now how about this one? Now this one should be an image. Right now we are not going to put image yet, but we could be clever and do something over here. So here we could put width and height, say width 100 and then say height 70. Okay, now if this is a container has a lot of properties. If you hover over on this, you'll see that one of them is width and height. Okay, now they are not compulsory. So if it's not compulsory in Flutter, it's represented by question mark. So question mark means you may put it, you may not put it. Okay, so if I remove this, I don't have any error, right? If I put this, I might see something different. Let's go ahead and see. Well, we don't see anything yet. There is a reason. What's the reason? Okay, now we need to put a color over here. Let's go ahead and put a color. So here we're gonna do colors.red. Now let's go ahead and hot reload. This is what we see. So now once again, slowly we are starting to look like this guy over here. Step by step changes. So what is the next change you want to make? The next change you want to make, like you want to put them separately, just like this. Okay, not so close to each other. Now you have to remember that, okay, this and this inside this row widget, and these are the two children. We need to separate them. To separate them, we need to apply some styles to this row widget. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, of course, main axis alignment is horizontal alignment for row widget. Okay, if it's for column widget, it would be still main axis alignment, but that would be a vertical one. So which means that inside row widget, if you write main axis alignment, that would be horizontal alignment. Okay, remember that. Now over here we can use dot operator, and let's use space between. So which means that create some space between this and this. Hot reload, and here we go. Wonderful. So it started to look alike. Very good. Now how about this one? Okay, now for now we can just say, all right, search icon. Okay, and say empty space for now. We'll see what we use later, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, all right, so let's do hot reload. Okay, now we also want to do the same over here. We want to separate them. Let's go ahead and do that. So here, main axis alignment dot space between and hot reload. Beautiful. So the more we do, the more we are looking like this. But once again, we need to continue to style this thing. Okay, so let's go ahead and style them. Now first we need to style this text and this one, the outer layer. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Now of course we don't have this in our original design. We had this column. This is the column, right? Now that's what we see over here. So this is the column, it's just taking the whole space left and right. But actually we need to extend the design over here a little bit. So we need to wrap this one around a container. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to select this, and then on Mac, option enter. On VS Code, it should be, if you click right click, you should be able to see this. So now I'm going to wrap it around container widget. As you can see, let's hot reload. Of course nothing will happen. Now there is a reason. So there is something called padding. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this padding, and here we do const edge insets. Here we would use symmetric, and horizontal is 20. Now I know it's a lot of information to grasp, but we'll fix that. Now as you see that things looking a little better. The first thing, when you apply padding, padding happens inside container. Remember, container takes a space like a box. Like for example, we can give it a color over here. Let's go ahead and do that. Colors dot say blue. Okay, all right, so this is what we see. So definitely our container is extending from left to the right completely to the screen. But because we have applied padding, so padding creates space inside within the container, and these are the extra space that's been created. Now you may ask why the space is created left and right. The reason is because here we say symmetric. Symmetric means the same, which means same amount. And in which direction? Horizontal direction. We said that horizontally create 20 space inside this container from the container border. So this is container border, this is container border, and horizontally create 20 pixels space. So that's it has done over here. Now in our design we don't have a background color, so we don't need this, so we can save it now. Just that was to visualize that one, that we need some extra space. Okay, all right. So now, while this part is great, but of course this text themselves, they don't look great. Okay, they're not looking good. And over here we also see that there is some discrepancy, like good morning starts from here, but book tickets, they start from a little bit to the right. We can fix that. So this is an alignment issue. Now remember, this part of this two sections over here, they're a column, right? So this is by column widget over here. Now within this space over here, so we have vertical direction, which is like this, and vertical direction inside a column called main axis. So this would be the main axis. Now over here, this one, for a column, horizontal direction is cross axis. Okay, so here we're gonna write cross axis alignment and cross axis alignment. So which means that horizontally, remember, for a column, cross axis means horizontal. For a row, cross axis means vertical. So they are the opposite idea. So over here we're gonna say start, and let's put a comma over here and do like this. Now you see it got fixed, so it's already looking better. All right, and this to text over here, we need to go ahead and create some space. They are too close to each other. Now here we could do sized box. Say sized box over here, we want to create vertical space between these two lines. So over here we're gonna do height. Now over here we can say, okay, we want to create a little bit of space of 5 pixels. So let's go ahead and do that. And now there is a little more space. Okay, cool. So that part is working, right? Now how about the coloring? If you do see that their colors, text size, they're all different. Okay, now I'm gonna come over here, and so this is a text. Actually, this text could be colorized or change, or we can assign style to it. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Now if you hover over on this text itself, you'll see that there are properties. One of the properties is style, so we're going to take that one, style, and if you hover over on this style, now you see it takes a text style class or text style widget. So I'm going to write here text style. Now every widget is a class. Since we are invoking a class, we need to have this bracket over here, right? So let's go ahead and hot reload. Nothing changes because we are not assigning any style to it. Okay, so by default no style is applied. As you see, these are all optional. This question marks, everything over here, they are optional. So that's why even you put this one, and if you don't put this one, they're the same. All right, so no change in style. Okay, so I'm missing the comma over here. Okay, anyway, so there is no change in style. So the idea is you may have your text widget, but you still need to assign style to it. So let's go ahead and do that. Now over here there are a few properties that we can use. So in our case, we are going to use one of the property called font size. So here we're gonna do 12. Okay, and then well, 12 would be too small, so let's go ahead and apply the 17 and font weight. Okay, so here we do font weight, this one. Okay, font weight dot w 500. Okay, this is the one that we are going to assign. All right, now let's go ahead and hot reload, and it's already looking beautiful, wonderful. So now we can go ahead and copy this section, and we can put it over here as well. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, and we see that it gets bigger, but in our original design it's much bigger, and the font weight is also different. So let's go ahead and apply to it. So here we are going to apply font size as 26. Okay, and then font weight, okay, let's keep it as it is. All right, and then the color should be different, so let's go ahead and apply a color. So here we do color, and we're gonna call the color class and pass it a color code. So that is OX, and let me take a look. So here OX and FF3B 3B 3B, and let's hot reload. Now it's looking much similar like this one. In fact, these two are exactly the same. Beautiful. So with this, we have just learned how to have this color and how to text and style, actually how to style our text over here. So I'm going to reformat it. So with this, it's gonna look beautiful. So now we just saw that we can style our text. The thing is that as our app grows bigger, we'll have a lot of styles like this, and every time we have to write them manually. But this is not what we want. We want to reuse them. In fact, all of the styles, actually, we can save them in a separate file so that we can just directly use them whenever we need them. We just can call them. Okay, all right. Now to be able to do that, inside this base over here, I'm going to create another directory and I'm going to call it res, which means rest over here, actually rest of them. And then inside this I'm going to create a directory, and here I'm going to call it the directory styles. And inside this I'm going to go ahead and create a file, and here you can say file name appstyles.dart. okay, so now inside this we are going to save everything. And how to save them? The convention is go ahead and create a class, and over here we can call it appstyles. Now of course you can go ahead and create global variables and access them, but which is not a good practice. So you can go ahead and create a class, and using the class name you can access everything from this class from outside. So inside this here, the first thing, well, one thing you could do, you can create a variable, and the variable name would be color, and we call it primary color. And let's go ahead and do that. And inside this here we'll have const color, and then this would be used as our primary color for our app, so which will have FF687DAF. so this would be our primary color. Now over here inside this we need to import this color library. Looks like it's not recognizing. Let's click on more. Actually I'm gonna go ahead and import it from this material library or package actually. Now let's come over here, and then let's create a static variable, and the static variable would be color type, and we'll call it primary color, and then primary color, primary, this one. Okay, and now about static, const, and final, we'll have a dedicated section, and there we'll be talking about them. Now let's go ahead and create more of them. Now you see that over here we have created this text color. So in fact we can copy this, we can come over here and create a variable static color, and here would say text color, and const, put the color name. Okay, now you'll see that first we can try to change from here actually. So here we could do appstyles, okay, dot text color. Okay, and let's go ahead and see. Now it says that invalid const. Actually it's referring to this const over here. Let's remove that, and error should be gone. Now it's telling you, okay, you can put const in other places, because inside this widget, if there are dynamic things, you cannot put const before this because it becomes a parent. Because just now the whole parent was static, so that's why you were able to put const here. But now this part is static, but this is dynamic. So that's why you have to remove that, and you need to put const partially over here. Okay, cool. So that's what we learned. Now over here, let's go ahead and create more static variable. So another static variable here we could create of text style, because we are going to use this text style over here and here. So in fact we can go ahead and create variable for them. So here the first one we can say headline style and 1. So headline style 1, which means big letter. Now for this one, actually in fact we can copy everything from here. So let's go ahead and put here. Cool. Now we created this, we can copy this and we can just simply go ahead and remove this. Okay, so here we can say app styles dot headline 1. Beautiful. So you see this file become much more simple right now. Cool. But of course in this case we don't need this one because it's in the same file over here. It can access directly. We don't need dot operator. Okay, so now we can just simply go ahead and copy this, and then for now we're gonna put headline 3 and text size is 17, and we don't have any text color for this. For this one we are going to use default color, so it's not dynamic. So over here we can put const because it's static. When a widget is static, this is in front of that widget, you can put const. But like this widget, this is also a widget, this is not static. Why not? This widget depends on this one, so this one is coming from outside source, so that's why it's not static. We call it dynamic, as it could be changed anytime theoretically, so that's why it's dynamic. You can't put const over here. Now let's come over here and also remove this. Here we can say app styles dot headline 3. Okay, so now more and more our app is looking great and professional. Let's go ahead and work on this. Okay, cool. So which means that this part is already working and exactly like this. So now we just separated part of our code, and then we'd be able to actually work efficiently on this. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and work on this one, this container, and we already have a basic structure for it. So do remember that container has width and height, and of course you can design it. Now right now we're gonna design it so that it looks like this. Well, let me put up our app from here. Okay, so we'd be getting ready for putting an image over here. Okay, and how to do that. At the same time, notice that we will have border for it. Okay, the image itself. All right, now we can put an image border, but at the same time we can put an image inside a container. Okay, image itself is also used with image widget, which means that image widget we can put inside a container. And how to do that? But of course, to put it inside a container, we have some conditions or code to use. You cannot just write here image. Okay, you see that if you work on container, you will not see something called image over here. So we can put that, but we need to use a mechanism for that. Okay, so first go ahead and work over here. So we want a rectangle, so here we're gonna do 50-50. So 50-50 would give us a rectangle, and let's save it, and we see it's already become smaller. The next thing we want to do, use borders. Okay, now how to use borders over here? Well, to use borders, of course, once again, you also cannot find border over here, but what you find is called decoration. So it's a plain English. Decoration means decorating, making it beautiful, styling it, right? So that's what we are going to use, decoration. Okay, it looks like we are not getting that, so let's put it here, and then I can just type it in. All right, and if you do see hover over on this, it takes it's a type of decoration class widget. Okay, decoration class widget. Now what property to use for it? Let's see what class to invoke. Well, here it did say decoration, but actually you cannot, in general we don't go ahead and use decoration class for it. The one that we use is called box decoration, this one. Okay, and while it wants const modifier, we can ignore that. Okay, let's go ahead and check the other properties. So one of the properties over here, we do see that called border radius. So we can go ahead and assign border radius. Okay, all right, and then within the border radius, we can use border I'm not sure why my Flutter linter is not giving me hints. Okay, circular, we'll check that later. And here we can use 10. Okay, now let's go ahead and hot reload, and we see a crash. And let's go ahead and read the crash again. So it says it cannot provide both a color and decoration. So you cannot have color and decoration at the same time. This color and this decoration you cannot have at the same time. That's what it's saying. So we can only use one of them. That's the first thing it's saying, that, but we have both of them, right? So of course earlier we have used this one for debugging. Of course here it says that to provide both, use decoration, box decoration. So it's telling you that, okay, so if you do want to use this color, okay, now you can just pass in the argument of this box decoration widget class over here. You can pass it from here, but not really from here. Okay, so it's telling us we can pass color inside from this class. Okay, so let's go ahead and put it here, and now you'll see that if you hot reload, it's gone, the error is gone. So that's how you go ahead and read errors and fix them. Okay, so most of the time reading the error carefully helps you. Anyway, so now it's looking more and more beautiful. I mean, as you can see over here, we are looking more alike. And what's next? Well, now this time actually we want to show the actual image. Right now for images, first we need to do a bit of setup. And how to work with the setup. First you need to come over here, and then inside this over here we need to put, inside the root folder over here, we need to put our assets. Assets means our images or related stuff to it. Okay, so now if you go to the resources section of this lecture, you'll find a folder where it says that assets. So you need to unzip that file, and inside this of course you'll see assets folder, and then you need to drag and drop and put inside over here, and then it will show up over here. So make sure that you drag and drop inside your root folder. Okay, and then you'll see images like this, and these are the images that we are going to use throughout our app. Okay, so all the images are there, they're already given in your assets folder. Okay, cool. Now we have to do a next setup over here. So we need to come to our pubspec.yml file over here, and then we need to go ahead and unlock this place. Now there should be a section where it says assets, actually this one. Now we need to make sure that we are aligning with the structure over here. So let's go ahead and uncomment this. All right, now of course this destroys the alignment, but over here let's do it on your space bar, or the one that creates space, empty space in your keyboard. Let's hit 1, 2. So this one you need to press twice. Okay, the space bar of your keyboard. Okay, and now do the same from here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you have to do this. All right, so you have to have 4 spaces over here. All right, and then it says that images dot blur. Okay, now we don't want this, so we want to remove this. And now we're gonna come over here and we see that our assets are inside assets and images folder. So here we're gonna write assets and images like this. Okay, so assets and images. So we are telling Flutter, okay, so our images and assets are found inside this assets and images folder. Okay, so make sure that you have this one set up correctly, and the space has to be important. One more time, here 2 spaces and here 4 spaces. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and close this. Okay, so now we are ready. Of course, we don't want to use the color because we don't need that. So let's go ahead and remove that. And after that, over here, if you do see decoration, inside this there is a property, image property. So we're gonna use this one, image. Okay, and then over here we are going to use box decoration image. Okay, decoration image. Now inside this, let's go ahead and set up the other properties. Let's hover over on this, and here it says that you must have image argument. So let's go ahead and add this. We did this, so, and remove this now, and hover over on this. Here it says that you need an image provider. So what are image provider? Image providers are different classes in Flutter. One of them is network image. Okay, so this is an image provider. If you hover over on this, you will see mostly that network image. And well, it didn't specifically say this is an image provider, but we know this is an image provider because it provides an image for you. Now network image loads images from network. We can also do asset image over here. Now asset image loads images from your local storage. Okay, so this is also an image provider. So particularly there are 2 basic image providers. One is the asset image, other one is the network image. So we are going to use this asset image over here. All right, so now let's go ahead and find our images. So our images are in assets folder, images, and the first image that we want to use is called logo.png. Remember, now this could be a little bit of confusing because you're saying the path name over here, mentioning it over here, and at the same time you also have to mention it over here. Okay, otherwise you'll get error. Now this tells Flutter to know about your resources, where they are, and this tells Flutter code to find your images. Okay, so both of them has to be mentioned. Look like they are not connected, but they are, because Flutter still needs to locate your images for optimization, and this one also for showing it over here. So both of them have to be correct. If one of them is wrong, it's not going to work. Okay, so let's hot reload, and we see that images already showed up over here, and it's beautiful. Okay, now in your case, if it did not showed up, you need to make sure you go ahead and read the error message. If it doesn't show up, there would be an error message. Read that, try to fix that. The other one you could also do, go ahead and stop the app using this one, stop the app, and then run it again. Hopefully it would show up. And if you still don't see the image, you can send me messages. I'll try to help you. So now with this, we basically see that our layout is getting more and more like the one that we have seen our previous app over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and put this const modifier over here. Well, this is so far so good, but now this is not very good practice to put your image path directly putting over here. it may create a big problem in future. What problem? Because one day you might want to change the folder's name. Okay, now if you have, say, 100 images in your app, 100 different images, and initially if they were same in the same path, but now somehow you want to change because your app is growing, you want to restructure your app and resources and images, you might want to put them in a different path. So you have to find those 100 paths and then change one by one. So definitely this is not good. So we want to optimize this. So let's learn this, how to do that. So previously we have seen our lib folder. Here we have base, resources folder, now styles folder. Now inside resources folder, we are going to create a new file and we're going to call it media.dart. Okay, so let's go ahead and add it over here, media.dart, and over here we are going to create a new class, and here we'll call it app media. Okay, now inside this we can go ahead and create a static variable. Actually we could do static const, and then here we'll call it base image, and over here actually we can go ahead and put our images folder's name or path name, which is like assets images. Okay, like this, and let's put it here and we should be good to go. Now okay, so this is the correct image path, right? Okay, so this is the base image path. Now let's put underscore over here. So two things, we are putting static const. Now static means that this variable over here, it's not part of the class instance, but it's part of the class itself. Okay, which means that we can directly use the class name to access it. We don't need to use an instance or create an instance to do this. Okay, all right. And const means that, okay, once you assign the value, you cannot change it. Okay, so that's what, so we are assigning it and we don't want to change it. When the app runs during the runtime, we don't want to change it. So that's why we put const and static. And underscore means that this is a private variable. Okay, so private variable means that you can only access this within this class. You cannot access this out of this class. Okay, so that's why here we put underscore. Whenever you put underscore in Dart, that becomes a private variable. Private variable are only used within this class. Now regarding this, and now here we're gonna create another variable and we could call it static const and a logo, and then over here we are going to do this one, base image, and then we can mention our image name. What's our image name? logo.png. Well, in this case I think we can remove this slash because one slash is already here. Now what beauty you see in this, it's beautiful. Why? And it's optimized. So next time you want to change your image path, actually you just change here and everywhere else they would be changed automatically. Okay, so that's why you should separate them in a dedicated class. Okay, always separate your colors and media files in a separate class because it's good for optimization and future maintenance. Another example, like over here we changed the primary color. Now because we all put over here, so we just need to change in one place and everywhere else it'll change automatically. Okay, so you don't have to check one by one and make changes. All right, So every time we put images, we are going to follow this pattern. So next time we can just go ahead and add a new image over here, and we would use the base image path and then the image name itself. Okay, whenever we need that, we do step by step. Now let's come over here, and we're gonna be here, and inside this, okay, so this is the time we access our app media class. So here we would say app media. So app media. Let's go ahead and check if we can import that library. So app media dot, here we'll have logo. Okay, so that's it. So that's how, because now logo is a static variable, you can just go ahead and access it using the class name. This is our class name. So that's the beauty with static variables, because you don't need to create something like, you know, like this. Say for example, app media logo, app media, like that. You don't need to do like this. Okay, so it's very convenient. All right, so let's go ahead and restart our app. And looks like everything is good. You see that we have this row over here, and this row is showing this two text over here. Now, of course, this is supposed to be our search widget or search layout over here. Now we can continue to work from here, and we'll see that how they work. Now let me go ahead and remove this. Okay, and let's do hot reload. Okay, so it's still gonna work, so we don't have to always use the two widgets over here. So we can just simply put something like this. Now this thing is not really good, because here we can't apply any decoration. Let me show you our original app. In our original app, we'll have the decoration. I mean style, as you can see. So there's a lot of things that's going on over here. Now once again, when you have a main widget, or like this icon would be our main widget, and this text itself, now around it we have this style. Now this kind of style around main widget mostly given by a container. So that's what we want to do. We want to give it a container. Okay, all right, so that's what we need. Of course we understand that part, but I think there is another thing is missing at the same time. Actually, even though we can write search over here, but we don't have the search icon, so we need to go ahead and show the icon. Now for that one, we can have an icon over here. So to use an icon, simply we can use our icon class. Okay, so this is our icon class, and once again, since this is a class, we always need to pass something, otherwise it might end up as an error or showing nothing. But in this case, this is an error because we need something. Okay, now at least we need this icon over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and pass this icon to it. So how are we going to pass? But this time we are going to use Fluent system icon. Okay, system icons, this one. Now let's go ahead and import it. We already have it installed, and from there actually we could do IC Fluent search regular. So this is the icon that we want to use. Okay, and then over here we are going to use color. So icon takes color, so you're gonna do that, and here color, and inside this OXFFBFC205. So that would be our color code. So let's go ahead and hot reload, and beautiful. So it already showed up over here. But one thing I do see that at the top over here, we can assign sized box actually. And then here we could do height, Height, height 25. Okay, and most probably we can also use const with this. Okay, now it's coming down. Okay, so far so good. Now this row is showing this one, right? Okay, cool. But now the problem is we need to assign style to it. So we cannot assign extra style like color and everything to a row. So we're going to wrap it around a widget. So that would be our container widget. And if we have container widget, we have learned before that we can always assign decoration. Okay, so I'm going to copy this so that it becomes quick. So let's go ahead and put it here. Okay, so now let's hot reload, but of course we have some of this one which we don't need, like this image, right? So let's go ahead and remove that. We don't need this one. And one thing we could do over here, assign color to it. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we do const and then color OXFF 4F 6F, actually it should be 6FD. So this is the color that we want to assign. Let's go ahead, hot reload. Okay, that's gone. Right. And then actually we also want to assign a bit of padding, actually vertically. So how to do that? Over here we're gonna have padding, and then we would say const edge insets dot symmetric horizontal 12, vertical 12. Okay, cool. Now let's hot reload. Now it's looking more beautiful, but now we do see that we don't really exactly look like this. So we have some other issues that we need to take care. So one of the first issues should be actually the background itself, the whole background. Okay, so we still need to work on this so that it looks exactly like this. Now let's come over here and change this color code. Actually it has a typo, so now it looks like more white. Okay, and then we can also remove this one. We don't need this because this one pushes this two item to far end, but in fact we want them to stay close to each other, so that's why we are doing this. And we also don't need the word search icon, we just need search, right? So now it looks more similar. Okay, and then if you come over here, the bottom bar, this app bar, we also don't need this. Let's do hot reload. Okay, and then if we come down over here, container, over here actually we can add a new child. That child would be for creating some space as sized box. Okay, so now here we could do HEIGHT height 40. Okay, and then in front of it we can add const. Okay, now let's do hot reload. Cool. As you see right now they're looking very alike. The more and more we are doing, the more they look very alike. All right, and one of the other thing you could do, you could also set a background color over here like this one. If you remove this background color, it won't be like this, so it gets a different look, feel and look, but we don't want to have it. We want to have it, but at the same time we can actually define this color over here. So let's go ahead and do static color bj color, and then now let's come over here, we completely copy this thing, and then we are here, and let's put a const modifier, and over here we can simply call app styles dot, and over here bj color. I guess it should work. Hot reload. Okay, now they look very similar, exactly similar. Okay, all right. And one of the other things we could do over here, actually, okay, so first thing, I think we can add a const modifier here, but there's another property that we want to use. Now that property would be this one. So debug show checker mode banner, which refers to this one. If you hot reload, it'd be gone. Beautiful. So this is the first time our UI look exactly what we looked into before. Now I think there is another part missing over here, like this book tickets. Okay, now the book tickets, this section is coming from here, our style, headline style, and let's put it to 700, and let's see whether they look similar or not. Okay, right, hopefully we still have a little bit of differences. So for that reason, over here actually we can directly put bold, B-O-L-D, bold, and let's hot reload, and now we should be seeing that they're similar. Okay, cool. No, they're exactly similar. Each and every pixel, they're similar. Okay, so now we can move on to other sections. Okay, so here we go, and in this part we are going to continue with this text over here. Now here we'll have a special learning, like how to make a reusable widget, because you'll see that this text and similar text, they show up, and they may show up a lot later in future, like this. So whenever you see code like this, I mean a layout actually like this, which appears quite often, then you can use them as reusable widgets. Okay, now the name may sound scary or fancy, but it is not at all. It's just creating a widget and reuse it, and that's how it works. Now there are no hard and fast rules, but there are some conventions. And then how to do that, because this reusable widgets actually would be used throughout in our app in many different places, so we want to make them actually part of core widgets, which means part of base widgets. So over here we are going to create another new folder, and let's go ahead and do that. So here the folder name is widgets. Okay, all right, and inside this we are going to create a file. All right, so over here we can say widgets name app double text.dart. Okay, now I named it like this. The reason is because we'll have text, one text here and another text here, so that's the only personal way of doing thing. You can name it anything, but it's better, it makes sense. But the naming of this widgets folder, like over here, because in this folder we are just going to put widgets. And why we put in base class or base file, once again the reason is because whatever is here defined is used throughout our app, not only specific to certain screen, okay, or certain area. So that's why we do that. Okay, so over here I'm going to create a stateless class, and I'm going to name it over here as app double, okay, app double text. Okay, all right, and it may want us to import some of the packages. Let's go ahead and do that, and now the error should be gone. Okay, now I'm going to close others out. We don't need this now. we'll need this one. We also don't need this. We'll need this. Okay, cool. Okay, so we created a class, and this class is stateless class because it's extending statelets. Okay, all right, and now this class actually we want to reusable. Okay, so which means that we want to call it from different places so that it looks like this and this. Now, well, take a look at our app over here, this one. So we want to put the text here. Now, to be able to do that, first we want to go to our home page over here, home screen actually. So that's what we have currently, and previously we have this list view, right? Now inside over here we can have another const over here, and we're gonna call it sized box and height 40. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. And then of course if you save it, nothing's gonna show up over here yet. And then here we're gonna say app double text like this, but we need to import the path, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, all right, and let's hot reload. Once again, nothing appears over here, but one thing we could do, just to give it height and color so that we know what's going on. Okay, height say 40, width say 40, and color say colors dot red. Okay, and we gotta import stuff for that. Okay, we can just skip cappuccino, we don't need this. And let's restart, and we see that it's showed up over here. Beautiful. So it means that we can use a class that's defined in another file or another place. Okay, now of course so we want to pass this text. Okay, all right, so how to pass this? Now if we want to pass, we want to pass it over here, okay, as an argument. And how to do that? So we were going to pass two text. One is big text and there is small text. The big text would refer to this one. Small text would refer to this one. Okay. All right. So we can come to our class over here, and then over here we can declare the variables that we are going to get as argument. So here we're going to declare a variable type string. And here we can say big text, and then here another one, so string small text. Okay, now since this is a class and you defined variables and there is already a constructor, it wants this value to be initialized. At least it should get a value before it gets this constructor. Now for this reason over here we could do required this dot big text, required this dot small text, like that. Now you see the error is gone, which means that right now we can get this two variables value as in the parameters. So this is called parameters, right? Now of course over here we'll get issue. Okay, it's saying that okay, you have defined two parameters but you are not getting them, you have to get them as argument. So that's one, and I think we have another one, small text. Okay, now here we can say upcoming flights, and here we can just simply say view all. Okay, just like this, upcoming flights and view all. Okay, looks like we need to capitalize. Okay, so it should be capital F and then it should be capital V. All right, and then it wants us to put a const modifier, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, hot reload, but of course nothing is gonna show up over here Now we have the value, we received the value, the value has been initialized. When you say required, you must pass the value. Okay, we said required, we must pass the value. That's why earlier we have seen error. Okay, but now we pass the values and the error's gone. Okay, cool. So now we can show this value, right? So for example, over here, we can actually, let's go ahead and remove this. We don't need this. Okay, and what kind of layout we are talking about? We are talking about a row layout. Like earlier we learned that this is going to be a row, right, horizontally. So that's why it's a row. Now if it is row, then we can actually apply a lot of properties to it. So one of the properties is children, and which means that it will take a lot of child over here. One of them is text. Let's go ahead and assign big text to it. Okay, and let's go ahead and assign styles to it. We know we can assign style. So styles dot, we think we have headline styles style. I think we have headline style 3. I think that should be app styles, our class name. Okay, how to load, and we already see it here, and which is looking like this. Okay, all right, but now in this case we need to change this one, which will change very soon, don't worry. And the other one, and over here we want to use inkwell. Now inkwell is a special type of widget which has a property called on tap. On tap means if you click on this, it's gonna get response. Okay, so here we'd say, well, before we say that, so let me assign a child to it, child. And for child itself, over here we can use the text itself, and then here we're gonna say small text. Okay, and then that's hot reload, and beautiful. Now they're too close to each other. We're gonna use another property at the top, which we learned because this is a row. So for a row, horizontal axis is the main axis. So here we're gonna say main axis alignment, this one, and then here we're gonna do main axis align. I think I have a typo. No, my Flutter auto completion is not working. It has to do with kind of version, so I'm trying to fix that. Once that's done, then it would work. All right, so that's why you see I'm typing in everything. Of course this is a slow process, but you get the idea. Okay, so here we do see that, okay, we have styles to it already, okay, which almost looks like this, but now we need to assign the exact style to them. Okay, now to do that, here we're going to do our app styles class, and okay, let's go ahead and copy any of this, it doesn't really matter, and then we can call it headline 2. So we have headline 1, headline 2. So for headline 2, we can assign text size as 21 and text color. So let's go ahead and assign color to it. Do have color early? So this one, let's copy this and put it here. So what's going on? Text color, let's see. Did I copy it correctly? Yes, I did. And invalid const. Okay, right, this one, to remove this. Okay, so text color has been assigned, and then over here we also want to do bold. Okay, now let's come over here. So instead of 3, we're going to assign 2. So it's looking more like this, right? Beautiful. Exactly the same. Now the view all, this one, we have to assign a different color to it. Let's go ahead and remove this one. And here we have text style, this one. Okay. If you do come over here, you'll see that, okay, we don't have text style. So we need to actually create a new variable that's going to called text style. So let's go ahead and create this. So this would be our new variable, what refers to as text style. Now this would be also working as our base text style, the default one. Okay. Now let's go ahead and use this and hot reload, and we see that, okay, it's almost looking similar, but there's still a bit of problem. Remember, this one is going to work as our base style. Okay, this is going to be as our base style because it has exact color, exact font color and font weight. But what if we want to change? One way to work with this is that you go ahead and copy this and you give it a different name like this. Okay, but there is another approach that we can use. We don't need to recreate many variables like this. This is possible, but let's learn something new. This is called copy with. Okay, let's go ahead and do copy with. So copy with is a method actually that's pretty much applied to Flutter objects or widgets, which means that whatever the properties it has, keep some of them and remove others if you want. That's how it works. And it's copy. So copy some of the properties. What does it mean? It means, okay, you can keep some of them if you want and change others. Okay, it's more like, okay, this is working as a parent class and you want to change the parent to be a child. Okay, and then keep some of the parents properties and adding something new, or removing something from the parent and create a new copy. Okay, this is one way to understand. All right, so this is called copy with method. Now here we could apply color, and here we can say app styles dot primary color, this one. Now we already have this color. Now let's go ahead and save it. Now we do see that they exactly look similar. Other thing is this style over here, so it doesn't look like this because we do see that we have a bit of spacing, right? But we don't see the spacing now. It's too much to the edges. We can fix that. Now if you come here early, you'll see that this one we have applied out of this container. In fact, we can also copy this. We can, if you want, we can actually put it right inside this column over here and it would work exactly the same. Okay, and let's hot reload. Okay, so you see that now they're aligning very much. That's what I was talking. Now another thing, I said earlier that this is reusable, so you can say upcoming meetings. Okay, and hot reload, you see, beautiful. So you don't need to go ahead and create everything from the scratch again. We don't need to do that. So that's why this is reusable, but we don't need this now, so this would suffice. Now one important concept is this copy with method. In next lecture we're going to cover copy with method. Okay, so in this section we're going to learn about a concept which is called copy with method, because this method is very useful, common, and it used a lot in Dart. So let's come over here and we'll see how to do that. Now I think we need to find our main.dart class, this one, and definitely we can remove this. We don't need this. Okay, now we're gonna create a new class and do some examples here. Now remember, this has nothing to do with directly our app. We are trying to understand a concept. Okay, now here we're gonna create a class and we're gonna call it test class. You can name it anything, and then we are going to declare two variables, int y, int x, and int y. So these are two variables, and as you can see that there's wiggly lines, so either you have to use late over here. When you say late, that means that you're gonna give it some value before you use it. This is one way to go and use it, but we don't want to do that. We want to use a constructor. Remember, constructor is the class name, like over here, this one we have, but it's also like a method. It could have a body or it might not have a body. It depends on many things, but the same as a class name, that's called constructor. And if you have value, like variables, actually not value, if you have variables, you need to pass the variables inside the constructor. So this is what we are going to do over here. And then here we'll say required this.x, required this.y. Okay, so it means that when you create an object of this class, you're gonna pass value. And when you say required, that means you must pass. Okay, so that's why we tag them using required. Now, there are other properties that we'll learn later. For now, let's focus on copy with method. Now, what I'm going to do over here, so here I'm going to create a variable. We're gonna call it var, and here we can call it test. And then here we're gonna call it test class. And then over here we're gonna pass x2, y3. That's how it's gonna work. Now this required thing we are going to talk about later. Okay, for now let's keep it as it is. Now we have a class and it has two variables, and we have a constructor. And if we want to create a new instance of this class, we have to call the constructor, and as we call the constructor, we need to pass the value of these variables. And that's what we have done over here. And then here we can say print test.x. Now if you hover over on this, well, I guess we need to restart. Let's go ahead and do that. And here we see 2. If you change to y, then you'll say that here it's 3. So now, so for its normal class in Dart, the only difference is this time actually we have used required. Okay, now what if you don't use required? And that's okay, but if you don't use required, you need to skip this variables, sorry, the braces over here. That's still gonna work, but in that case you can't really have named. Okay, so we need to remove the name like that, xy. And if you run it, then it's still gonna work the same. Okay, all right, but so the difference is if you want to mention the name, then over here you need to use required, and that's what we have done over here. Okay, and let's remove this. Let's see what happens. It will give you a wiggly line, and it says that named parameter x is required. Okay, so this kind of parameter that you pass, that's called named parameter. Why? Because you'll have name like x, y. You can name anything. Okay, so you're gonna do x for y10. So we gave the variable's name over here, all right, and exactly the same name as they are here. Otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, all right, so y is 10. Now that's all about understanding our constructor and named variable. Okay, now this place required, this keyword plays an important role in a class and the constructor. Most importantly, if you want to use copy with method. Now in general you can name it anything, but we're gonna call a method, its name is copy with, and then over here we're gonna have int x. You can name them anything, but we can also keep the name as they are over here, and this is the convention like this. Okay, now I want this method to return an object, so here I'm gonna say test class. Okay, well now this method is going to return something, and that would be of test class type, and over here we need to say test class, otherwise we'll get error. Now over here once again you need to give it a name, say 20. All right, and then it's gonna work. Okay, all right, so we just said the method name is copy with, and then when you call the method you may pass variables, you may not pass variables. Okay, and whatever it is, it doesn't matter. So let's go ahead and here call it copy with. Now remember over here, so hover over on this, 2 positional arguments are expected with copy with method, but 0 found. Okay, so it wants you to pass over here, as you see that argument, so you need to pass 2 of them, but let's do x 30, y 40. We created this, and what if we want to save it in a variable var new test? Why we are doing that? Because we know that copy with method is going to return us another object of test class type, because we are returning from this method. As you can see, there's a method, it has a return type, and it returns something from here. So now here we can do print new test.y. So what's the value you think it would be? Would it be 4? Would it be 30? Or would it be 5? Well, in fact, it'd be 5. Let's go ahead and check. Sorry, y value, it should be 20, not really x value. I'm talking about y value. So it shouldn't be 10, it shouldn't be 40. In fact, it would be 20. Let's go ahead and check, and that's what we see. So this is the first y, and this is the second y. So what I'm trying to tell you over here, even though we are passing value from here, but this value is not being taken. Okay, it's still using this old the value that's been here. So of course it makes sense, right? Whatever the value you pass from here directly, that's gonna take this place, right? It would be overridden. Even if you pass value from here, we are grabbing it, right? And then we are not assigning to it, so the value actually is taken directly from here. So it's 20, so this value doesn't take effect. But what if I want this value to take effect? The 40, y value is 40 over here, right? Now definitely I can do like this, but now there is this problem. As you see, there is this error. Okay, so this is This y is optional, right? Because when you have a question mark, it could be null. But this y over here is not null, right? So that's one issue. And then if you do put this one, it's gone, right? So we are saying that, okay, it's not going to be null. Now let's go ahead and try this. Okay, now we see that 40 is taking place for y value. Why? So here we are calling copy with, so we are passing 30 and 40, and we are using whatever the value we are passing. Of course, we are passing both of this, 30 and 40. So y is 40. Now if we print x, we will see x is 30. And it seems like this is nothing special, right? This is okay. Now the problem is, what if you have 20 variables? What if you have 100 variables? So each time you just want to pass, in that case, if you have too many variables, you have to pass all the variables at one time, right? And this is not efficient. And what if you just want to change x value, but you don't want to change y value? You still want to take this y value, and you want to take a new x value from here. And how to do that? Okay, now this is where actually the full power of copy with method comes. So what do we need to do? First, we need to have this thing over here, just like this one over here. We have this curly braces. We can also put curly braces like this and to the end. Then what's the benefit of this? The benefit of this is that right now, first here you need to put like x30, right? But what if you don't put y? And it's still gonna work. Why? Whenever you wrap your variables like this kind of curly braces, and then you also have optional, you may not pass all of them. You can just choose which one you want to pass. All right. And then what about the rest of the values over here? And it's easy to do. How to do that? Here is the thing. So here you check like this dot x, and then here is the same thing, this dot y. So what is it doing over here? Well, once again, first we wrapped it around curly braces, and the benefit of this is that I can just pass one value, any value. If I want pass y, that's okay. If I want pass, that's okay. If I want just pass x, y both, and that's okay. If you have 100 variables, but you just want to pass 2 of them, and that's okay. That's the first benefit, and we can see it over here. We have 2, but we are just passing 1. And why? How it is possible? Because over here we have this, as you can see, this curly braces, and we also have the question mark. Question mark always makes it optional. Okay, so that's the first thing. And then over here, what we are doing, we are saying over here, okay, remember this copy with method is getting called from here, right? So that means it tells you, okay, you're passing value. So it's first check whether there is a value. It would first check for the x, because it's the first one. It'll see if x is coming from here. So what's going to do it over here? It's checking the x value, that this x, whether it's coming from here, and giving it here, right? Whether it has value or not. If it has value, use this value, which means that if it has new value, use that value. But if it doesn't have any value, use the old value. So this dot x is actually getting the old value. And where is the old value? It would be 4. But of course, if this doesn't exist, but in our case, we are passing 30. So it will just be execute this one and then assign the value to this. It doesn't need to come over here. But what about y? Now you'll see that here we are not passing y. Okay, so copy with method gets called, and y is here, and now here we check the y value. So y value is not given. It's not given over here. So this means this part doesn't execute. Now what happens? It comes over here. Okay, and it finds, okay, this dot y refers to this one. This refers to the original value, but originally there is already a value. When we created the first time an object we created, there is already a value. Okay, so then it would take the original old value, original last value. So our original last value is, what is that? This 10. So y value would be 10 over here. Now anyway, so after this changes, let's go ahead and copy this. Execute this. Well, as usual, we see first y value is a 10. All right, and then of course we can change it to x actually, so that we know, compare directly. So x was 4, we see 4, and over here, well, we pass 30 for x, and we print the value that we pass, and we see it's 30. But remember, over here we didn't pass any y value. Let's print the y value for this object, and here we see 10. Where is this 10 coming from? Even though I didn't pass anything, it's coming from here, because as I told you, if there is no value, then it's gonna check the value. If it doesn't exist, it takes from the original old value. Okay, and that's how it works. And that's the beauty of copy with method. That's like a lot of knowledge. So what's the beauty over here? Copy with method lets you create a new object. Remember, actually, in fact, over here we are creating a new object. Even though it looks like a method, but the method eventually returns a class constructor. So whenever you return a class constructor, you are always returning a new object. So this returns us a new object, and the new object is saved over here, and then we can reuse the value from the old object. Actually, this y value is a 10, which was passing from here. Okay, so the old value is still saved. Okay, so that's how it works. Now let's go ahead and create another variable. Okay, so here we're gonna say var, say new test 2, and then here what are you gonna do? So here we're gonna say copy with method, and now x 100. Okay, now this time actually let's say we don't pass x, we pass y. All right, now let's print new test 2 and y value. So let's go ahead and print this, and definitely we see 10 for y. Okay, earlier it was 10 over here because you didn't pass anything, it took this one, but now this time you passed 100, so this time it's just taking 100 over here. Now what about x? Let's go ahead and print that. Now this x value is 4. Where is this coming from? That's coming from here. Okay, because originally this one over here was 4, but what if you put this one over here? Now let's try. So here you see 30. So copy with method, based on whatever the object you give them, it takes value from that object. So this is the object, or this is the object, right? Now here we are calling copy with method based on this object, and here we are calling copy with method based on this object. So it's gonna take values, like in our case it's gonna take x values based on this object, whatever was there. Whatever was there, it was 30. Why it took 30? Because we are not passing anything over here. As you see, we just pass y. So that's the beauty of copy with method. It means that you can always pass less value, and then you can create new object based on the old object's value. And this is exactly what we have done over here. So here you see that we have this text style. Now text style has font size, text color, font weight. So what we have done over here, we just changed the color, but then that also means that our older value, font size 16, was still in our object, and font weight also was in our object. Now this copy with method we use a lot in our Dart. So once you understand how it works, it should be very clear. But anyway, so if you still didn't get it, I would suggest go ahead and replay the video and it's gonna work for you. Okay, so now we want to build this one and how to build this. But before we go ahead and build this, we have to understand this is going to be our global widget. Why? Because this is available here and this is also available here, as you can see, and at the same time this is also available here. So this ticket itself, we are going to build it as a global widget. Now to be able to do that, we need to come over here inside this base and widgets folder, and here we are going to create a new file. Okay, so we're gonna call it ticket view, ticket view dot dart, this one, and I'm going to add it to my Git. All right, and over here for now we are going to start it as a stateless class, the last one. If you're on VSCode, it's the same thing. So here we're gonna say ticket view, just like this, and it needs some imports. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, cool. So now with this we do see that, okay, our stuffs are ready. Now this would be our ticket view. Okay, so the first thing you want to do over here, okay, let's come inside this view over here. We have this column, so let's collapse this row, and then we have this container over here. So you're gonna collapsing all of them, and then here for now we can just simply go ahead and call ticket view, this class. Okay, all right, and make sure that it's imported at the top as a package. All right, and then we're gonna do save hot reload, and we do see that it's available over here directly. Now this is our placeholder. This placeholder is being coming from here. Now of course definitely this is not what we want, so we are going to replace this. We don't need this placeholder. We're going to replace this with a sized box. Now why we are choosing sized box instead of container? Because here you see that sized box has only this 3 of this. It takes arguments over here: key, width, height, and child. Most importantly 3, because key in general we don't really care most of the time. But if you do have a container over here, and here you'll see that it has tons of arguments that it needs to take. Now of course this is not optimized because it's much bigger than the file is much bigger than sized box. So the place where you just need width or height and child, so you want to limit yourself within sized box because it makes more sense and makes your app faster. So that's the first thing you want to do. All right, and now at the same time let's look at our app over here. Okay, so here this is our ticket, right? Now this ticket would be represented by this file, and this file, or this class, actually this class is going to represent this section. And if you do see that over here, it doesn't take the complete screen width, it just takes part of it, and another part it shows up like that. Okay, so one thing we want to do over here, we want to access the width of this screen. So here we'll have final size, we're gonna call it size, and then we are going to have something called media query. Now media query, I think we're gonna get this one, and then of context, and after that size. Okay, Now this is going to give us the size of this screen width, okay, or the whole screen actually. In fact, if you go ahead and try to print over here, we'll say size dot, here you can say height, okay. So if we want, we can go ahead and print it, and down bottom you see that, okay, this is 932. So the size object itself has other properties that we can use, and so this is the width 430. So that's why we can have it. And now beautiful thing is, after that we can control this width over here, okay. So here we can size dot width, and then over here we're gonna just take 85% of it, okay. Now with this let's see what's going on. So here we do have const, let's remove that. So the whole this sized box, this is gonna be in terms of width, we're just gonna take 85% of it, okay, and the rest we will take care of that later. Okay, so this is the reason that why we have it. I mean, now it's going to be dynamic, right? Because whenever you have different screen size, it's still going to take 85%. So you don't want to hard code it by saying 400 or 380, because in every screen it would be different, okay. So that's why here you don't want to hard code it by saying 380, rather than we are taking a percentage of it, and this is how it becomes more dynamic, okay. All right, and at the same time, here's another thing that we want to take. This is called height. Now this height is going to be interesting. Well, now for height, what we could do. Now height is the problem in many different places, both on Android and iOS. So over here, for now, we can just go ahead and say, for example, 178 or 79, and this is gonna suit us. But why we do like this? We can of course do 80, but in my original design, with the design layout, we have used 179. That's why we are doing that, okay. Now this one, regardless whatever the screen it is, we're gonna keep it pretty much the same height, okay. So that's why this one is pretty much fixed. All right, now over here we're gonna have this child, and child itself we can say container, and then we can say color, and here color is, say for example, colors.red, and looks like we need to import something. Okay, and we don't need this. Okay, and then here we can have a child, and then we'll do text and say hello. Now let's go ahead and save it, and we do see that this is what we actually were looking for, and this is what we got. Let us take a look. So this guy was here. Okay, so that's kind of the thing that we are looking for. Okay, now of course we're gonna work on this more. Okay, it looks like it's taking more, but don't worry, we'll work on that more. And so let me put it behind it. Okay, right, so you get the idea. Okay, and then over here I think we can apply a margin. So what kind of margin? Margin would be applied outer side from this container. So here we're gonna do edge inset.only, and then we just wanna apply on the right side. So let's go ahead and do, and here we're gonna do 16 pixel, and see now it becomes smaller. And in this case, this and this are looking similar in terms of width and height. So this is the basic layout. In next section actually we'll start to make it looking more like this. Okay, so here we're gonna do one thing. Before we dive into this complex UI, first take a look at what we are going to do and how we are going to work on the layout, and we'll also see the layout in structured grid so that it makes more sense to us. So over here, this is what it looks like. So the ticket itself would be wrapped inside a container, and then over here inside this we'll have a column. Actually, column would contain the whole ticket. Okay, well, I haven't drawn the column yet because it's too many lines here. It won't be visible, but you get the idea. This column would be actually the whole ticket, And then inside the ticket we'll have 2 rows, this one, and this 2 would be inside the column needs children, so it could be any children. In our case, we're gonna put this 2 different colors item there so that it can stay on the top of each other. So that's the first view of our ticket. Now here, this is a better view of our ticket layout. Now over here, as you can see, once again, as I said, that this part would be a container. That's our container, like this one. Okay, and after that, the ticket itself would be a column. So over here, this one, the second box or rectangle represents the column itself. And inside this, as I said earlier, we'll have 2 rows. So these are the 2 rows, as you can see, row 1 and row 2. And inside each of rows, we'll have different items. Okay, so we would put them together next to each other. Okay, so that's the basic understanding of how we are going to work on this layout. Here I have this center widget, right? Container widget actually, and then I'm gonna wrap it around using widget. So here I'm going to do center. So if you're on VSCode on Windows, you need to do control and dot button. Control and dot would help you. If you want to wrap this, so all you need to do control and dot. Okay, like this. Okay, if you're on Mac for VSCode, you need to do command and dot. Anyway, so I'm back to Android Studio over here. So I'm going to save this and then, okay, let me rerun it. Okay, so now here we go. So the first thing we want to focus is styling this one. So to be able to style this over here, I'm going to have a decoration. Okay, so we're gonna do decoration and then box decoration. Okay, then we're gonna use it from our material package. And then over here inside this, the first thing we want to do is color. So here we do colors.white. Now as soon as you do this, and you'll get error because we also have colors here. So let's go ahead and save it. And here we go. All right, so this is the white color we want to give it. And then over here, we're gonna declare our or assign our radius. Okay, so because we have radius in our original design, so here we're gonna do border radius, this one, and then here we would do border radius dot only over here, and we want to only assign one border, not everywhere, so that's why we do only. And over here we want to do top left. Okay, top left. Now here we're gonna call radius dot circular, and then our radius should be 21. Now let's go ahead and save it, and here we go. And here we do see that over here it already changed. Okay, now we are just doing one, right? Actually we can do a lot more. So here we can say top right, and once again here we can do radius dot circular and 21. Let's save it. So now it looks more like what we wanted, and like this, both of this. So now it's getting more and more beautiful. Now this color over here, white, makes it very visible, but this is not the color we want. So we want a different color. Now to be able to do that, let's see if we have our color file over here. Looks like the color file is not open, so I'm going to come over here in our resources folder, styles and app styles over here, and here actually we can define color. So let's go ahead and do that. So here at the top, let's define a color, static color. Okay, ticket color. Now look at this. Over here we'll have this kind of blue and orange. Okay, so now over here we can set ticket blue, and then const color, and here the color we want to define is OXFF526799. so that's the color that we want to define. And as you see over here, we already see the color. Now let's come over here in our ticket view. So over here we're gonna call app styles, I think this one. Okay, but we want to get it as a package, and then app styles dot ticket blue. Now let's save it, and beautiful. So we already see the blue color. Cool. Now, of course, there is other color as well, but we'll take care of that later. So keep it as it is. So now after this, we are going to work on our app. So this one, we want to make it look like this, right? So the first thing we want to do right now, having a child inside this container, and we already have one, as we can see that. Okay, but this one we want to replace by column, as we said earlier. So we want to have a column widget, just like we have explained over here. So inside container we'll have a column. Okay, now inside the column, what do we need? We need two children. Okay, row and a row, so both of them are children. Over here we are going to have a row. Okay, and a row will have children, as we know. Once again, this is what we learned from here. So if this is row, there would be many children. So that's what we're going to do. Now inside the children over here, first we are going to have a text over here. Now the text itself should say we are going to show NCY. Okay, this one, NCY. So let's go ahead and do that, N or NYC actually. And then over here we want to style it. Okay, so that's why we'll have style, and within it we'll have like this. So we'll have app styles. So we have this one, and then here we can address headline 3. Now after doing it, here we can use copy with method, because we know that there is something called a copy with method. And then here the color, here would say colors dot white. So we want to assign white color to it. Okay, and for now that seems okay. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so that's the first part, and now let's save it and let's see how it looks like. Now, okay, this is fine, but it doesn't look really that good. So here we're gonna do a padding and add insets all. So here we're gonna do 16 as our padding. Let's save it. So now it came down. So now there is padding everywhere. Okay, so it came down within this container itself from everywhere. So it's pushing inward from all the sides. Okay, all right, so this part is fine. Okay, so the next thing we want to show is this too, right? And as well as this one. And now luckily what happens over here, that this text itself actually you can go ahead and copy, and we can put here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that, and let's save it. And if we save it, now we're gonna see the result. Where is it? Okay, here. Now of course they're too close to each other, and we don't need to worry about this thing. One thing we could do over here, something's called expanded. Okay, and then we're gonna use container widget. Okay, and now let's save it, and you see they go to the far end of each other. This is the expanded widget. But say for example you don't want to use expanded widget, then how to achieve the same result? Here you can do main axis alignment. For row, the main axis alignment is horizontal alignment. Main axis alignment dot space between. So this is still gonna work. Okay, so it would work anyway, but our alignment is a bit complex, so this is not going to work for a long time. So we want to control everything on our own. So, and this gives us better control. Okay, so that's why we are doing this thing. Okay, so now this dots, then we need to show this dots. Okay, so now we're gonna do this. Now to be able to do this, they would be global, right? Because these two are showing over here and over here, as you can see on all the tickets, and as well as over here. So we want to make it part of our global widget. Now to be able to do that, let's come over here inside widgets. So here we are going to go ahead and create a new file, and we're gonna call it big dart. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that, and then over here we are going to create a stateless class. So here let's go ahead and do st stateless and big dot like this, and let's go ahead and import this guy over here. Now definitely we don't need this. Let's remove this. Here this would be a container, and let's go ahead and return stuff. Okay, so let's remove this, and now let's come inside our app over here. So here simply we can just go ahead and call big dot this one. Okay, so we're going to import it as a package. Let's go ahead and do that. Big dot, actually this one, and we're going to do the same over here. Actually okay, it should be here between these two, big dot. Okay, fine, and it looks like there's a bit of issue. Okay, and it looks like we need a little bit of refactoring, otherwise it's being cranky. And for now, put a const modifier and do the same over here. Now let's go to our big dot over here, and as we make changes we'll see them. Okay, all right, so here we want to do decoration, box decoration, because we just want to draw something round. Okay, so that's why we need that. Now with box decoration you could do pretty much any kind of shape you want. It gives you a lot of flexibilities. Border radius .circular and 20. Now this is not obvious from the beginning, so here we are going to give it a color. And now we could directly give it a color, or actually we can give it a border, and within the border itself we can do more stuff. So here inside this, here let's give it a width, and we're gonna give it a width of 2.5. and then over here let's go ahead and assign color to it. So here we'd say color and colors dot white, and I think we have a typo. White. Okay, let's go ahead and import it, material package, and it's done. Now we're gonna save this thing, and we do see that. Okay, so there are two small dots, but they're actually really small. Now let's come inside this container, and over here let's assign padding to it. So here with the add in sets dot all 3. Now let's save it. Now we do see that they got much bigger, just like the one that we were seeing over here. Okay, all right, so they're exactly the same size.
Okay, so let's continue. Now we do see that they're on the very far two sides. Now it's easy to solve. And how to do that? Right now we see that we have only one container widget, right? Expanded widget actually, so not container. So you can put two more, one here and one here. And if you do hot reload, okay, now we see that they're at correct place. Okay, so that's the beauty of this expanded widget. With the expanded widget, actually you can proportionally put a lot of the items, and then the idea is if you right after each child you have to have a expanded widget, and then it's just gonna work. Okay, so like here you see 1 2 3 4, so we have 4 children, so we have to have 3 expanded widget. The idea is if you have 5 children, then you have to have 4 expanded widget. So number of expanded widget in a row, if you want to put proportionally, should be 1 less than the actual child. So that's what we have to remember. Now the progress is good. So what to do next? Now earlier we said that we also want to put stuff in it. Okay, now this part is going to be a bit complex. Now before we put stuff in it, so right over here inside the expanded widget, we can actually put kind of say a child like text, and we can say hello. Let's save it, and we do see that hello actually showed up over there. Now how do we go ahead and put other stuff in it? To be able to do that, first we need to look at our original design over here, and a few things you have to see over here. The first thing is that, well, there are this number of dots over here, as you can see. Okay, so that's one thing. So first we have to have dots, and then actually we also have this aeroplane icon. Now this aeroplane icon is actually on the dots, so it's overlapping this the aeroplane icon is overlapping the dots. Now here it gets a little bit tricky and complex in two senses. First we see the dots, but actually the dots are not fixed. The dots are counted based on the space given. Okay, so it's more like if you have more space, you'll have more dots. If you have less space, you'll have less dots, something like that. And then we also have to have this overlapping section over here. Okay, this aeroplane itself. So this is what that we are going to work next. Now, as we talked about earlier, that these two are going to overlap. Now, how to work with this? The first thing, we need to remove this container itself. Okay, we can't have container for overlapping, so we have a special widget. When two items they overlap, the special widget is called stack widget. Okay, and stack widget actually takes children instead of child. So here I have to have children. Okay, now the theory is that because they're going to overlap, so that's why it will have children. So stack widget would put the children on overlapping manner. Okay, so because it is children and because they have to overlap each other, so that's why we are stacking things onto each other. Okay, so stack widget means where it will have stuffs onto each other, on the top of each other. Okay, and then that's why you need a lot of children to do that. Okay, now let's go ahead and continue. So first let's go ahead and make sure we have a widget, and we can give it sized box, and within it we'll have child, and the child itself will have, say for example, text. And here for now we want to give it dot 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 because we want to for now follow this dot dot dot, or actually dash. They're not really dot. And then over here we are going to have a text for them. Now let's go ahead and save, and we already see this, right? And then after this sized box over here, we can have, say, another widget, center widget, and then we'll have child, and then we could do text, and then we can say plain. Okay, and let's save it. And here we see, so here we do see that this dot dot dot, or the dashes, and the word itself, the text itself has overlapped, but here it's empty, right? So what we could do then, here we can increase more actually. Now the layout breaks. Okay, now that's where actually I was saying that this part is pretty
complex, because now we need to find a way to dynamically calculate the space between these two widgets. Okay, dynamically calculate the space between these two widgets, and then based on that we can actually go ahead and find that how many dots we want, because it would be easy. That would be basic math. Okay, so here we are going to broaden our understanding how to get this dynamic space or width and then generate widgets. Like as you can see over here, these dots are actually widgets. Okay, so any kind of thing on the pixel or as a pixel, you see that would be a widget in Flutter. Anyway, so layout builder would give us this space, available space, and list.generate would help us to first to know how many items we want, and then it would generate. And then actually the size of these widgets generated would be given by sized box or any other widget like container. That's also okay. So the basic math over here is, so we'll have this available space, which is the most important one, and we'll get it through layout builder. And then we'll have a random number. You have to divide this available space using this random number to actually generate a certain amount of number over here, and that number would be given to list.generate, and then it would generate certain number of widgets for us. Now take another look so that we understand it better. Okay, so here there's another picture that would help us to know. For example, we have two widgets over here, widget 1 and widget 2, and we want to get the available space or width between these two widgets. So what do we need to do? Between these two widgets, actually we need to insert layout builder. So as I said earlier, layout builder would get us width. Okay, and then here of course we see a new widget which is called flex. Why we need that? Before we need that and why we need that, let me tell you about list.generate widget. As I said that earlier, list.generate would help us to generate widgets. So how it's going to do that? It would take this width, and earlier picture I told you that we also need a random number. So this is the random number and this is the width. So based on that, the input would be given to list.generate widget, and then it would actually generate widgets for us. But at the same time, it would take this sized box because you actually want certain widget, okay, not a random widget. So either you want container or sized box or anything like that. Okay, so now where's this flex coming over here? Say for example it generated 10 widgets. Okay, now this 10 widgets actually would be sitting together, not spaced. Like here, as you can see, there are spaces between these two widgets. So to create this kind of space between the widgets, that's why we need this. Okay, so that's why we need this flex widget. So eventually we'd be able to generate widgets, and that widgets would look like this. So this one, I put it here so that you understand better. Now, why do we put in steps like this? Because you know, Flutter, all the widgets are nested. So layout builder, inside it will have flex, inside flex will have list.generate, and inside list.generate will have sized box. And eventual output would be a dynamically generated widget like this based on your layout builder. Okay, so now since we have the basic understanding of how this works, so now we're gonna go ahead and actually start implementing on this, and this is where we want to focus. Well, so inside this sized box widget, this one, we don't want to have it. Well, even before that, let's go ahead and create actually a new widget in it. Okay, so here I'm going to create a new file, and here we're gonna call it app layout builder widget dart. So let's go ahead and add it, and then over here we're gonna create a stateless class, and we're gonna call it app layout builder widget. Okay, now let's go ahead and import the necessary things. Okay, cool. And then over here we can just simply go ahead and call here app layout builder widget. Okay, so this is what we're gonna import, and we're gonna keep as it is. Now, a few things that we have to know that earlier we learned that we also need to pass a random number. So that's what we are going to do. Now, if we're gonna pass a random number, we need to grab it over here. Okay, so here we can say final int random divider. I think that's your divider, this one. This is what we want to do, and we also want to pass, okay, I think regarding this I'm gonna talk back later. Now here, this is something that we would say this is required this dot random divider. So this is what that we want whenever we call this class. We want that you have to pass this one, so that's why we said this is required. All right, and from this moment on, now we're here we can also say random divider, and we're gonna pass 6. You can actually pretty much pass any number, and we'll also talk about that later. Okay, now let's come over here and remove all of it. And here we're gonna pass layout builder widget. This is what we said earlier, that the first thing we want to pass is layout builder widget, and inside this here we can pass build context, and then box constraints like this, and then inside this we're going to return over here. Okay, let's go ahead and return, and the error should be gone. Okay, so now inside this it does want you to return something, so return flags like this. Okay, and of course instead of flags you need to set up some arguments like directions, this and that. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up the directions first, and axis dot horizontal. Okay, right, so we want to put things horizontally, so that's why we put that here. Okay, so now this is fine. A few things to know that now earlier we learned that we need to pass layout builder. Let me find my file. Okay, most probably this one, right? So here we learned that we need to pass layout builder, and that's what exactly we are doing. And after that we also said flex widget, right? And that's also exactly we are doing. So layout builder flex, but of course these are some arguments that we need to pass. Now I didn't mention that, but you need to do that. And most importantly, box constraint, and in fact this is the one that actually gives you a lot of information. And it's so interesting that over here actually we can go ahead and print. So let's go ahead and do like this, constraints dot constraint, this one we can use this. So this is right away will give us some interesting information. So let's go ahead and open up a terminal. Well, we don't need to open up a terminal, so we can actually, we'll also say it over here. Okay, now let me go ahead and run it. Okay, so here you do see that we do see 74. And what is the 74? 74 is the space between these two widgets. Okay, so that's what has been printed over here, and that's how actually the layout builder widgets work. Okay, so they are always between two widgets and the space. So we already know that we already have this one, and that's what we wanted. Okay, so I said earlier that layout builder gives you like the space between two widgets, and that's what it's giving us. Now, of course here we have flags, and of course we need to use the flags. We are not there yet. Okay, so there are other properties that we use from flags. Okay, so now over here there's the property called children, and inside this we want to put a list of widgets. Now over here, this means list of widgets, okay, this kind of thing. But here we have a widget or class lister generate. Actually, this widget lister generate, we can use this one. Now the important part is over here, length. So how many to generate? Well, interestingly enough, the first thing we could do over here, we can take this one. Okay, so let's go ahead and take this, and after that we can pass a random divider. Okay, now this random divider may actually return us float or decimal numbers. So over here we're gonna wrap it to floor, so which means integer number. Okay, like for example, if you do here wrap it to floor, you'll see that this just 74. Let's go ahead and run it. And okay, here we have error. So now let's go ahead and run it. You see just 74, because when we use dot floor on a certain number, what happens is that it gives you complete integer, the closest integer. Now of course, what's gonna happen over here, you can also do like this, random number, and based on that, let's see what we get. Okay, you can do hot reload in 12, because we had 74 and it looks like we are dividing by what is it, we are dividing by a number which is a random number. And what is this random number though? But this random number is coming from here, 6, so we are dividing it by 6, and then we see it here 12. Okay, but if you do remove it, this floor dot floor, and we'll see that, okay, well, it's not close to 12.5, so it takes the closest biggest integer, which is 12. Okay, and so that's how it works. So now we know that over here it's telling you that, okay, it's going to generate 12 of the widgets, because remember, if you hover over on this, the first one is the length, that tells you how many widgets to generate. So here actually we are generating 12 of them. Now the main two important factor is this, for this constraint width and random number. But of course, if your random number is bigger, then it will generate a fewer widgets. Remember, the smaller it is, more widgets, the bigger it is, fewer widgets. Okay, so here we know that now it's going to return us 12 of them, because we are doing floor, right? And then later on, earlier we also said that we need sized box. So far we have layout builder, flex, and list widgets, and now sized box. Now the equal spacing thing, I'm going to come back soon. Let me go ahead and do this sized box first, because the order is a bit weird though, the way we're doing it. Anyway, so now here we are inside this sized box, and then here we could do width, say for example 3. Oh, let's save it. Okay, well, nothing is visible here yet, but how about we're gonna put a color over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and put color. But in fact, the problem is inside this sized box, you can't really put a color. But here we can first put a child, and there is another widget which is called decorated box. We can put that one, and then we can do decoration, and then here box decoration. Okay, box decoration, and inside this here we can put color, and we can do colors.white. And it looks like we also need to import the package. All right, so this one, right? So now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so it looks like it's still not visible. Now the reason is here we do have width, but we don't have height. So let's give it a height, and height say 1. And then now let's save it, and here we go. Now it's already up there, but it's too small. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now here is this thing, the one that I was telling you, that this one, the flex comes in. What does this flex do? Well, this flex actually helps you to spread them equally, but you need to tell it to do that explicitly though. So here we can do main axis alignment. So once again, main axis alignment dot space between this one. So let's go ahead and do that, and let's go ahead and run it. And as you can see here, it already spread them separately. Okay, and now they're extending from the left to the right, and this is beautiful, and that's exactly what we wanted, and this is working. And then over here, let's see what's happening. You can also put a const modifier. Okay, so it's gonna work. So far this was the most complex part, and we just did that. So as we said earlier, that we need all these things. So what are the things that we need? We need a layout builder, we needed a flex, let's generate, and then sized box, and then we had eventually a sized box. But regarding sized box, in fact, you can also replace this with a container. Then you'd be also able to actually decorate it, so it doesn't really matter. And here, this part plays an important role. Now before I wrap up this one, here we need to make some changes. Let's go ahead and put const modifier so that our code looks beautiful. Now here, this is not at the top, so there's this problem. Now to be able to do that, over here we can put, say, height, because sized box takes height, right? And then here let's put 24. Let's save it. Now it came down. Now as it came down, over here we also have this one. Now we are going to actually comment it out. So now it looks beautiful. So with this, we are pretty much done with this section, the one that we are doing with layout builder. Now we have this. Another thing you have noticed, I have increased the screen font size over here, so it looks much better and more readable. All right, so now what do you want to do next? This is the thing we want to do, showing this icon over here. And how are we going to do that? Let's come over here inside this ticket view, and previously we had this one, and let's let us save it. Okay, and we see over here whatever it is, most probably plain. Okay, but now here the first thing we want to show is an icon. Actually, we don't want to show this thing, we want to show an icon. So here, icon, and icons dot local airplane rounded, this one. Let's save it, and we already see it there. Beautiful. And at the same time we can do color to it, and then over here we can do colors dot white. Okay, beautiful. Now at the same time, you'll see that this is not the direction we want. We want a direction like this. So this is from departure to destination. So how to do that? Now this part is tricky. Well, actually there's an easy way, even though it looks tricky. So I'm going to wrap it around using another widget. So I'm going to say a widget, and then we're going to give the widget a name. And what is the widget name? So in Flutter there is a widget called transform, and within it there is a special class that or method actually rotate this one. You can call this and it's gonna work, but at the same time it's gonna say it needs an argument angle, so add that one. So here we're gonna do 1.5 and it should work. And let's see, we do have issues. So over here, let's remove the const over here and then put const over here. And then if you save it, as you see that it already changes direction, and beautiful. And at the same time over here looks like we can also put a const modifier, and that would be our new widget, which is transform rotate. So whatever you do over here, icon or image, whatever is that, if you want to rotate it, all you need to do over here, you need to rotate by calling transform.rotate. And as you see over here, and there is a basic formula that how the rotation works. So it's given over here, math.pi and divided by 12. Okay, so now this is gonna rotate in clockwise. You can also rotate in anti-clockwise. So let's go ahead and save it. So anti-clockwise is like this direction, and this is clockwise direction. Okay, so with this we are done with this section, how to show this. But even before we finish this, over here actually we want to do LDN London. So here we see 1.5 and we see that this is an angle, but no way this is an angle, right? Because earlier it was vertical, now it's horizontal. That means that it's not 1.5 angle. So if you look at the documentation over here, it'll say that, okay, this example rotates an orange box containing around it by 15 degrees. So it's not 15 degrees, it's 1.5 radian. Okay, the unit is different, even though the documentation said that it is degrees, but there's a relationship between degrees and radians. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look. So here I have this simple presentation where you'll see the simple math and how they are connected. So we know that if this is a circle, the circle is total 360 degrees. One rotation is 360 degrees, so pi is 180. And then if pi is 180, of course we can say that 180 equal 3.1416, and that's in terms of radians. So that's why I wrote the unit here, and this is in degrees, right? So 180 degrees equal to this, then 90 degrees should be 1.57 radians. So the question is why we have 90 degrees and why not 45 or 60? The reason is because you want to go from vertical to horizontal. So you want to have a 90 degree change. So that's why you do 90 equal 1.57 radians. So this is the basic math over here that if you want to understand, that's good, because programmers should understand a bit of math and how things work. All right, so yeah, this is the basic relationship between degrees and radians, and that's how actually it works over here. Then the other thing is, okay, well, actually why it's 1.5? Because if it's 1.5, it's a little bit tilted. So just now we learned that we can do actually 1.57. So let's go ahead and do 1.57. All right, so now if you save it, you'll see that, okay, it is exactly vertical. So let's take another look at how it works. So if it's 0 degree, let's save it. So it's vertical like this. And if it's not 0 degree, once again, it's 0 radian. And then 1.57, then it makes it 100%, what is that? Horizontal. Then of course we can also do negative rotation. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so it's negative right now this way. So in general, if we have plus sign over here, positive, that means it's rotating clockwise like this. Okay, so you can imagine this is a clock, and then it's rotating, the hands of the clock is rotating like this, and that's the positive direction. If you put minus over here, then it would be negative directions. Okay, so that's how it works. Anyway, so after this, hopefully it makes sense the how rotation work. Well, hopefully in future we'll see that if we can rotate it and animate it, which means that just changing this one dynamically and updating the UI. We are not ready for that yet. Okay, so the next part is pretty easy. In next part, actually, we want to show this one, this line over there. But interestingly, we already laid out the foundation for the first part. So let's go ahead and create a comment over here. Here we say show departure and destination with icons. First line. Okay, all right. And then we are going to copy this. I'm going to put it here, and then over here I'm going to make another comment, show departure and destination names with time. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, and then we'll see that it's already there. So we'll fix it, don't worry. Now before we go ahead and fix this, few other things that we need to change over here. So this part is New York, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, New York. And now looks like everything is hard-coded. Don't worry, we'll fix them very soon. And then over here, soon would be loading them dynamically, so you can just follow along with me. It's not going to temper anything with us. Now the only problem is this one over here. Now this part is look at this right here, expanded widget. So here we have big dots, so we don't need any of these things. Okay, now in fact we can just go ahead and copy one of this and put it here, and in this case the only thing we want to change is this one, 8h30, which means 8 hour 30 minute. Okay, so that's what we are doing now. Now let's go ahead and save it, and this is what we see. Beautiful. So right now actually we are looking more like this, and we are getting closer to it. But I think there is a space between these two rows, so we're gonna do that. And then here we do sized box, and here we're gonna do height and 3, and that's all we want to do. So you're gonna push it down a little bit, and most probably we need a const modifier. Now let's go ahead and save it, and that's what we see, and this is beautiful. Okay, all right. So then apart from this, there's also a top part that where we need to put a little bit of spacing, otherwise it doesn't look good. Where here, so we need a little bit of spacing. Now this is in ticket view, while over here we have this one. So we are going to copy this. We're gonna come over here at the end and put it here, and let's save it. Now it came down too much, we don't need all of this, so we're gonna just do 20 and we would be happy. So just like this we did 20. Okay, all right, so now we are looking more alike. Wonderful. Okay, so right now we have an issue. What is the issue? The issue is that it's taking the whole space over here, right? It should be a different color. We don't want it to take the whole space over here, because over here we'll have this orange color, so that's what we want to do. Now for this reason we need to refactor the code. And how to do that? Now over here we are going to actually wrap this around this section around a container, another widget. Let's go ahead and do that. So here we'll have container. Okay, looks like we don't have container, so I'm going to go ahead with widget and then replace this with container. Okay, all right, and let's go ahead and save it. And if you restart it, nothing's gonna change, the same as before. And this one, we can actually move out of it over here. All right, and let's save it. And okay, let's restart, no changes. And one more change over here. Okay, so we want to wrap this around another widget, and that should be a column. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, and that's how it works. And you see that this way we see half of it, and that's exactly what you wanted. All right, now the design doesn't change much, but if you go ahead, okay, and let's save it, we see the other one. But of course we don't want to have it like this, but that gives you the idea. For example, if you wrap this around, okay, so we can have, say, colors.blue. All right, let me go ahead and do that. Just say, for example, colors.blue, or actually colors.orange. Okay, let's go ahead and save it. And we see it like this, but this is not exact color that we're looking for, but we are going to change it. But now over here it's top left, so you can change it to bottom left. Okay, then that would be a quick change. And over here bottom right. Okay, and let's go ahead and save it. Beautiful. So with this, we actually looking very close to this. Wonderful. Okay, so now this one looks like this one over here, and we do see that we have an extra space over here, this dots, and there's two circles over here. Actually, it may look scary, but in fact we can draw them easily. Now we already have these two containers, right? So between these two containers, actually we can get another container, and we can give it, say, for example, give it kind of height, say give it height 20. Okay, well, let's save it, and you see that it came down, and it's like it's going to work, but yes, we do have a problem over here. So what we could do, say change it to 8. All right, now the overflow issue is gone. So it looks like we are able to separate this two container using a different color mark, right? That's what we have seen over here. Let's save that. This is gone, and now if we put it back, we see it there. So in fact, this is the same exact logic has been used over here. So what we could do now, we can go to our file, let's see, app styles, this one, and then you can create a new static color. Let's go ahead and do that. Ticket orange. So you're gonna create orange color, orange, and then const, I think I have the color here. Let's put that. So this would be our new color. Now let's come over here inside this container, and over here we use this kind of color, but actually we want to use app styles. Do we have this? Okay, I'm gonna copy this and put it here. Type cannot be, okay, actually we were supposed to get that orange, ticket orange. Okay, most probably we need to remove this, save it, and we see that the color is exactly the same. Now let's put a const modifier over here. It's gone. Now in fact over here, if you do assign color, then you can do app styles dot, not primary, but we can do ticket orange, and you'll see that, okay, we have this one right now. It looks like same as this, right? Which means that it's working. So let's go ahead and keep working on them. And after that over here, actually all we need to do, we need to create some items over here, and how we are going to do that. Now if you see and look at this layout, so we have this, and then we will have layout builder, and then this one. So let's go ahead and build that. So now here we understand that, so this is going to be a row layout, right? So here we could do child and a row, and inside the row, of course, we need children, otherwise we'll get issues. Sized box, this one, sized box, and keep it as it is for now, and then give it a height. So here actually we move the height to inside the sized box, we don't need this. And then okay, what else? Here we could also do width is 10. Now let's save it, and what's going on over here, because actually here we are going to create a circle, right? So we have the sized box, and then here we could do child, and inside the child we can use decorated box. So once we have this widget, decorated box, and we can color them. All right, let's see what's going on. So it says you need decoration. Okay, so first we go ahead with decoration, and the issue should be solved. And over here we are going to assign decoration, so let's go ahead and do that box decoration. And inside box decoration we would do, so let's go ahead and check the color first. Okay, so here we want to do a color. So what I'm going to do here first, for now I'm going to use colors.white. Okay, now let's save it, and here we already see that. So now our sized box is working, but our point or target is to make it or turn it into a circle. Now box decoration over here actually has properties where it says border radius. So here inside this we are going to use border radius. So let's go ahead and do that. Now here we can do border radius, and that we can do only over here because we just want to apply border in two places. So top right over here at the right, and here we could do radius dot circular, and then let's assign 10, and you see it already changed. And at the same time over here top we can say bottom right, this one, and radius dot circular, and then here we can also do 10 again. Now let's put a const modifier and put it here, and we see that this is almost look like it's working, as you can see over here, right? So it looks like that. Okay, it took effect, and I know there are some tiny differences, so we're going to fix them later, no problem. Now this is our sized box for now, and I do believe that we can turn it into a reusable widget. Okay, so I'm going to copy this thing over here. Let's go ahead and copy and find it here, and inside this widgets over here we can create a new file. And before we had big dot, so here I can have big circle dot dart. Let's go ahead and add that, and then here we can create a stateless class, and we can say big circle CLE. Now let's go ahead and import the library, and we can just simply go ahead and remove that and put whatever we had already, and go ahead and import this one, and remove this package, we don't need this one. All right, now we're gonna come over here. Let's go ahead and put a const modifier. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually delete this, and then here I can just say big circle and save it. You'll see it there, and if you have two of them, okay, you can save it, and we'll see that they're together. But now you may try to use expanded widget, expanded, and then here you can use a empty container. Let's go ahead and check that, and we'll see that it should work. I'll remove the const. Let's save it, and here we are. But now this circle has a problem because the decoration itself, the border, you see that the border is not showing here correctly. So what do we need to do? We need to set up them differently. The border over here, we need to work on a different kind of setup. So what setup we could do, we can come over here. Actually, we can attach some condition over here. Okay, so we can just simply talk about left and right. Okay, and if this is new to you, don't worry, I'm going to make it easy. Final. Here we can say is, you can name it anything. So I can say is right. Okay, I'm going to say is it on the right side or left side? This is the meaning. So it's like a flag. Now here we're going to add this one, but we are going to have it as required. We must have it. Okay, and it looks like what is it, uninitialized. Okay, you can ignore that one. Now over here, actually we can check. So we're gonna send a value to it. Okay, so we'll say is right. If this is a true, okay, maybe I can do like this. This is called a ternary operator. If this is true, then we use this. Okay, otherwise, then here we can copy it again. We're gonna put it here, and let's see what's going on. Invalid const, so we need to remove the const itself, and then we can also change it here. Is right true, then it would be shown over here. Okay, is left true, it would be shown over here. But how to do that? If it is right true, then actually you don't want to have border outside, you want to have border inside. Okay, so this is where we are coming. So is right true, then over here instead of top right, we'll have top left. Okay, top left. And instead of bottom right, we'll have bottom left. Hopefully you understand the thing that I'm trying to say. Okay, now we have an issue. What is the issue? We need to pass it from here as well. Okay, so here we're gonna say is right. So is right, so the first one, is this the right one or left one? So this is the left one, so we're gonna send false. And now over here it's the same thing, is right. So second one should be the one on the right over here, right? Now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, and we already see that it changed. All right, so now over here actually we have used a ternary operator to work on this. Now more on ternary operator and this thing in next lecture. Okay, so now we are going to learn about ternary operator, this one that we talked about early. Before that, let's go ahead and do a little fix over here. Like over it says that an uninitialized field should have an explicit type annotation. So here this field is not initialized. What do you mean by that? That means that it doesn't have any direct value over here, like say anything like that. So this kind of situation, it says go ahead and do a type. So we assign a type to it, and that's called bool. Okay, and now you see the error is gone. So that's the correct way to go ahead and work on this thing. All right, and then we also talked about that we're gonna see ternary operator. Now to work on ternary operator, let's come to our main function over here, and then let's clean this thing so we don't need this. All right, so in general here this question mark and dot is called ternary operator. Okay, this question mark and this, I think it's not dot, actually it's called colon, so that's called a ternary operator. So we are going to use this ternary operator. Now how it works, okay, now it is used for conditional statement. For example, you can say int x equal 10. Okay, all right, now I declare a variable, and then I can do over here if x equal 10, print he is a kid. All right, And then over here else we could say that print he is not a kid. Just an example. Okay, now let's go ahead and run this. So here we'll see that what's going on. So let's go ahead and print it. Okay, so he's a kid, right? That's what it shown over here. Now what if I don't pass 10? Well, what if I pass 12? Okay, well, he's not a kid. This one gets executed, right? Now of course this is a basic else if or if else statement, but now there's an easy way to work on this. We can do like this: x equal 10, then here we say print he is a kid, and then we could do like this: print he is not a kid. Now for now I'm gonna comment this out, and we'll see that exactly the same result. He's not a kid. But if I do this, here we'll say he's a kid. So this if else, you change it to this question mark and this colon. So here is your question mark and here is your colon. So you can use you have to use them separately actually. So this is called ternary operator. Okay, well, even though it looks like it's very simple, and yes, it is simple, but it could be very powerful, and that's what we have seen over here. Now inside this over here we have set up a condition. So this is the condition actually. If is right, is it true, then we show this border radius, otherwise we show this one. This is just exactly same as this. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense that how ternary operator works. Now using ternary operator, not only you can print or do some conditional check, you can also return widgets, okay, which we'll see a lot more very soon. That we have a lot of conditional variables, then we can use this ternary operator, which means this question mark and this colon together, to make sense out of it. Okay, cool. So hopefully with this your idea about ternary operator should be clear. Now let's go ahead and move on. So this time we're gonna come over here one more time. So that's what we had, and I guess we can add a const modifier, and same over here. All right, and at the same time let's format the code. All right, now with this it looks good. Okay, so now of course we need to change this one over here. This doesn't exactly have to be the same as you can see, but so the next thing is that we are going to show this dot over here, right? Remember, we already have an app layout builder. If you see, come over here, app layout builder. So this one, we can pass this one for now, right? And how do we go ahead and pass this thing? Okay, cool. Let's come over here. We can close this ticket view, and then we have this container, right? And then we have the other one for the bottom part. So here we go, we have this row, right? And then inside this we have this one. So this is creating the space between these two, right? So we just simply go ahead and remove this, and then here we can call app layout builder widget. And then here I think we have a variable which is called random divider. Okay, now I'm gonna put as 10 over here. All right, and let's go ahead and have it. Okay, have this const, I think, over here, and now let's run it. And here we already see that we have this dots, they showed up, right? Okay, now let's come over here, this app layout builder. Now anyway, so what it does, so this gets the space between these two dots, right? And I mean these two circles, and then divided by this one. Remember, this constraints dot constraints width. This one gets the space between this and this, and then whatever we pass gets divided, and that's the number of widget, right? So here, this value, the larger it is, the smaller this value, so fewer the generated list. Hopefully you understand. So this value, the more or the larger this is, the eventual result would be smaller, right? So it means that list to generate over here value would be small. Over here with the 10 we see like this. So how about double it? Go ahead and do 20. Okay, now we do see that, okay, here we have, well, fewer of these dots, but now there's this problem. That what is the problem? You see this width is actually hard coded, right? We don't want to do it. So how do you want to do that? Okay, so here we could do final int. Okay, here we could say width. Just go ahead and do that. And then over here we can say this dot width. Now we don't want to make it required, as you can see already. It says here you make it required, but we don't want to do that. We can actually give it a default value. Default value is a 3. Okay, once you make it required, you have to pass it. But then if you don't want to put required, then of course you remove that. At the same time you give it a default value. And what does it mean? It means when we call this class, if we don't pass value for this, it's gonna use 3, and this is exactly what it is doing over here. Now we are just passing random divider this value, which is this one, but we are not passing anything, so it's taking as a 3 over here. But here actually we want to have it a different style. So one thing, the other one actually you have to also assign to it width. Okay, and let's see what's going on. Okay, so we need to remove value, so this one, right? And let's see what else we have. Int cannot be, okay, so here it says it's double. Then what do? We assign it as double, and then we are good to go. And then here we go. So whatever the value you pass, that would take effect. And if you don't pass any value, this value over here 3 would take effect over here. Okay, and that's how it works. Okay, cool. And let's restart, and of course we'll see no changes because that's expected. Let me go ahead and reformat my code so that you guys know actually what I'm talking about. Okay, so just like this. Now over here we want to pass width. So here let's pass width, and this time for this one we want to pass 6. Okay, and then let's save it, and we do see that they got much bigger, right? So that's how it works. And then how about say 8? Okay, so that's how it works. Now one thing you could do here, we can do 15 or say 16, and then let's keep it 6. Okay, which is much better. Well, so this part so far so good, and this is exactly looking like this one over here, and we are happy about this one. Okay, so now let's go ahead and continue to work on this. So what's our next step? Next step would be doing something like this, but it looks like our app is not running. So now we want to change this text over here, okay, so that they look similar. Okay, by the way, now you may look like that here it's small, here it's big. That has to do with the screen and resolutions. Okay, if you run, for example, I'm running an iPhone 14, this app we run here, it would look small, and if I run this app over here, the screen would look bigger. So you can always ignore that. Okay, all right, so now let's go ahead and move. So we need to be here inside our ticket view, and so far we'll have 3 containers on our ticket view. So let's go ahead and locate them. Okay, so that's the first container, second container, third container. So let's put some comments, otherwise it'd be confusing. Okay, blue part of the ticket, and then circles. Then over here we'll have orange part of the ticket. Beautiful. So this is the place that we want to change. All right, make sure that once again you find the correct one, and then how we want to change. Now I'm going to put it here so that I know what I'm changing. So the first one is the day, so it should be 1st of May. All right, and then over here second one. Now second one, here we do see that we have this big dots, expanded widget, this and that, but in fact we don't need any of this, so I'm going to keep them as it is. I'm going to change them later, so let's go ahead and change one by one. Okay, so that's the text that we have changed. All right, and then this one should be date, so let's go ahead and change to date. All right, and then this one should be here like 0800 AM. Okay, and what else after that? So now this one over here should be let me see, am I doing it correctly? So this is the first row, May. Okay, so I missed that, so this one should be here. Okay, so there's a bit of mismanagement, sorry about that. So this one should be okay, this is date, this is correct, and then this is correct as well, and then this one is number. Okay, hopefully I'm correct. Now let's go ahead and save it, and let's take a look and compare. Yes, we are correct apart from this one. Okay, well, there are some problems, we'll fix them, don't worry. And we also have issues with the text. Some of them are big, some of them are small. We'll fix them, no worries. Okay, all right, so now how to fix this one? Now for this one, actually here, okay, what are we going to do? We can remove this too, we don't need them. And then I can copy this text, any of this, and then I can put it here. And here we do see that 0800 AM, right? So we need to, I think we have a bit of mistake, so let me go ahead and fix that. So here actually it should be 0088. Sorry about that. AM, and then over here this one should be departure time. Let's go ahead and save this, and now we see that okay, now the text are all correct, right? So we have two problems. One is the first, the layout problem, and then we also have the size problem. Let's go ahead and fix them.
Okay, so currently we are having some issues with the style and the layout, so let's go ahead and fix that. The first problem is this text would be actually smaller than this. Right now they are all headline 3, as you can see, so that's what is causing the issue. So we need to change that. Now to be able to do that, first let's come over here, app styles file, and we create a new text. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that, and we're gonna keep it here, and we're gonna call it headline 4, and then over here we're gonna have 14. Okay, so now let's come over here, make sure that you change correctly. So here, instead of not this one, over here instead of 3 we're gonna have 4. Here is the same 4, and here is same. Now let's go ahead and restart, and we do see that they have actually become smaller. But there is this alignment issue right now. What's the alignment issue? You see here, it's a little over to the right, but it's not centered. Now, making it centered is possible. For example, say over here you have AA, now here BB, and say over here you have CC. Now they are centered perfectly well. But the problem with the earlier situation is that they don't have enough, they don't have fixed width. Like this text, the spaces takes is different than this and this. They're kind of all different, okay? So that's why it's difficult to center. Now we can use a trick to do it. We can give them a fixed width, especially the last two. Middle one is okay because it'll stay in the middle. So if the first one and the last one, we can actually give fixed width, this would auto-centered, okay? If you don't understand, say for example here we say AAA, and here we do BBB. Let's go ahead and save it, and here see that they're all currently aligned and centered, right? So the important thing is the first one and the last one, we need to give fixed width. And how can we do that? Now over here we can wrap it around the widget, and we're going to wrap it around sized box widget, and then here we can give it width, say 100, and the last one is the same over here, sized box widget, and we give it 100. Actually we need to do width and then we do 100. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, right. All right, but now there's this other issue. Okay, it's really not looking like that it's centered, like this one, right? This one is at the beginning of this widget, right? This is a sized box widget. This is at the beginning, and this is also at the beginning. So what do we want to do with this? This one I want to put it to the right side. Now inside this text widget over here we can use text alignment, and here we can use a text alignment, this one, and then here we could do end. We're gonna put it to the end. Now it's perfectly aligned, and this is what I was talking about. So when you see you have text in one row and the text themselves, they don't really get aligned, and if you want to align them, so you need to go ahead and give them fixed width, and the middle one doesn't really matter because as long as they have fixed width, they can align themselves perfectly. Hopefully it makes sense. All right, so now let's continue to work on this, and in this lecture we'll see how to refactor our code. And a lot of the refactoring would also help us to work on this. Now the first refactoring or restructure we want to do with this text, because we do see that this text is actually being used in, so we see that the text is being used in a lot of places. So let's go ahead and create different widget classes for this. So we're going to be here, and inside the base class, inside this widgets, we are going to go ahead and create a new class over here. Let's go ahead and do that, and here we're going to call it text style third. Now actually this could be anything, so I'm just going to go ahead and name it like this. So here I'm going to go ahead and do stateless and text style third, like that. Okay, now there is no hard and fast rule as long as it makes sense, so you can go ahead and do that. Now how we are going to restyle this thing, so let's go ahead and see. Now I'm going to copy this one first, and then I'm going to put it here, and then I'm going to replace this, and that's all. And over here we are going to go ahead and import it as a library package, and the same over here. Let's go ahead and import, and with this cappuccino is not needed. Let's go ahead and clean that. Now let's come over here and we want to remove this, and then here we're gonna say text style third. So over here I'm going to have it as a package. Well, we're gonna choose this one. All right, and then let's put a comma over here. Now, well, we want this to be dynamic, so this is something that we want to pass. Now, if we want to pass it, we need to declare the variable so that we can go ahead and grab it in the constructor. So here we can say text. And then this is something that we also want to say required, which means you must pass this. So here, this dot text. And with this, the arrow should be gone. And then over here, we're gonna go ahead and just pass it down text. So whatever the text value you pass over here, you'd be able to go ahead and show it. Okay, now over here we'll have an error, so we can pass anything. So here we'll say ncy and yc actually. So let's go ahead and put a const modifier and restart it, and nothing changes. Now with this it becomes simple, as you can see. So what we did here, we created a class, and in this class we can pass the text dynamically, because we must pass the text, and then that's why we said required. And now this is within this curly braces. Something with the curly braces, this is called named parameters. Okay, now if you do hover over on this, you will see that, or if you remove that, you'll see the hints. So let's go ahead and see it. So okay, the named parameter text is required because it has a name, so that's why you have to give the name, whatever the name is given here. So if here is given text, you cannot write here say string, or you cannot write here as name, say for example my computer. So whatever the name is, this has to match this one, or whatever the name is this, it has to match over here. All right, now I'm going to collapse this so that it looks great. Now the same over here, so I'm going to copy this and put it here. Okay, and now instead of this we are going to have ldn. Restart, nothing changes, but the code becomes more readable and clean. Okay, and the same goes over here. So I'm going to take this, but now there's this problem over here. You see that the text headline is a little bit different, right? So I'm going to go ahead and one thing definitely I'm going to do, I'm going to copy the whole thing over here. Okay, in fact actually I'm copying the whole file, and then I'm going to go ahead and create a new class. Here's a text style fourth. Now the way I'm naming it is based on the headline text. Okay, so instead of third, we're gonna change it to fourth. Okay, now let me come over here and put it, and that's it. Now let's go ahead and close this, and over here ticket view. So let me copy this thing and let me put it here. Now instead of third we say fourth. Okay, that's the only thing we need to change. Okay, so this things become quickly reusable. Okay, this one, I think we have one more comma, and then instead of this here you want to say New York. Okay, now of course we need to come over here, and instead of 3 we need to say 4, otherwise we'll still get an error. And that's it. Let me go ahead and close this, and let's restart. and nothing changes at all. And over here, put a const modifier. So yeah, that's how things become very simple. Now, luckily, we can also take this one from here, and then we are going to change it, right? And okay, so here, what are you going to say? What was that early though? I think it was 0800 AM. And let's put const modifier in front of it, and it should be fine. Okay, right. Now over here, as you see, we have this one, but it got a new style over here, which they don't have first two, right? So if you just focus on this one, but what we could do, we can actually assign a style to it. Okay, so here we could say final text align. Okay, this one. Okay, and then here we could name it anything, align, and then over here we could say required, or even we don't need to do required. Now this time we'd say align, and then let's give it a default value. So here text align dot start. So if you don't pass any value, this is going to take default value. And when you put a default value, you don't need to say required keyword over here, because, well, it's already given a value, default value. So if you don't pass anything, it's gonna take this one. Now all we need to do, pass this value over here, align. So here we're gonna say align, and then let's see what's going on. Okay, I think we need to do text align. Okay, now it would be good. So the property. So the idea is we may pass the align property. If we don't pass, we're gonna use start. Okay, and whatever you pass, that would also take effect. Okay, so let's go ahead and restart, and definitely we'll see no changes at all. No changes at all. Okay, so that's it. By the way, I think let me go ahead and copy this. Just let me make sure whether I made a mistake in terms of text over here. I don't know what text was there. Oh, there was 8 hour 30 minutes. So that's the one that we want to pass. 8 hour 30 min. So 8 hour 30 min. All right, let's go ahead and restart. Okay, so back to 8 hour 30 min. All right, but nothing else changes. And regarding this one, once again, we can copy this, and then we put it here. Okay, let us remove one of them, and then over here it should be London, right? Okay, let's go ahead and put London. Let's hit it. Okay, now we see the problem, because right now it's taking the default value over here, start, but then we can pass a value. So you can have the parameter name, which is align, and then here we can pass text align, this one dot end. Okay, so let's go ahead and restart, and we'll see it would fall back to our original design. And then over here we're gonna put a const modifier. Now with this, the code looks much simpler, right? As you can see, so whatever we are passing, it just does look more simpler than anyone else. Now one could go ahead and also put new or create new widget using this. Someone could do that, but I'll just keep as it is. Okay, all right, so with this part has been done. So in our next lecture, we're gonna go ahead and work on this one. All right, so now this time we need to go ahead and work on this, and of course this looks like a mess. Now earlier we have given fixed size to work on them. Now the problem is this three texts are very different, so giving fixed size could overlap each other, so that solution might not work here. So we'll take another approach actually, which is also a way to learn about layout. Okay, that how we can, in different situations, we can design different kind of layout. Now over here this layout we are going to change, and we are going to do it in a very special way. And how we are going to do that, so let's first come over here and over here. Okay, right. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and comment this out. Okay, that's the first thing I'm going to do, and let's keep it as it is. And then at the same time, I'm also going to actually comment all this out. And of course, that's very weird why we are doing all these things, right? Okay, so now this to text, actually, I can wrap around another widget. Well, okay, just think of column first. So I'm inside column, and then I can create another one, and then over here I can go ahead and save it. And before saving, you can go ahead and change the name to date. Let's go ahead and save this, and that's what we see, and exactly what we had already with our other app. Well, it looks like I closed that simulator, but anyway, so you get the idea. And then inside this we can actually create size box and give it a height 5. This is exactly what's gonna work, and all it needs a const modifier. Let's put this, let's save this, and this is exactly what we wanted, just like earlier. And then of course here I think we had date. Okay, and at the same time, this one 1st of May could be replaced by text, I think text style 3rd, this one, and then the text was 1st, I think that was May, just like this. And let's put it like this, and it's gonna work. So it's working, right? And it looks simpler with this. So I'm going to put it here, and then over here we are going to say date. Okay, right. So yeah, now it became much simpler, right? And let's get a const modifier. But now that also means for rest of them, we actually want to repeat this thing, and so that means that we can just copy, put 3 of them, and done. But it raises more questions about, I mean, it does create a bit of problem. Let me go ahead and put, and you know what I'm talking about. So the first thing, of course, they're very close to each other. Okay, now if I have a layout like this over here, of course I could go ahead and change it to main axis alignment dot space between. All right, okay, but the earlier problem was, as you see, that if it's at the beginning, that's okay, they're all aligned, but when it's at the end over here, it's not aligning, it's still aligning from the top, right? So for this one over here, actually we can use alignment. That should be vertical actually. Sorry, horizontal alignment. In that case, that would be cross-axis alignment and cross-axis alignment dot end. And you see now it aligned just like this, right? Okay, cool. And how about this one? So this one, this 2 should be centered. Over here we could do cross-axis alignment and cross-axis alignment dot center. We can do this, and let's restart. Okay, so they are already centered, but it doesn't look like. But if you do have a big text over here, big text, and you'll know that it's center, and that's what I was talking. So perfect alignment. So this is a better approach, and going to work with like advanced concept where you want to align different kind of stuff, okay, with different kind of text, and this works. This always works. Okay, now here one thing we have found that this process is repetitive. So what we could do, we can go ahead and create a widget over here, and here we can just simply go ahead and call it app column text layout dot dart. Okay, and then over here we can do app column text layout. The name could be as long as it makes sense to you. All right. Okay, so now copy this and we're gonna put it here, and then let's go ahead and import the dependencies, and most probably we can put a then here we can say app column text layout. Okay, but of course the problem is we still need to pass the text, right? So right now it's hard coded, but we want to make it dynamic. Then here we do final string top text, final string bottom text, like this, and we want to make them required. So here we'd say required this dot top text required this dot bottom text. It's gonna work, and then over here this would be replaced by top text, top text xt. It should work. Let's see what's going on. So here we have this const thing, remove that, and it's gonna work. And here we say bottom text, and it's gonna work as well. Okay, now of course here we'll get an issue because now it's saying, okay, you have named parameter, or I mean the constructor needs parameter over here, but you don't have, so you need to assign that. Here you need to set top text first may, and then over here bottom text is, it should be, what was it, date. Okay, now this is going to work, and which means that over here I'm going to just replace them. But now this may cause the earlier issue, alignment, but we'll fix it. But you see how we work step by step. Let's save it. Okay, now if the text is big, it's still gonna cause alignment issue, if you see. Okay, now if we have alignment issue, it may cause alignment issue. So here we can also do final cross-axis alignment and alignment, this one, and we pass it here. With this we can actually pass required. You can make it optional if you want alignment. Okay, and then push the alignment here. So here we're gonna do cross-axis alignment to alignment. So whatever alignment you pass, it will take that one. So the first one over here we are passing alignment, and here we're gonna pass cross-axis alignment dot start. So let's go ahead and copy this, put it here. Second one, we know that we are going to do center, and the third one we are going to do to the end. All right, let's save it, and now they're all perfectly aligned. So then in that case, what's our job? Our job would be to go ahead and copy them, just pass the, I think what was it? So this is, I guess, one of the text over here. I'm going to pass it down, and I think that was what is the text? Let me go ahead and check that from here. Departure time. So I think that was the other text. and it should be here, departure time. Let's go ahead and save it. Beautiful. And over here there was 23, so it should be 23. What is the last text? Number. So that is actually most probably the sit number. So let's go ahead and put it. And beautiful. Okay, now you see how they auto align everything automatically, and this is the result that actually we are looking for, and that just works perfectly. Okay, anyway, so now after this, that means that we can just simply go ahead and remove this thing, so we don't need this. Our code is clean and readable. So over here, this all these things we don't need. Okay, so with this, actually, we are pretty much done drawing our widget and working on this clean, beautiful layout. Okay, now if you do want to actually go ahead and further separate this and this to different kind of classes and just call that class with the given arguments. If you do that, make sure that you are passing these things. Anyway, so after that, we are going to go ahead and focus on Dart concept. So far it has been front end, a little bit of Dart concept. So next section, actually, we are going to learn more about our Dart concept and how to load this thing from JSON file, which would be more like API response. So this is where we are going to focus, and then of course that focus would be step by step. First, we'll learn what is a Dart list and map. We'll give a lot of good examples, and then we'll dive into loading them from our local storage.
I'm going to do this thing in this browser over here. So just go to dartpad.deb, and there's this browser, and it's a Dart language pad where you can practice your Dart. You don't have to install any compiler to work on this. All right, so first over here, we are going to create a class, and we're going to call it test, the class name, and over here I'll have variables. So here I'll say int x is 0 and int y say -1. It doesn't really matter. And then here I'll have a constructor, and then I'll say this dot x, this dot y. So which means that, well, when we call the constructor this one, we have to pass this x and y value, even though there's already one. But when you create an object of this, we have to pass. Now, how do you do that? So here we'll say test t equal test, well, 0 and 10. It doesn't really matter. Now, I want to print the t.y value. So that's what we want to do. And now if you see and come over here, hopefully it would work. Well, it looks like it's a bit slow over here, so I'm not sure why it is slow, though. It is supposed to, yes, it printed the value, which is 10. Now, even though the earlier initial value was -1, and then, but we were able to change the value, okay? And after that, like for example, you could also do like this t100, okay, t.y. So we are creating an object first, and later on we decided to change the value, and actually changing the value takes effect, as you can see over here. All right, so this is the basic and general way of creating a constructor. First, you create a class and use the constructor to create an object, and if you want to change the value, you could do that. Now, there's another way of doing like this, working like this. I wouldn't say doing like this. Okay. All right. Okay. So over here, first we had this test. Now I can create a class called result. It doesn't matter. You can call it anything. Now here I would do a little bit different one. So here I will say final x equals 0, or just final int x, final int y. All right, and then over here I would do result this dot x, this dot y. All right, just like this. Now here you see there is a difference. So over here we are saying we are using this final modifier, and of course at the same time we are not assigning any value over here. So alright, so this is what we have over here. Now what's gonna happen is like this. So let's go ahead and create a result R, I'm gonna say, and a result, and then pass 0 or like say 10. Okay, let's do something different, 20, like this, and then print r.x. Doesn't matter. Okay, now let's go ahead and print it. Well, definitely at first we'll see ty 1500 and rx, which is this one. Now what I'm trying to prove over here, well, you see, okay, the first thing over here, we created an object. Well, at the beginning for test itself with this value, right, x and y, and when we created this value, actually when we created this object, we changed the value. Well, the first one we didn't change, but if you want you can. Second one we changed to 100, and then later on we again changed it, right? If you want, actually you can also print it here, print t.y. So with this, we'll first see t equal 1, y equal 10, and then over here we'll see that y equal 100, because the first time as we are creating the object, whatever the object we created, and we can print that object field value, which is this one. And later on we change the value, and then we print it again, and this is what we see. This is 100, right? But now let's go ahead and see what happens in terms of this result. Now so far looks like everything is same. So over here we created a result instance, and we get this x value. What is x value? X value is 15, and that's what we see over here. Now you do see that here, if you try to do like this, r.x equal say 300 or any value, and you will get a compile time error, which means over here we have an error. Why? Because this fields you see over here, x and y, we have assigned them as a final. Now what does that mean? That means that, well, you can use this value to create an object, that's fine, but this fields x and y you can only assign once per object. So here we created this object called r, and as we are creating, actually we assigned a value, and we can print that. But once you assign value, you reassign value, you can't do that. So what happens with the final modifier, if you have a final, this keyword in front of a variable in Dart or in many other languages, actually it means that you can only have the value once. You cannot change it again. You can only assign the value whenever you create the object, which is very different from this. So over here we don't have any final or anything like that. And as you see, for this reason, you can change the value anytime, anywhere you want. And that's what we have seen. We have changed the value over here. But this one we can't, because we actually have assigned value and we say it's final, which means that we are not going to change the value once we create an object. So you cannot do that. But of course you could create another new object. So here result, say rt result. Now here say 33 or 400, it doesn't matter. Of course you can create new object again and print rt.x. So this time we'll see that it's printing 30. So yes, because there is this constructor, because of this you can always create more objects, but as you create you assign the value, and after once you assign the value, actually you won't be able to change it again. So that's what here final means. And if you have final fields, actually you can also put const in front of this constructor, but
So which says that actually, even if you don't put, I think it works the same. Saying that, okay, I'll create this object, but once I create, I won't be able to edit or modify, or nobody is allowed to edit or modify. So this way, creating object is called immutable object. So over here, whatever we are creating from result, it's becoming immutable. Immutable means not changeable. The fancy name, the name is very fancy. It says immutable, but it just means not changeable. But this way we create an object. This is called mutable, which is changeable. Now over here, let's see, you try to put a const over here, and here you will have a problem. Here it says that can't define a const constructor for a class with non-final fields. Right, because these fields are not final. If it's not final, that means that they're changeable. So if you can change them, that means you can't have const here. So in Dart and Flutter, if you put a const before a constructor, you have to make sure that these fields are all final. Otherwise, it's just not going to work, which means that you have to have final keyword in front of them. That's what it says that. Now, in general, most of the time, this is more welcomed and more convention because this is safe. It's really safe because once you create an object, you can't change anything or any value. That becomes less buggy, less error prone, which is really good. So try to do this whenever possible. All right, so yeah, that's how the immutability final const modifier works in Dart. All right, so since we have this basic understanding how this final const modifier works, so we'll go back to our Flutter app and we'll see.
Okay, so after learning Dart list and map a little more, now we can go ahead and build something better and stronger. This time we are going to go ahead and create a new, well, I would say that over here inside this base over here, I'm going to create a new directory and I'm going to call it utils, and inside this I'm going to create a new file, and then here I'm going to call it app json.dart, just like this. Okay, and okay, so that's the first thing, and inside this I'm going to put this information. Now this would be given in the resources section. You can go ahead and grab that. All right, so what's happening here, first analyze these things. We see that this is, we have a bracket like this, so we know that this is a list. Okay, now inside the list we see that we have curly braces. As I told you, if once you have curly braces, that corresponds to a map. So from this visual analysis, we see that we have a list, and inside list we have map. Now that's what exactly we wrote over here. We have a list, and inside list we have a map. The map itself, we also said the type. Okay, so the map here value is string, and then the key is string, and the value is dynamic. So if this is a map over here, if this is a map, then what do we say? Well, actually, even before I go there, let me show you a little more that what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is a list, and inside the list we have many maps. So we say that this is a list of maps. Hope you understand. So there are many maps here. So if there are many maps, we want to put it in a list. Okay, so that's how you go ahead and process them. So we say that a list of maps. Okay, the curly braces are all maps, right? Okay, cool. Now if we see each map, now this is one of the maps, and if we see each map, we'll see that here we have keys, so two, flight time, date, departure time, number. So these are all
the keys, and then for each keys we have values. Now for value itself, we see that there is another map, but here we wrote it dynamic, so it could be anything. Now here there is also another map, okay, but here we don't have map. For each key we have values. Value is a string, okay. Now the same goes over here for other maps, and then how they are structured inside, they're all same. So now this is available in our app right now. So the whole thing, list of maps, we call a ticket, okay, ticket list. Yeah, there is a list, right? Once again, it is a list, so we call it ticket list. So remember, this is a list of maps, just general English learning, okay? Hopefully it makes sense. And since we are ready with this, now we can come over here in our home screen, and if we see in home screen we have ticket view, okay. For now we have only one ticket, okay. Well, then if we want to more ticket horizontally, how to do that? Well, we can wrap this around a widget. So let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna wrap this around a widget, and we're gonna call it single child scroll view. Single child scroll view, this one. Now, what is a single child scroll view? If you have too many children, like over here, this one, we have a lot of children, right? Let me show you what I'm talking about. So this is a column, and inside the column we have a lot of children. One of the children is row, sized box, container, and app double text, things like that. And then we see that we also have ticket view. Now when you wrap ticket view inside single child scroll view, it's just going to scroll this ticket view. It's not going to scroll others, okay, because you just want scrollable item, okay. So that's why you say that, okay, go ahead and just scroll this child, okay, and leave the rest as they are. So that's the first thing. And then over here we can do scroll direction, okay. We want to scroll horizontally, so here we do axis.horizontal, okay. All right, of course so far we have only one child, so you won't be able to really scroll it because nothing to scroll here. You see, actually there is literally nothing to scroll. I think my app is running. Okay, so since there is only one child, we cannot scroll it. What I'm going to do, I'm going to have another child over here, and that would be row widget. And inside this I can have things like this, okay. So now here, actually I want to scroll this row, so that's what I'm trying to say. So now go ahead and put, say for example, another one, so we'll have two of them, and here we see that we can scroll already. Isn't it beautiful? Okay, now if you have just one, you cannot scroll them, okay. So you need something where you can put more children. So what I'm trying to say, whatever you put inside this single child scroll view, as long as the children inside or the child inside there's a longer, more than the width of this screen, then it's going to scroll, okay. Now of course right now there is nothing on the left and right, no point of scrolling. Why we put row? Because we want to put a lot of them next to each other. And now one might say, why you just don't directly go ahead and put the row over here, right? Someone can say that, but then you see that we have overflow issue because the row widget is not supposed to scroll. To make a row widget scrollable, you need to wrap it around single child scroll view, okay. So that's how it works. Remember again, to make a row widget scrollable, you need to wrap it inside single child scroll view. Actually, the same goes for column. If you want a column to be scrollable, you need to go ahead and wrap it around single child scroll view. Now we can actually go ahead and we have this one ready, but of course we don't want to read it like this. We want to read it from our list. Okay, we don't want to have two tickets with the same information. These two tickets, they have same information. So what do we want to do now? To go ahead and load this information. And okay, so for this one we actually need to remove the list over here. So here we are going to introduce the list variable, the one that we declared, which is ticket list, this one, and this is a list, so we can take some part from it. So we just gonna take 2 of it, and then we access the map of it. So remember, we have a map, right? And we give it a name as a single ticket, and inside this we're gonna return ticket view. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Here we say return ticket view, this one, and that's it. And of course it'll show an error because row needs a list. Remember, children is a list, but what happened over here, remember, this one just became a map. Earlier we have seen in our other example that whenever you use this map function, it becomes a map. So that's why it's causing issue. And what to do then? Well, in that case, you need to go ahead and convert it to toList. Okay, remember earlier we had this, and let's see what else we have. We invoked, okay, so we have a const expression. Let's go ahead and remove that. Okay, right, so that's what's happening over here, and I do believe that it shouldn't be here. Okay, right, like this, and then we need to remove that. And actually we also don't need return because this arrow means return. Okay, so that's how it works. But if you don't understand the arrow sign and everything else, so here you could also do like this. So here return, and it's still gonna work. Okay, a lot of people prefer this because this is more readable, and with this a lot of the programming concept might not be very clear. Okay, so what I'm going to do over here, I said that okay, I'm going to take the whole list and I'm just going to take 2 of it, convert it to map, and from each of the map we take each of the, from the list we take each of the map. So remember, we are taking each of the map. So this is a map, right? What do? We take the map. So the map name is single ticket, and then we're going to do, actually we'll pass it over here. Now let's go ahead and save it. But of course we don't see any changes, but so far we have 2 items, but now things can be more dynamic. Here we can have 3, so we'll see that we'll have 3 items. Okay, as you see, we have 3 items, but if you remove that, most probably we'll have all of the items. Let's go ahead and reload, and here I think we'll have 5 or 6 items, as you can see, and the screen became beautifully scrollable. And in fact it does look beautiful, okay, with everything sitting together. So that's what we wanted to do. Of course, now the problem is, once again, this information all are same, but if you see the JSON information inside, they're different. Okay, so like here, New York, DK, Dhaka, New York, like that. You got my point. So that's why we take each of the map. Once again, each of the map is the map here, each of them, and we are passing. So in fact we need to pass it over here. Okay, here we can say ticket single ticket. Now this is gonna throw an error, so let's go ahead our ticket view class over here, and then here we could do final map string dynamic, and we're gonna call it what is it, ticket. We can just call it ticket. All right, and then of course then we'll have issues over here. So here we'll say this required this dot ticket. Okay, I think we have a type over here, dynamic. Okay, now if you come over here, of course the error is gone. Now what we did over here, we are passing each of the map to this ticket view. That means we are passing each of them, and we are doing that in a loop. Okay, so row is also like a loop, actually, you have to understand. Okay, now okay, so we can grab that information, and not only that, this time we can access the ticket itself and where to access them. So this is the first place that we want to access. So we want to access this one, okay, NCY. Now remember, in our place we have to access code from, and then code, and then we'd be able to access this. Okay, so how to do that? Let's go ahead and try it. Ticket view. So here I'm going to remove this, and then here I'll say ticket, and here you'll say from, and here you'll say code, and let's remove the const over here, and let's restart. Beautiful. Now you'll see that immediately this one changed everywhere. Remember, this is NCY, this is DK, and this is another DK, and NCY. I mean, now they're a little bit different, right? Because I'm loading the data dynamically from here, but of course some data are repetitive, and that's okay, but you get the idea, right? So that's the first thing that we changed over here, and that's the beauty of loading from JSON file. Okay, now this one over here, this one, okay, let's see what code we have. So it's called to code. So we need to have that one. Once again, I went to the wrong place. So here, ticket to code. I need to remove this. Okay, and what else? Okay, so New York, right? So I do remember that should be ticket from, let me see the JSON file over here. It's called a name, from name. So here we're gonna say name. All right, and I do believe we need to remove const one more time. Error should be gone. Okay, and this one, so I'm going to copy this and put it here, and then from it should be to name. Let me remove this. Okay, right. But of course we don't have any changes, but we'll see that dynamic changes are here. On this ticket we know that there isn't much change, but here things are changed, as you can see. DK Dhaka, asset Shanghai, right. Now by saying that one, which also means that actually we can change flying time, date, departure time, number, and that means that actually we need to come back to this one. So we have this okay, so this part is just for ticket icon. Let me put a comment over here, ticket flying icon. All right, and then from name, okay, so this one, right? So let's see what is at flying time. So we call it flying time. I'm gonna copy this and come over here and remove this, and ticket
flying time. Let's remove const. It's gone. Beautiful. And so that was this one, but okay, the flying time I put the same over here, but I can change it. Let me go and change the second one. Okay, I think the second one has already been changed, so let's restart the ticket, our app. Yes, now here we see that 4 hours 20 min, so it's working. Cool. So we are loading them dynamically. And what else? So over here the same thing, and what is, okay, it's a date and departure time. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to come over here. So the first one should be there's a date. Let me go ahead and check. Yes, date. And we do have an issue to remove the const from here. Okay, right. And then this should be departure time. Ticket departure time. It should work. And the last one, number. So I'm gonna come over here and access ticket. Remember how we accessed early in our example. So if you have a list, a map, you can always use the keys to access the values. And it looks like we have a bit of issue. Ticket number. Okay, right. So this is an int, and here it says the int cannot be subtype of string. So we are passing int, but this one accept strings over here. This top text, if you go and check, top text is a string, but we are passing int. So this is an int. So how to solve this? To solve this issue over here, we can convert it to string, and then the error should be gone. And beautiful. And right now all these things are all dynamic, as you can see, and beautiful. So with this, actually our ticket part and dynamic loading from JSON is done. But of course this is still dummy JSON data. In future we'll see how to load this even from server. Okay, so these are step by step and the way we work. Okay, so but we are making progress. All right, now we'll go ahead and work on our view all sections. Okay, because earlier we just showed 2 items from the ticket, but now we want to show all of them, and we want to do them in sense of by clicking here. Okay, now if you do remember, where is this coming from? This is coming from here, app double text. And we see that here we have this on tap function. So here we could go ahead and print something like this, tapped. All right, and if we do see our terminal, okay, let's go ahead and see the terminal and click on this, and we see that here it shows untapped. So that's okay as well. Now what are you going to do? We are going to actually create a new screen over here. Okay, all right, so inside the screens over here we are going to create something called all tickets dot dart. So let's go ahead and add that, and I'm going to hide it. Looks like it's not hiding. Okay, dead. And then here we're gonna do stateless class. We're gonna call it all tickets, and let's import the necessary dependencies. So this is what actually we want to call. Okay,
Now let's come to this class over here, this one, and we have this app double text. So the thing we want to do, we want to actually call from here, right? We want to call from here. And how we are going to do that? I mean, when we click this button, then this should go ahead and call this one, right? And how are we going to do that? Now this would be a step-by-step process. So first here we can use something called navigator dot, well, just go ahead and push that thing. All right, now I wrote this one because actually I wanted to pop up me a snippet of code over here, and that code actually we are going to use. Let's see what part we have. Now here you do see that navigator.push context material page route builder build context, and you pass your page or screen. So here I'm going to copy this. Well, it's not always easy to remember, and I'm going to push it here. All right, and you see that we're almost good. Let me go ahead and here we can call all tickets, this one, and the error should be gone. And let's go ahead and run our app. Okay, let's click on this, and we have this screen over here. So this is actually officially we did our first routing. Now the problem with this, we cannot go back unless we restart our app. So now let's come over here. The first thing we want to do, remove this and use a scaffold, because we need to go ahead and go back to the earlier page when we click on this. Okay, so that's why the scaffold comes in, because we can get the app bar property from it. All right, and let's save it. Okay, and then we can easily go back. So if you want to go back and forth, app bar, scaffold app bar can definitely help you. Otherwise it's difficult, but of course there are other ways to do that. All right, now let's focus on this thing. So what we did over here, now this navigator is an object. Actually this object has to do with navigation. Navigation means going from one place to another, right? And then here we are using this push method. Now this push method, what it does, it pushes a new screen on the stack. So as you can see, this is the new one. Actually it hid this one. The idea is when you click on this, it's gonna push something new. This is the new UI. So that's what it did over here. So it pushed the new UI on our screen over here. This is where navigator.push comes and play. So here we are going to broaden our understanding of this navigator and push and how they work together. Now let's hover over on this and see what it says. That it's a widget that manages a set of child widgets with a stack discipline. So it's saying that, okay, there's a widget and it manages a set of child widgets. Okay, so and that those widgets are like in a stack. That's what it says that. And at the same time, it says that many maps have navigator near the top of their widget hierarchy in order to display the logical history using an overlay with the most recently visited pages visually on top of the older pages. Now, how to understand this? And so here it's saying that, well, many apps, they have a navigator near the top of their widget root hierarchy. So many apps will have a navigator object or a navigator widget near the widget root. Now, how to understand this? Okay, we'll take a step and see how it works. Okay, Now here it says that using this pattern lets navigator visually transition from one page to another by moving the widgets around the overlay. So it's trying to say that, well, so you might have things like this where this is the root, and at the root you will have routes like this, and somehow they would be connected. They would be in a stack, and here we'll have the navigator object, and navigator object would move them around on an overlay. So there would be an overlay. So you can think of like overlay is like the screen over here. Okay, so navigator object would move them around. Now that's the basic understanding. So let's go ahead and learn more about it. Now let's hover over on this, and here there are different kind of APIs. So our focus is right now, here it says that mobile apps typically reveal their contents via full screen elements called screens or pages. So we might have screens or pages, and those are the ones that shows the content on the screen. In Flutter, these elements are called routes, and they are managed by a navigator object. Now this is where it's happening over here. You see, so this is our navigator object, and here we have routes. Okay, now these routes are screens. Actually in Flutter they call them routes, but in many other places they might call it just like say screens or pages. So that's what it's saying. It says that when your user interface fits this paradigm of stack where the user should be able to navigate back to an earlier element in the stack, the use of routes and navigator is appropriate. So here what you're gonna have, like if you click on somewhere and go to a new page and then come back like this, you go back and come back. In this situation, using navigator and stack makes more sense. So that's what it's saying. And of course here it says that on certain platforms such as Android, the system UI will provide a back button, and that will take the user to the earlier routes in your application stack. So what it's trying to say that, so if this is your application, if this is your navigator, and if you're here, then from here you want to go to route 2. So route 2 will have a back button over here. If you click the back button, it's gonna come back to route 1 or route 1 or in root situation. But then in some systems like iOS, they don't have back button. Okay, now in that case, if you don't have back button, we can use app bar to do that. And let's go ahead and see that it exactly says the same thing. So on other platforms that don't have this built-in navigation mechanism that use of an app bar, which we have seen before, so we can use that one. Now here, let's continue to learn more. Although you create a navigator directly, it's most common to use navigator created by the router. So we can create a navigator, which is this one. We can create this. And how do you get this? Here it says that actually it's created automatically by router, which itself is created and configured by Widgets app or MaterialApp. So the understanding here is, well, we can have a navigator object. Navigator object would be created by router object or widget. And then this router itself would be created and configured by MaterialApp. Now this is exactly what I'm trying to show over here. So this is we are in the root of our application, and over there we'll have MaterialApp, and Material will have route or route object or widget, and then there will have navigator object or widget. And then this navigator would help us to manage our stack. So that's what it's saying. Now let's continue to read the document. So here it says that a Material app is the simplest way to set things up. The Material app's home screen become the route at the bottom of the navigator stack. Now let's go ahead and see. So here it says that home, it becomes the route or default route. So that's why actually you see I wrote here home, because home is actually automatically assigned to each Material app, and that stays at the bottom of the navigator stack. That's what it says. So these are navigator. Navigator is a stack where things are on the top of each other, and home stays at the root, at the bottom. So the root could be the bottom thing. Okay, of course, remember this root and this root, they're different. This root I'm referring over here, the entry point of our application, and this root over here is our routes or screens, the one that stays at the bottom. Now this one is automatically attached to this home property. Now, of course, here they have given an example, and here it says that to push a new route on the stack, you can create an instance of material page route with a builder function that creates whatever you want to appear on the screen. So the idea is, well, we'll have navigator object. Now the navigator object will hold a lot of routes like a stack, but then when you want to show a certain route screen on the user screen or app screen, then actually that's need to be built. That needs to be done. That needs to be worked out before we show on the screen. So how does it happen? Here it's saying that it happens through material page route. All right. Now let's go ahead and read it one more time so that it makes sense. So here, that's what it says that, okay, to push a new route on the stack, you can create an instance of material page route with a builder function that creates whatever you want to appear on the screen. So we want to appear, say, for example, something like this, and then this needs to appear on the screen. And to appear on the screen, we need to pass the screen or whatever it is to this builder function, okay? And then it will build the screen, build whatever is there, whatever element is there, and it will show us on the screen. So actually that's how it works. Now hopefully after everything over here, learning this, it's gonna make sense to us. And of course you can find this in the resources section.
All right, so now after having a good understanding on this, we can go ahead and actually code this all tickets, this one over here. And we already know that we have this app bar, and within it over here we're going to give it a title. So let's go ahead and give it a title, and then we're gonna call it all tickets. So here we just text widget all tickets, and let's go ahead and put a const. All right, and after that over here we are going to have body. So let's go ahead and do body, and here we want list view, and within list view we want children, and then here we'll have single child scroll view. Then would be our child, that would be our column. Let's go ahead and do that. Now if you see earlier one, home screen over here, you'll find interesting matches. Okay, so let me go ahead and collapse this so that you know what I'm talking about. So that's the container, and there should be the first row container. All right, so just like this one, we also have list view and single child scroll view. Instead that we have row, that's because we want horizontal scrolling, but actually over here we want vertical scrolling. So that's why we are going to use column widget, and that's what we have seen over here. So we have column, and then inside the column we'll have children. Go ahead and try children, and then we can directly access ticket list.map, and then we can just simply pass as by saying single ticket, and just like last time here we can just simply pass ticket view, this one, and then single ticket. And after that, here we're gonna convert it to list, and we are good to go. Now let's go ahead and save it and click on this, and here we go. So here we already see that our tickets are all available, which we see. And then of course the spacing doesn't look like that it's working well. Now how to work with this? Let me reformat the code. So each of the ticket over here is this one, and we want to wrap this around something. So let's go ahead and wrap around a container widget. The reason we are doing container widget because we would be able to apply certain constraint with it. For example, like say margin. So we can assign margin to it and add in sets dot only, and then bottom say 20. Now let's save it, and here we go. So that part's working. And then now we do see that there's a spacing issue, right? Left and right is not working. Now if you do come over here, and over here we do see that we are supposed to take 85%, and then the content itself on the right we are supposed to have 16 space over here. Okay, now if you remove it to 0, let's see, let's go ahead and save it, and now we see that it's much better and they're equal right now, left and right. But with this, the problem would be here they're too close and they're connected. So how can we work with this? Now luckily we can set condition over here. So let's come over here, and then here we can say final bool whole screen, and then here this is what we'll have, and then here we can also define a value. This dot whole screen here is false. Okay, so this is the default value. And then how to work on this one? So here we can check like this. We can use a ternary operator, whole screen. Okay, if whole screen true, then 0. Otherwise here we can use 16. And here we do have const. Let's remove that, and it's gonna work. Okay, so the default value we gave it false, right? So it's gonna use 16. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, and if you go to home page, you'll see that okay, home page is fine, but now here it's still not as we expected. But what we could do this time, here we can pass the value whole screen, and here we can say true, and it's beautiful as you can see over here, and everything is aligning perfectly. So once again over here we didn't do any kind of value passing for whole screen. Now for that reason over here it's using the false value. If it is false, then we use 16. Otherwise we go ahead with 0, and it's a beautiful match as you can see over here, and the screen is completely scrollable. So hopefully with this you understand how navigation works and how to work with this kind of layout. All right, so here we have this understanding of navigator.push, and we also learned that here we have this material page route which helps us to build a screen. But now problem with this is that material page route you always have to use everywhere if you want to go to navigate to a new page, which means you have to write this and you have to pass the screen. There are two problems with this. The first problem is every time you have to write material page route, and second, you also have to mention the screen. Now mentioning the screen is a problem because what if you want to change the screen? Then wherever you have used this one, you have to go and everywhere, and this is what creates a problem. Now since it creates a problem, actually there's a better way to do this thing. Now if we go and look our earlier example, like here we said that okay, here we have this home route, right? And then Navigator actually maintains a lot of them, a lot of the routes in a stack. Now this home route, actually we know that this has been defined in our main.dart class over here, and if you do come over here, you see that we already have this one. Okay, now to avoid this kind of situation, the situation that already has arisen, look at this one. Avoiding writing this and this everywhere, actually we can define over here. So we have this routes property over here actually, and routes property takes a map, and this is what I was saying earlier, that we can put our routes in a map. And of course we have learned what is called map, right? Map has to be in curly braces, and that's what we see over here. Let's go ahead and hover over on this, and of course here we do see that, okay, so this is a map. And here it says when a named route is posted in navigator.post name, the route name is looked up in this map. So it is trying to say that while earlier we are over here have used navigator.push to push a route on our stack, but of course now we can go ahead and use navigator.pushNamed. Go ahead and say this, navigator.pushNamed. So instead of navigator.push, we are going to use navigator.pushNamed. Now with this, we'd be looking them up from our map over here. We'll look the routes name from this map using the name. Once again, we're going to look up the routes name from this map using the name, and that's what it says, that the route name is looked up in this map. If the name is present, the associated widget builder is used to construct a material page route that performs an appropriate transition, including hero animations, to the new route. So it means that it can do lots of other different things. So here it says that, well, if you do use push named, material page route is going to be called automatically. Okay, it's gonna be called by widget builder. Widget builder will call it and build this material page route, so we don't need to pass it explicitly. So this is what we are going to do over here. Now one thing we could do over here, look at this. So here we can assign a name, and what would be the name? Well, earlier we have said all tickets, right? So here actually we could do all tickets just like this. And then over here we can pass the context. Actually we need to pass the context. So it's more like you are calling a function. Okay, in this case actually we are calling the widget itself or the class itself. So all tickets. Okay, and that should do the job. And it looks like we have a bit of issues, so here we need to remove this const over here, and it looks good. Let's go ahead and define it, and let's come over here and put a const in front of it, and it's gonna work. Okay, so of course one may say, what does it look like? Well, it's like this. If you do want, actually here you could also do like this, return, and it's still gonna work. Okay, so even before you call this class using this route name, if you want, you can do data pre-processing if we need to do anything. But in our case, we're not going to do any of this, so we're just gonna use this arrow function to do it. Okay, it's called fat arrow. Now we already defined a route over here, and then so over here inside this double text, actually we don't need this anymore. Okay, we don't need this, and actually we don't need any of this. So here we can say push named, this one we need to pass the context, and then here we need to pass this one. Now if you do come over here, you'll see that we need to pass context and a route name. And the route name itself, what is it going to be? The route name itself is going to be a string, as you can see over here. So that's what we are going to do. And then what do you pass? You pass actually all tickets. That's what you pass. And now with this, it looks clean, simple, and that's it. Okay, so it looks very simpler with this, right? In fact, if you want, you can go ahead and take this and remove this from here, and then we can just use arrow function. Okay, and look at this. Okay, right, it's still gonna work, but since it's an arrow function, we don't need this semicolon. All right, now let's go ahead and restart our app from the beginning. Okay, and remember our changes are here. Okay, let me close others. We don't need the other files. Okay, so our changes are here and over here, right? So we already restarted our app. Of course, we don't see any changes. If we do go ahead and click on this, looks like nothing is happening. And let's look it up. So here we have an issue. Here it says that, okay, couldn't find a generator for route settings, all tickets. So the thing it's saying that it can't find all tickets, this one, the string over here. Now let's see what's going on. Here we have all tickets. Actually, I think I have a typo, CKETS, all tickets. And now let's go ahead and run it. Then here, okay, it's beautiful, and it works. So the route is working, and at the same time, actually, I want to remove part of these things over here. We don't need this. Still printing the log. All right, okay, cool. So now let's go ahead and run it one more time and click on this, and we do see that it works. Okay, cool. Now let's come back over here again. Now what about this one, home properties? Actually, so this is our initial property, right? So one thing we could do here, we could do like this slash. This slash actually is equivalent to home, and then we can take this from here, take this, and then we can pass context, put a comma, and let's remove this. Let me go ahead and remove this, and it's still going to work. Okay, and of course we don't have any issue with this, and we see that it works. But of course you can't have home and slash at the same time. You'll have error. I mean, you can go ahead and try, you'll have error. So you can either only use the slash or home property, and the rest of the routes could be defined over here. So now here we also see that earlier we have learned map, and this is where exactly actually we are using map to work on our routes. Okay, now of course I think by convention you can also put a slash over here, and if you do that, you also need to, I believe, need to put it here as well. Now let's go ahead and run, and let's click on this, and we see that it works. So it's beautiful. Well, with this we have deepened our understanding about route navigation and how mapping can help us. Okay, now let's come to the home page. Remember earlier we said that this is a reusable text and we want to reuse it. So now let's come over here and put this, and I think we can also put a little bit of distance. So let's go ahead and use it here and save it, and here we see this one, right? Okay, so here we are able to see all the tickets, right? And let's go ahead and change it to hotels. That's what we are supposed to use it. But now of course if you click over here, it still takes you to the ticket page. What's the reason? The reason is over here. You see that we have this on tap event. This is also called event, and this is hard coded, right? So wherever we call this class from, it's the same event is getting called. So what we could do, instead of passing it, making it hard-coded here, actually we can pass it through our, and now here we can declare something like this. So here it's saying that, okay, we are going to have a variable, and the variable would be a function type. Of course, that means that we have to pass a function. And here we say that we may pass function, we may not pass function. I think it would also work without this. Now, we, of course, need to have it here, actually required. Let's come over here. Required this dot func. All right, okay. Now the idea is, because you see early that we can pass a string, right? We mentioned the string type and we pass the string itself. So we could, similarly, we could also pass function, okay? So here we are saying that we are going to pass function, and then we're gonna call it func, okay? Like this, as you can see over here, void function func. Now, in general, the convention is over here, you mention it as a void callback, like that. Okay, now how to work with this? So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. Actually, I'm not going to delete the res. I'm going to copy this, and of course here you see that we have issues because it wants more argument. And what's the argument? It should be func, and you can pass this one. And let's see what's going on. Invalid const, so const could be a problem, so remove that. And here it wants you to import this library as a package, and error should be gone. And here the same thing, we remove const, and then we do func, and we pass what we had, okay? And of course, the thing is that over here, we are passing the same function, right? Okay, so even before we change or do anything else, so make sure the changes take effects. So we are already passing function from here. So this is our function, and that's what we are passing. And as we are passing this, we can use the past one, whatever we are passing. So we passed the function, and we are using that function. Remember, this is already a function, okay? This already has a function body, so you don't have to go ahead and do like this, okay? And it's not going to work. All right, so you have to pass because, I mean, you have to use it like this because it's already the function that you are passing from here. Now let's go ahead and restart our app, and let's click on this, and we see it works, right? We don't have any issues. So the first thing what we did over here, that it became dynamic. I mean, whatever you pass down to it, it's gonna work. For example, now we don't want to pass the same one, we want to pass something different. What do you want to pass? An empty body, that's all. So let's go ahead and restart. So this is a callback function we are passing. This would work if you click on it. So this function would get called, so that's why we call it callback function. And this is also a callback function. Work on this, it works. And you click on that, nothing, because it has nothing to do. If you want, you can print it. So here it's a print, hello there. All right, so let's go ahead and run and click on this, and here we see hello there. You see that, right? So it's working and it's being printed. So hello there, right? And if you come over here, we see our tickets, and you can still go back. So that's how it works actually. So this part has been pretty dynamic and beautiful. So definitely we are progressing and improving. This time we're gonna go ahead and work on this section. And as you can see, this would be also scrollable left and right, and at the same time, of course, this is going to scroll with the whole app itself, as you can see over here. Now from this, you'd understand that once again we'll have a container, and inside the container we'll have this image, and the container itself will have background color, as you can see over here. And then the size of this container would be a little more than 50% of the whole screen width over here. So these are the things that we need to remember. Now let's come over here and see how we can arrange the next part. So as usual, we're gonna put it here actually, and then here we're going to put our text, or actually I wouldn't say text, actually our widget. Now this is going to be here. So we had this home screen, so this is a screen, and part of it over here would be widget actually. So here I'm going to go ahead and create a directory, and here we're gonna call it widgets, and inside this we are going to go ahead and create a file, and then we're gonna call it hotel.dart. Okay, like that. Okay, now why I didn't put it somewhere else globally, because this hotel itself just gonna be used in this screen over here. That's it, over here. It's not going to be used anywhere else. So you can put it inside the screens widgets and hotel like this. So let's go ahead and create a stateless class for now, and we're gonna call it hotel. Yeah, let's go ahead and import the things that we need. And since we have this one now over here, we can simply go ahead and call hotel, and let's import the things that we need. Okay, cool. And of course nothing will change over here, I mean apart from this thing, this box over here. All right, so here one thing we do first, as I said, that we're going to return a container, because we are going to do a design like this. And one of the things you do understand from it, here we're gonna give it a width. Okay, now say you're gonna give it a width 300. Let's go ahead and do that, and say then you're gonna give it a height 350, and then let's go ahead and do color actually. So here we can say colors.gray.shade 200, and most probably we also need this one. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so let's say we don't see it here yet, and what if we actually change the color? So actually this is close to white, so colors.red, and let's save it, and this is what we see. So for now we're gonna keep it as it is, and we're going to change it very soon. And you see that we can already scroll up. So that's the first part. And of course we don't want a color like this. Okay, the reason is because over here you see we have border, right? So we want to have decoration and box decoration, and inside box decoration we can assign color, and for now it would look like nothing has changed. But instead of using this color, we can here use our app styles, I think, dot primary color. Let's go ahead and save it. This is what we want. And then after that, over here we're gonna do border radius, and border radius dot circular dot here say 24. Let's save it. And now it's more like looking like this one over here, as you can see. Now of course this whole width looks like a little too much, so we don't want to show it like this. In that case, we need to go ahead and create a variable. So here final say size equal, here we're going to do media query dot of context dot size. Now here let's go ahead and take size dot width, and then we're gonna take 6% of it, so it become much smaller, and in that case it'll look like this one over here. Right, so now over here you'll see that we have this and this and this and this, so it looks like all of them we can put in a column. Luckily right here we could do a child, and inside child we can have column, then we'll have children. And let's put it everything like this and save this, and of course no changes there. And then over here we want to show the image. Now for the image itself we can do a container. Now the reason why we are going to do a container, once again we'll have border over here, as you can see. So if you have container, you can always assign border like that. So I'm going to copy this and put it here. Now in this case, instead of having border radius 24, we can have it as 12, and the color is still primary color. And if we save it, of course nothing is visible over here. And then here is this property which is called image, and then we could do decoration image, and then here we can do image, and at the same time then we do asset image, and then over here we can say image. Well, let me look at our resources folder, and here we actually have media, not as image. So here, so let's come over here and we'd say, well, app media, this one, and app media. Well, then we could actually say, for example, go ahead with logo, and we might be able to see that. It looks like we don't see it yet. Then in that case, give it a height, and give it a height of 180, and we see it here. And of course it looks ugly, but this is not what we want to show. Remember earlier we had assets, and I think this is the one that we want to show. Yeah, this one. Okay, this name is Hotel Rome. So let's come over here, and then we can just go ahead and copy this over here, and we're gonna call it hotel room, and then let's see, hotel room. This is the image name. Let's save it. Let's remove this, and then over here we'll have hotel room. Let's go ahead and save it. I'm not sure we have an issue. Okay, let's go ahead and reload it. Okay, we already see that it's there, but then it's looking a little weird. So over here there are other properties that we can set. So that property is called fit property, FIT, fit. So here we're gonna fit something called box fit dot cover. So not cover, contain, it should be cover. Let's go ahead and save it. So now it is better. So cover, like cover letter, or cover on a page or on an album. Okay, so it looks better with this. Now this one over here, we do see that it's not like this. I mean, here we do have this kind of extra background which it doesn't have. Now I do feel like keeping like this maybe better than this, so I'm going to keep it as like this. Okay, but if you do want, you can also change it like this. It's gonna work anyway. Okay, so now this part is so far so good and ready. Now in terms of this box width.cover and contain and fill, you can try different of them and you'll see that which one fits your need. Okay, it doesn't have to be just one single criteria, so it could be any of them based on your needs. Okay, so we're gonna keep it as it is. Now we see, so that part is all right working, and then over here we could do, say, sized box height 10. All right, and then over here we're gonna show our text. So this is the text that we want to show over here. Now how are we gonna do that? So let's go ahead and put our text, and inside this, what do you want to say? You want to say open space. So let's go ahead and say open space. All right, and after that let's put styles to it, and I guess we have app styles dot headline 2. We're gonna get headline 2 from it, then copy width. All right, looks like copy width, this one, and inside this we want to actually set a different color. Remember, whatever headline has already, we can keep that color and all the properties of this, but we just want to change the color of it. Okay, now say colors.red. Let's go ahead and save it. So we already see the color over here. All right, so far so good, and it's fine, but this is not the color that we want to show. So for this one, let's go there and we set up a color over here. We call it khaki color, which actually matches with the design. So we remove this, and then here we can say I think that's app styles dot khaki color. Let's save it, and this matches better. Now let's go ahead and put it here. Now we do see that we have a bit of issues. Okay, so the text itself, the children, they are like this text. There should be a bit of spacing. Actually, they should be on this side, on the left side, but we don't see that they're on the left side. So here we could set up property which is called cross-axis alignment dot start. Now this looks fine. So remember, for column, the cross-axis is horizontal axis. Now of course this doesn't look like this one over here, so that's also a problem. Now wrap this around another widget. So let's go ahead and wrap this around padding widget, and then if you save it, you'll already see that you're getting result. But in this case, we're just gonna do left. So we're gonna do only left 15. Okay, so which is much better looking right now. All right, so far so good. And then here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this and put it here. Okay, and if I do that, you'll see. Now let's go ahead and check. So all I need to do, change this one. So here 25 and what was it? Let me go ahead and check. Night. Now if you're going to show this dollar sign, we need to have this ampersand, not ampersand, this slash actually. Then you can only show the dollar. And after that, over here we can do sized box and height, say 5. Let's save it, and we see it as it is here. Okay, and what about this text itself? We also have another text over here. I think we are putting the text itself should be 3. Actually, this should be 3, a little big. Okay, let me go ahead and put 1 and see how things go. Okay, actually this is what I was talking. And then we can actually copy one of the other. In fact, not like this. And go ahead and copy and put it here. Okay, and let me have it as it is. And then instead of this, here we can sell London. So here you see London, but the color, actually we can say colors.white. So far we are okay with white color, and I like this. So here you can have 3. Style 3. Let's save it. So yeah, so that's pretty much it for now. Okay, so this is what we have now, and the first thing we want to do is moving it to the left side over here. Now, how to do that? Of course, there is no mechanism over here that we can do it, so we need to do it here. Now, as you see that we are inside a column, right? So in general, we could actually set up the property cross-axis alignment and cross-axis alignment dot start. Remember, for column, cross-axis is this horizontal property, how you align something horizontally. And then you see that, yeah, it aligned up. And then there is also a problem with this double text over here. So it looks like previously we are using this one as 20. So let's go ahead and use this so that we are pretty much same, and save it. Okay, cool. Of course, this part is scrollable, and then I also want to make a bit of change in the design, because here the theme color is this bluish and this orange, so we want to have a little bit of bluish color. Now for this reason over here, actually this is the container, right? We know that this container itself has this color. Okay, this is the primary color, right, which is this one. So this container is all of it, right? So inside this we want to create some empty space. So we can always create empty space inside a container using padding. So here we can use add incest.all, and then over here, say for now 0.8, sorry 8.0, let's save it, and that's what we see. Now this border is a little too much. Okay, so we don't want any border like that. I mean, it's a little too curved, so we don't want that one. We want a little bit sharp edge. Okay, and this one, actually I think I would be happy with 18. Okay, and this is perfect. Now with this it looks much better. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and add a const modifier over it. Okay, now let's come over here. So this is our hotel, and right now currently we just have only one hotel. So what do you want to do? You want to do it like this, the single child scroll view. Okay, now as we saw earlier, we also want to be able to scroll left and right. So we need to wrap this around single child scroll view. So let's go ahead and do that. Here we're gonna do single child scroll, view like this. All right. And with this, the only problem is that we can only put one child. So we might have many of them. So over here, this hotel, actually we want to wrap it around another widget. Actually, we want to wrap it around the row widget. And then here we might have 12 this. So let's go ahead and put 2 hotels. I mean, hotel widget actually. And this is the other one that we see. Okay. Now, of course, there is this horizontal issue over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and I think we can assign the scroll direction, and here we do axis dot horizontal. Let's go ahead and save it, and now it's gone. We see that we are able to scroll it, right? But now the problem is they're too much close to each other. So here for the first one, we can wrap it around the container, and then here we can actually assign a bit of margin to it. So let's go ahead and do that here. Margin, this one, and then here edge insets. Let me go ahead and find edge insets. Let's see. Okay, like this. Let me go ahead and copy this and let's put it here. Okay. Okay, and we don't have any conditions here like this. So we're gonna just put 16, and now it's separated just like this one, and it looks beautiful. But if you do see that over here, ticket view, we put this margin inside a container, not really inside the scroll view. So this hotel screen, actually, I think we can do the same over here. So here we can do margin, and you can have it, and we can remove this condition. Let's save it. But of course we see now more distance. In that case, we can just simply go ahead and remove all of this. Actually, in fact, we don't need like that. We can just have 12 this. Let's save it, and then we see that it works. In fact, you can have a lot of them, and then it's still gonna work. Okay, all right, so that's how you go ahead and scroll. So we are scrolling all of them, and beautiful. So it's already looking very nice, and that's what we wanted to see. All right, so in next section, actually, we're gonna see how to load this data dynamically from our map. Okay, so this time we're going to go ahead and work on our map data. Now, as usual, we need to come to our all JSON over here. Now, the name once again could be confusing because once you get your data from server side, actually it'll be already in JSON format. Okay, but if you do want, you can change it to all map. Anyway, so let me go ahead and put the data here. So this is our hotel list, and once again there is a list of map. Okay, so that's why we have list, and inside we have map. Okay, so list of map, so that's what we have. Now here everything is pretty much set. The only thing that we need to change, I believe, this names. Actually, the naming over here is not very correct. So here we can change it to, say, for example, well, it says open space, and I don't think we have one open space over here. So let me go ahead and see. So this is the city view, and we might have hotel room, this one. So let me go ahead and change it to hotel room. Hotel room. Okay, so this one is fine, and then I think we need to have another one over here. Okay, let me go ahead with city view. The second one, city view. All right, and the third one over here, we can go ahead and do pull view. Pull view. Okay, but looks like they are not going to be the same though. Here we have tallest building. So here we can say best pull in the city, like that. Okay. All right, so this is what we'll have, and let me save the data, and that's fine. Okay, and of course we don't need like this, so we can remove all of this and we'll end up having one. Okay, cool. So it would be just like this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this row over here. Okay, and then let me just put it here. And instead of ticket list, we'll have a hotel list. Hotel list. Okay. And what do we have? Cannot be invoked on a constant expression. So let me remove that. And here we can say single hotel. You get the idea. But in general, the photos we are loading, they might not be hotel, all of them, but related to hotel. Okay. All right. Single hotel, and here we'll have hotel. And rest of the things stays the same. And now, of course, hotel over here doesn't match in a sense. Of course, we didn't declare it. So let me change it to hotel, which is more readable. And now let's come over here and declare it here, final map. Okay, and then string and dynamic, and then here we're gonna call it hotel. Okay, in dynamic we have an issue, and then here hotel required this dot hotel. Okay, all right, so now let's go ahead and save it. And we do see, okay, we already have two over here. And the reason is because if you come over here, we are taking two of them. That's why it's showing two, but in fact we are not changing any data. But this is the time that we're gonna go ahead and change our data. So let's go ahead and do that. And if you're to come over here inside this, I believe. So okay, over here we're going to change our image first, right? And how to change the image itself? So now the image should be coming from the actual image link is over here, right? This is the image link actually. This is where the images are, I believe they're sorted over here. Okay, but we don't have those images, but we can't use any of this, so we have to forget. So for now, in this case, all we have to do, we have to assume that we know the image path. So in fact we know the image path here, assets, images, all right, like this. And then here we'll have this $, and then this one, because we're gonna put a variable which is hotel, and inside this we'll have image. Okay, and with this I think everything is going to work fine. Let's see. So we have a const over here. Let me go ahead and remove this. So let's understand this one. So over here, this would be actually image path from server. But of course, in that case, in future, we have to replace asset image with network image. Okay. And currently we know that our images are also stored over here inside assets images folder. That's what we did, right? And the exact image name, whatever the image itself, the name is coming from this hotel image, which eventually refers to this image key over here. So this is an image key. Okay, so that's what I said. And then all we need to do, let's go ahead and save it, and we'll see that if we can view new images. Let's restart it. Okay, cool. Now here we already see that we have 2 new images, and then we also have this text available over here, but we need to change them. But images, they have changed dynamically, and if you want to, you can also remove that and try to load 3 of them, and you will see it's there. 3 of them are here. Okay, all this image is beautiful. All right. Okay, so our next job should be changing the text. Now over here we already have a text, but this is also hard coded. This is not what we want, so we'll have hotel here, and then here we can just get this place variable, which is this one, place. Okay, all right, and then over here I think I have a typo, sorry. So this one should be here, I think. This is the first one, and the second one should be destination, I believe. Destination, which should be coming from here. So place, destination, and next one we're gonna show price over here. Now the price itself, we are going to show a dollar sign, remember. So this one, so this is for showing the dollar sign, right? And at the same time we'll have variable. So to show variable inside string, we have to use another dollar sign and then this curly braces. So this is the basic Dart thing you should know by this time. And then here we'll say price, and after that over here we can do this slash, and here night. Okay, now this part may be confusing to some of you. So what I said over here is that, okay, so this dollar sign, to show this dollar sign, we are using the first slash. So first slash and then dollar sign, which means that we'd be able to see this one. And then because hotel is a variable and we want to take value inside out of from it, so that's why we have used another dollar sign with curly braces. Okay, that's how it works. All right, so let me go ahead and restart, and then of course I believe that we have overflow issue like over here because some of this the text is too long. So in that case, what we could do for now, we can change the name to best city pool. Let me go ahead and change it. Let's restart. Okay, now we don't have any overflow issue, and beautiful. Okay, cool. Now after this over here, if we come to home screen, in fact we can actually here do take.2. we just want to show 2 of them. For example, take 2. All right, and then restart it, and we'll see that we are only showing 2 of them. All right, so that's working pretty cool. And then next we might be working on this one where we're gonna show all the hotels. Okay, so next, once we are done with this, which we have already done over here, then we are going to work on the search page. So this is the page that we want to work. Now, as we are going to work on this, so here, instead of screens folder, here we are going to create a new file over here. Well, actually, what we could do here, we could do like this. We can do a little bit of refactoring. Search, okay, and then inside this we can create a new file and search screen .dart like this. But of course with this it looks like we also have to refactor. Okay, and then over here this one we also want to put inside a new directory, and actually we're gonna call it home, and we're gonna move this one over here, and we need to refactor everything alongside this, and here the same thing, and I think all tickets should go there as well for now. Okay, and let's see if we have issues or not, and looks like we don't. Okay, we have an issue, so let's remove that, and then we see where we need to import, re-import. So here we need to re-import everything. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and run our app one more time from scratch. And okay, it's working fine. We don't have any issues. We don't have any issues over here as well. Okay, now over here we are going to work on this search screen, this one over here. Now here we are going to create a stateless class, and here we can say search screen. Okay, let's go ahead and import the placeholder and related libraries. Okay, now over here, if we do come to this bottom tab, instead of search like this, we can use search screen. Search screen, have it, and we'll see that we might not have any changes, but let's go ahead and restart it. Okay, cool. Well, after that, actually, we're going to continue to work on this. So the first thing we can do is remove this, the const as well. All right. Now, and then let's go ahead and take a look at this one. So this is once again scrollable. So definitely we can use a list view since this is going to be scrollable. Okay, but before that we need to use scaffold, but otherwise we might not be able to color it. All right, and then here we'll have body color, and then inside this we'll body, not body color, list view. So list view would help us to scroll it. Let's just save it. Let's come over here. So it's this, and everything else is gone. And then the first thing we need is setting the background color itself. Okay, and let's go ahead and see the background color. I don't think they look same. So over here we need to use background color and app styles .bj color. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, right. This is the correct color that we are looking for. Okay, cool. So the next thing we want is showing this text over here. Now, well, we learned that over here, if it's a list view, we'll have children. So inside children, we want to show a text. And the text itself is what are you looking for? This one. Okay, let's go ahead and save it, and we do see it here. Now we have this /n, which means it's a new line, and then we want to color it or style it. So here style, do app styles. Okay, dot headline. So we are going to use headline 1. Let's go ahead and save it, and we see it's pretty big. And then here we're going to do copy with, and we want to change the color. And the color itself, we can use font size. Okay, font size, color, font size actually 35, and it'd be pretty big, as you can see, and that's what we have seen over here. Okay, all right, so now there is a little bit of space here, so let's remove that. And now with this, they are very similar. Okay. All right, so now once again, take a look at this, and they do look a little bit different the way we see over here. There is this padding, right? So, but we don't have the padding over here. But inside list view, actually, we can apply padding. So edge insets dot symmetric, this one, horizontal padding, say 20, and vertical padding, say 20. All right, okay. So symmetric puts padding or margin on the left and right side at the same time, but amount of padding and margin you want, you can mention them separately. But in this case, we are just putting padding. Now it's too close to the top section, so here we could do sized box, and then in the side box we could do height and 40. And let's save it. Okay, cool. And with this, we are looking very similar to this one. We don't have any issues. As you can see, they're exactly the same thing. Now the tabs are not clickable, but in future we'll make them clickable.
So we want to work on the tabs. Now for the tab itself, actually we want to put them over here, just like this home widget. So here we'll have directory, and here we're gonna call it widgets. All right, and then file. Here we can call it app ticket tabs.dart. Okay, right. Then here we're gonna make a stateless class. We're gonna call it app ticket tabs. All right, so the first thing we want to do is go ahead and import library, and as well as we also want to put it here. So here we're gonna call it app ticket tabs. Let's go ahead and import. Well, looks like we are missing a semicolon over here. Okay, right. For now we're gonna put const modifier, and you save it, you'll see like this. And at the top of that, actually we can give it a little bit of spacing over here. So sized box, here's a height 20, and then I guess it's fine. Okay, right. Okay, so now we're gonna focus on working on this beautiful UI section over here where it says airline tickets and hotel. So definitely from here you understand that this is going to be a row widget, and then at the same time we're gonna have container. So container and then child row. Well, the reason having container is that you see the border style over here. So every time you have to decorate or give border to a box, it's better you go ahead and use container, because within container you'll have decoration and then box decoration, just like this. Border radius dot circular, and then here we're gonna have 50. Go ahead and do colors dot red, and we need material library. In that case we might not need this one at all. Okay, so let's go ahead and save it. Nothing is visible because our child, we don't have, this child is empty. Okay, if you put a text over here inside children, and the text hi or h, as you can see, is visible, but this is something not that we want to put. So over here we are going to have a color. So here we'll have color, and we're gonna call it OXFF for F, I think 6 FD, this one. So that's the color that we want. Let me see, are we doing it correctly? Yes, we are doing it correctly, but looks like it's still not visible. Is it visible? I think it is visible, but not that obvious though. Let's put another F. Okay, so now it's visible, and then we are fine. Well, after this, inside this, actually we want to work with our first container. So we remove that, and then you may ask why container again, because you see that part of it would be straight and the part would be like this border over here, like a radius. So we need container again. So here we'll have container, and inside the container, now we need to give it a width and size, and how to get that. So here we'll have final size media query of context dot size,
Now if we do come over here, inside this we could do, okay, I think we need to do like this. All right, and inside this over here we can have a width, and what would be our width? So here size dot width, and then whatever it is, we are going to take 44% out of it. Okay, right. Now once again nothing is there because nothing is visible. Okay, right. And then over here inside this, let's put a child over here. For now it's a text, and inside the text itself we can say airline tickets. Okay, airline tickets. Let's go ahead and save it, and we see that it's already visible. Now over here it doesn't look good, so here we could do padding. So here add insets only, actually symmetric, and we're gonna do it vertical, top and bottom. So let's give it 7, and as you see that it already looking better. The reason is because in the top and bottom we have this padding over here. Okay, cool. And then inside this we can have a text where it's gonna center itself. Now of course it's not gonna come over here, because as you see that this container may actually taking all of it. But within the row, the first container just takes 44% of the whole thing. So that's why we see that it's just coming over here, not really inside the whole container and being over here. So it's a row, but the first element, so it has to, so row is like splitting like half, and it's putting inside the middle. So hopefully it makes sense. And then the other thing we could do, we can just go ahead and copy this, and let's put it here, and let's save it. And we do see that this is what we have. And right now we can put hotels instead of this one. So let's go ahead and do hotels, just like this. Now if we do come over here inside this, so let's go ahead and apply decoration, and then we could do box decoration. So now here we'll have border radius dot horizontal, this one, and then we want to apply the border to the left side. So let's go ahead and do border to the left side. So here we do left, and then radius dot circular, radius dot circular, and here we're gonna do 50. Now it looks like no changes at all over here. One thing, remember this color, well, for color itself we are going to change it very soon. So let's go ahead and do color. So here we do colors dot white. Now see, yes, it's different. And now if you don't give it border radius, you will see that it becomes like this. So that's why you also need to give another border radius. Okay, hopefully it makes sense, because this border radius now becoming the same as the parent border radius. Okay, so with this it should make more sense. And I think let's put const wherever possible. Okay, and I think we should also do it here. Okay, now of course with all of this, actually in fact I can copy this and come over here. Now this one over here, instead of white we could do transparent. So whatever the background color it has, we keep as it is. Otherwise if you put it white, of course it doesn't make sense, right? So you want to have transparent. Now over here, instead of having it on the left, have it on the right, even though they look like same, is better. You do it on the right, even though this even transparent, so it's just taking the background color
of this container itself over here, which is this one. Okay, all right. So these are the few things that we need to know. And then over here, we can have hotels. Okay, so airline tickets and hotels. So that's what pretty much we have. And
okay, so hopefully you are able to make the reusable widget, which was given as an assignment. But anyway, if you are not able to do that, I'm going to do it and show you here how to do it. Well, we can close this. Now, as I said earlier in the instructions, that we can create a new widget over here. In this widgets folder, we can create a new file. That's one way to go. And actually, there's another way. In fact, we can create a new stateless class over here. Stateless class, and we're gonna call it app tabs. Okay. Now, remember what we need over here. If you open up, which things are changing? We see that pretty much left and right condition is changing. Okay, so we have to know whether we are applying to the left or whether we are applying to the right. Okay, so that one, and as well as this text itself. So these two things are actually changing. So now for them, we can apply as, we can declare them as a string. The first one, string. Okay, tab string. All right, and then we can also do final bool. It's a tab border. Okay, now of course it's creating noise over here. It's saying that, okay, you need to give me values. So, all right, tab string. Now, okay, actually we can also give it a default value over here. And let's see, remove. Okay, if we give default value, then we don't need require. That's true. And what else over here? There cannot be a bold type. Okay, I should do it. Tab string. This one. Instead of calling it string, let's call it text, because string is too technical. Text makes more sense. All right, and then over here, this dot tab border, and here by default is false. Okay, these are the two conditions that we are going to use. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this one over here and definitely put it here. Okay, and it looks like we also need to get this guy. So I'm going to copy this, and of course with this we'll have error, and that's fine. I'm going to put it here. Okay, and after that, so tab text. So this is the text to be sent. So here I can directly use this one, tab text, and we have const, so we got to remove that part. And what else? Now this one, so whether we are applying to the left and right side, we need to be careful. Okay, so by default it's false. So here we can set tab border equal false. Okay, if it is false, then we are going to apply it to the left side, which is already this one over here. Okay, so it wants a const over here. Otherwise here we can actually copy this whole thing. Now once again we are using ternary operator over here, and then here we can say right. Okay, so this is the only difference that we'll have. Let me reformat the code so that it's more readable. Okay, so now by default is false. If it is false, that means we are going to apply to the left side. If we send a value as by saying true, then we're going to apply it to the right side, which is over here. Everything else stays the same. So now we can be smart and remove this too. We don't need. So in that case, we can say app tab. Okay, all right. And you'll see that we can also do app tabs, this one. If you save it, everything is gone and it's falling into default one, right? And it's ugly. So here, the first thing you can say app text. What's the value of it? The value of it is all, I think all that was all tickets. And that's what we see. And then over here, tab text, the hotels, save it, we see. Now the border itself over here, tab border, we can pass it true. And let's save it, and this is what we see. Now there is also a color issue though, which we forgot to mention. Okay, because this one and this one, their colors are different, right? So this one we need to assign a transparent color. Now where is this color coming from? This box decoration color. Okay, so we need to create another variable. Here we can say final bool tab color. Okay, and then once again over here, this dot tab color equal false. Let me reformat the code. It looks better. And then over here you can say tab color false, then white. Otherwise here we'd say colors dot transparent. Let's save it, and of course in this case this one still doesn't work because we need to pass tab color true. Okay, and then you'll see that it works perfectly beautiful. So this, we just built another reusable widget. All right, so the next thing we want to do is showing this one over here, this two. Now for this two, once again we'd be building reusable text widget. So let's go ahead and do that. Now let's come over here, and we were here inside this screens widgets, right? Okay, now here we are going to create well, actually not this folder, this one here. We are going to create a new file, and we're gonna call it app text icon. So let's go ahead and name it app text icon .dart. All right, and then over here we are going to create a stateless class, and we're gonna call it app text icon, app text icon. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the necessary steps over here, and let's go ahead and remove this. And inside this we are going to have a container. The reason that we are going to have container, once again, if you see over here, we are going to have borders, so you have to use text container to do that. So that gives us the idea that okay, here we are going to use decoration and box decoration, because we will have border radius, so we can do border radius dot circular over here, and then the border radius we're going to use a 10 on this, and at the same time here we're going to do color. So here we could do colors dot white. Let's go ahead and import it. Okay, now let's save it, and of course we don't see anything because we don't have a child. Now over here we are going to do a child, and the child would be row and children. Okay, now let's take a look why. Because here we have these two items, right? So you can put them in a row next to each other. So that's why we have this. And at the same time you'll see that okay, first one is an icon and second one is a text. So here for the first one itself we could use the icon widget. Okay, and here we'll have icon. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Let me restore it. Okay, and let's come over here, and of course we don't see it. The reason is, now let me close this search screen over here. So here we could have const app
text icon, this one. Okay, we don't want this app text icon. Okay, we have a D there, and which is wrong. We don't want D. That's a typo, so let's go ahead and move that. And now the error is gone, and let's save it. And here you see there is an icon. We see that, so let's style it. And here we could do sized box, and then here we'll do height. So height, actually we could do 25. Let's put it like this, put it down. Okay, beautiful. Now since it is here, let's go ahead and apply padding. So here we're going to do padding to it. Add insets dot, we could do symmetric. First one is vertical, so top and bottom. So vertical 12 and horizontal say 12. Let's save it. Now it became bigger, and which is cleaner and nicer. Okay, now a few things. So this color itself, we can define it in our app styles file. So let's go ahead and open it. App styles. Okay, all right. So here we can say static color. Now let's take a look at this one. So here we can say plain color. Plain, because these are plain, right? Plain color like this. And then I think it wants a const over here. Let's go ahead and put a const. And then over here we are going to, sorry. So let's remove this, and here we can use app styles, and now it became universal. Right after this, we're gonna use text. Now here for now it's a departure, this one, and then here we could do style app styles dot text style, this one. Now let's go ahead and save it, and this is what we see. Now these two are too close to each other, and then here we could do sized box, and we could do width, actually with say 10, and we have an issue. All right, and it looks like we need a const over here, otherwise we'll get these things. Okay, at the same time we also need const over here. Now among all these things over here, actually we want this icon and this one to be dynamic. So here we could do final icon data icon final, we can say string text, and we need to put them in the constructor. Required this dot icon, required this dot text. Okay, right. Now this icon would be actually sent from the this as a parameter, right? So we're gonna pass it down, so the place where we call it from. Okay, now where we are calling it from, we are calling it from here, and we have error, so that's fine. Let's go ahead and pass the icon, and here we do icons dot flight rounded, this one. I think we're gonna do actually take off. All right, and then we also need the text itself. So here it's a departure. Beautiful. Error is gone. Set const modifier. Now here we are going to put it down over here, and here instead of this we can use flight land rounded, this one, and here we can say arrival, and then over here we're gonna have const sized box height, say 20. Beautiful. Now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so with this we built another reusable widget, app icon text widget. Okay, so all we needed to do, we needed to pass this as a parameter. So the idea is when you pass icon as an argument and accept it as a parameter over here, you have to accept it using icon data. Okay, so that's one thing. And the other thing we learned that by default, if you have items in a row, they're all on the left sided. As you see, this is the default. So these are all on the left side. Okay, this is the default property. So if you don't change, all gonna be on the left side. But of course, if you want, we can put this one here, departure there. All right. So that's how it works. So that which looks very much like this over here, and I think so far so good. Well, in next section we'll see how to work on this. This is done. Now we can go ahead and work on this one. Of course, this would be relatively simple over here. Now here we can create a new widget actually inside this search one. Okay, so here we're gonna create new widget and we're gonna call it find tickets. Okay, find tickets.dart, and then once again we are going to create a stateless class and we're gonna call it find tickets. All right, and then let's import it. That's it. And after that we're gonna just go ahead and call it over here. We're gonna call it const find tickets, this one, and we are good to go. Let's save it and we see it here. And obviously over here at the top we need to have const sized box and height, say 25. All right, okay, cool. So now let's come over here and remove this. So we're gonna have container, and once again you understand that container is just for border. Okay, with container you can always apply border. So now we are gonna be here, and then the first thing, decoration, box decoration, and then border radius dot circular, and then here we'll have 10, little bit less, and at the same time color, const color over here we do ox d9 1 2 I guess, or 1 1 3 0 ce. So that should be our color. Okay, now we see that this is the color. Okay, so the color has been given, and then after that here we're gonna have a child. Let's go ahead and do child, 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 and then over here we'll have text. We say find tickets. Let's go ahead and save it, and we see it, and it's ugly, but we can always change it using app styles. So here style, app styles, this one dot text style, and then copy with, here we can use copy with color, colors dot white. So with this we gotta import this. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's reformat the code so that we have better visuals. So let's save it, and we see it here. The next thing we want to do, want to center it. So let's go ahead and center. Beautiful. And after that over here we can apply padding. So add insets dot symmetrical. Here vertical 18, horizontal 18. Let's save it, and beautiful. Okay, and over here actually we can add this. Now once again, this color we can easily move to our app styles class over here. The beautiful thing about them is that you can easily change them later. Okay, so find ticket color just like this, and then come over here. So here we are going to say find ticket color app styles dot find ticket color. Let's go ahead and save it, and beautiful, and everything else stays the same. Now in future, if we want to change it, we can pass more parameters and grab them in the constructor, and we'd be good to go. All right, so now over here the code actually looks very beautiful, very organized. All right, so the next one that we want to do is this one, upcoming flights. And regarding that one, actually we already have our widgets. So let's go to our home screen, I guess. Home screen over here, and inside this we have this one. Okay, so you can directly copy this, and then we're gonna come over here and put it. Let's go ahead and import it as a package. Let's also import app routes. Okay, for now we're gonna import the same route. In future we may change this. It's already visible, and then over here we could do const sized box, and here we could do height 40. All right, and let's save it, and here we go, and let's see this. So okay, exactly the same thing, and of course we can view and go back. All right, beautiful. So you can also do the same over here, right? Go back, and the same over here as well. So it was working. All right, so this is another breakthrough actually. All right, so what is the next thing? The next thing we want to do is this one. So from here you see that this would be a row layout, and then over here this would be the first child, and this would be the second child. Now within first child we'll have a column, and second child itself would be a column. So let's go ahead and continue to work on this. So over here, the first thing we could do, say let's do row widget, right? And at the top over here we could do const sized box height 10 or 15. All right, and then children. Okay, right, and over here the first one, once again we'll have container for this, as you can see. So this would be a container, and inside the container we'll have column. So let's go ahead and do container, and we could do child, and for now we'll say a long, and then the first thing we want to do inside is decoration, box decoration, and then here border radius dot circular, and within it here we can do 20 pixel. Okay, all right, and the colors dot white. Okay, so let's go ahead and save it, and we already see it over here, and of course it's tiny text, right? Okay, so one of the other thing that we have to do over here, we have to use this. Okay, it looks like we don't have what we wanted, but find a ticket. So let's see, not even this one, app text icon, not even this. Actually I'm looking for what is it, width and the size. Okay, looks like I don't have it there, so here I'm going to declare final size, and then over here we'll have media query dot of context dot size. Okay, all right, so why we are going to have this one over here? The reason is this container itself, this one, the first child inside the row, this will have a certain width, right? So we need to get that width. So here we're gonna do width and then size.width, and then we're gonna do 42%. Okay. All right, so we are going to almost taking half over here. That's why we did that. Okay. All right, and what else? Okay, so within it we actually want a little bit of padding. Like, actually you see the white space, it came because of padding. So let's go ahead and do that. So the padding itself over here would be add insets dot symmetric and horizontal 15, vertical 15. All right, and beautiful. Okay, right. Of course, the text itself doesn't look exactly the same, and we also have an image over here. So we're gonna work on that step by step. Okay, right. And then over here, actually, we also want to apply a little bit of box shadow outside of this one. Okay, and how to do that? Actually, we are going to apply shadow. So it's called box shadow, and box shadow actually takes a list. If you hover over on this, you see it's a list. So we have to have this list thing over here. So it takes a list of shadows, and the shadows themselves are given through box shadow, this class, and over here color, and here we could do colors.gray, and then shade 200. So blur radius 1 and spread radius 1. All right, so let's go ahead and work on this. And you already see that there is this shadow over here. Okay, now if you increase them, say for example 5, so it spreads outside, and but of course if you increase the spread radius, it becomes more spreading. Okay, so in general spread radius is bigger than blur radius, so you can also do the same like this. Okay, and then over here we could do 2. Okay, but over here we also want to, we don't want to do green, actually we want to do gray. Go ahead and so it's there but not that visible. Okay, let's take this and save it. So there is a bit of change. Save it. All right. Okay, so you do this to apply shadows around your container. Okay, now we'll see more about this in future. Just remember, if you have a container, and in the container outside, if you want to apply shadow, then you need to use box shadow. And now here you could have a list of shadows. The reason is because you can also define the direction, but here we are not defining any direction, we are just going as things are. Okay, so just pretty much like everywhere. So that's the idea. So that's our box shadow. And then so with this we are done. And after the thing we want to do over here, we want to get a column. Children, the reason is we want to get a column because you see this too, the picture and text itself would be on the top of each other. So that's why we have this. And now at the same time you also see that the picture itself has also border. So whenever you see border, you need to use container. So that's what we are going to do. So here once again, decoration, box decoration, and the only thing we are going to apply here, border radius, and border radius dot circular, and over here we're going to apply 12. Okay, and after that so this one also needs a little bit of height. So here we're gonna use 190, and as you can see it became bigger. Okay, so this is pretty much for the text itself. And now since we have this border radius, we can also use image, and here we can use decoration image, and inside this we'll have image again, and then asset image, and inside this we can have our app media, I guess this one, app media dot Okay, fmedia dot, okay, what is it actually? We don't I think we have let's go over there in our fmedia class. Okay, so fmedia class, we don't have much of the things. So over here we need to define let's open this, and it looks like, okay, now it opened. It's a pretty big image. So here we want to declare a new image. So let's go ahead and do that. And here plain set, and we can call it plain set. All right, let's save it. Okay, cool. And then over here we can do plain set. Let's go ahead and save it, and looks like we need to restart. We restart it. Let's come over here. Okay, our image is not visible yet. Because we have wrong media type. Now here box fit dot cover, we want to have it as a cover photo, and it would look better. And so what's going on? Okay, it shouldn't be actually here. Box fit counts as a decoration image. Let's go ahead and save it, and beautiful. And with this, we exactly look like this one over here. Okay, all right. So before I wrap up this section, let's go ahead and use const modifier, and with this it looks actually more beautiful. All right, cool. Okay, so now we are going to show this one and how to do that. Well, we are inside this row widget, and we had this container, and inside the container we had column, and then over here we'll have this container which was showing this image and things like that. So over here we could do like say text, and then here we can just simply do 20% discount on the early booking of this flight, don't miss this one. And then here we could do style and app styles dot headline style to this one. Let's go ahead and save it, and here we go, we see that. And at the same time here we could do sized box and a height say 12, and we are good to go. Let's save it, and that's what we see. Okay, now this is so far so good, and also working as we expected. Let's put a const modifier, and we are good with this. Now this is the first item, and then what you're gonna do is this one. But of course it looks like over here we do have a bit of spacing. So here we are, so everything should be looking the same. Now to make this one exactly look like this, we could also actually assign a height over here. Now here we see a lot of space, so here actually we can skip part of it, say 05. I think that's fine. So this is what we're gonna have. So with this, the first part is done, and the next part would be about this one over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this one. Now here we do see a complex layout. Here we see this one, actually this has been drawn by hand, but we are going to also, I mean this is drawn by code, not by hand, actually code. We'll do that. First we're going to start off by doing this too, okay, and the background as well. All right. Okay. So now once again we are here inside this row widget, and then here we'll have columns. So you can have column widget inside a row, and it is completely fine. Okay. All right. And inside this, once again, now you should be able to know that wherever you see this border like this, you have to have a container. I mean, without container in general, you won't be able to apply border. All right. And here we do width, size, and then remember over here we had size dot, I think we have a variable size dot width, and then we want to get 44%. All right. And after that, over here, definitely we're gonna go decoration and box decoration. Once again, we need that because of border radius. We want to apply border radius dot circular, and we're gonna do 18 everywhere. It's gonna do the job, and at the same time over here, I'm gonna do a height 210. So we want to specifically control the height. But anyway, it didn't show up yet. The reason is because we don't have any color. Now over here we can go ahead and define a color, so let's go ahead and do that. Const color, and then ox ff3a 8888, I think. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So yes, so this is the one that we had and we wanted to have. All right, now we see they're together, and then we can simply use the property over here, main axis alignment, which is horizontally. So here we do main axis alignment dot space between, and it's beautiful, so that's fine. And what else? Now the next thing we want to show is the text itself, this two text. But now you see inside this column there is this container as a child, and inside the container will have this two. So these two on the top of each other. So for that reason, here we are going to assign child, and the child itself would be another column. And then we'll have children. Okay, so after that, over here inside this, first we're gonna do text. That's just the thing that we want, and then here we'll say discount, and because we want a new line for survey, that one. And then over here we'll have style, app styles dot headline 2, this one. And then we're gonna use copy with method, because whatever is there with headline 2, we're gonna keep that. And then here we're going to change the font family, and then font, actually we want font weight, not font family. Font weight, this one, dot bold. And then here we're gonna do color, colors dot white. Let's go ahead and save it. That's what we have. But if we do remove this one, we'll see it's a different one. So as you see, copy with method, we can apply the new things with it, and that's what we did over here. Okay, right. And what else after that? Now here we're gonna do sized box, and then height 10, because we want to put something new next to it. So let's go ahead and copy it, and then we're gonna put it here like this. Okay, but of course this is not what we want, so we're gonna remove this. The first thing, take the survey about our services and get discount. All right, and this one we don't want whatever is there, we want to change a little bit. So here W500, let's save it. Okay, so it's smaller. And then over here, font size, we can also set the font size 18, so it became much smaller. Now let's go ahead and hit const over here. All right, now of course this is disproportionate. They're pretty much this one looks like actually centered, And in fact, this is centered too. Okay, so the default property is centered, I believe. So let's go ahead and check this. So here, main axis alignment. Okay, it's not a main, actually cross axis alignment, which is horizontal. So for column, the horizontal property is centered. For column, horizontal property is used by cross axis alignment. As you see, it's a center. So this is the default property actually, but we want to do start, and as you can see, it's working fine. And now there's this problem. The problem is we want space. I think our background color has a bit of issue. We'll also fix that. They are not the same background color. Anyway, so now if you do come over here, this container itself, which is holding everything over here, and here inside this, actually we can set up a padding. So the padding should be on both sides, actually left and right. So here we could do agencies.symmetrical, and here vertical, say 15, and horizontal 15. So let's go ahead and do that. Now it looks much better. Now the background color doesn't look good. Actually, it should be B8 and B8. Let's go ahead and save it. Now it's more clear. Alright, so with this, we're also done with part of this color over here and the styling, and it's almost looking very good as we are working on it. So in next section, actually, we'll see how to go ahead and draw this on this beautiful line. Okay, so now we are going to go ahead and show like this. Well, we have the ticket app over here. Let me open this up, and then we want to show this one. Now, how to do that? Well, we already have this column, and inside this we have this container. Okay, now this container is showing all of it. Actually, we want to put another container inside this, and we'll see how things go. All right, so let's go ahead and use container. Okay, and inside this, here we'll have decoration and a box decoration. And then let's go ahead and work like give it a border. Okay, so now we are not going to give it border radius. We want to have border everywhere. So here we can also use this one, and with this, the beautiful thing is even the border itself, you can give it color. Okay, so here let's go ahead and do 18. Let's save it, and we see that okay, it showed up here at the bottom. And well, let's continue to work on this. This is not something that we wanted, but anyway, so let's go ahead and fix the color. And here we can say const color oxff 1899999. Go ahead and save it, and this is what we see. Okay, and then we want to give it a special shape over here. Let's go ahead and do the shape property, and inside this here we can do box shape dot circle. Actually, let's go ahead and do that. And here we already see that we have a circle sitting up there. And now let's go ahead and apply padding to it. Let's go ahead and do that, and insist only all over here. Let's go ahead and give it padding 30. Let's see how it looks like. And here we see it became big, and that's how actually the padding works. Okay, without padding, you see that small. So now padding is being applied from inside. Okay, all right, so this is like padding of 30, and we also have this decoration which actually applies border. Now, of course, this is very different than the one that we see over here. And how to achieve this? Now, the thing that we want to do over here, this one and this one, we want to overlap. And how can we do that? Now, we want this children actually to overlap. I mean, this one could come over here or somewhere. So for this reason, actually, this two container, we can wrap inside around another widget, which is called stack widget. The stack widget also takes children, so we're gonna put them, and let's see how things go. And as you can see that it's already up here. Okay, so they are already overlapping. Now, of course, in that case, what we could do, we can just go ahead and have this and remove that column, and let's see how it goes. And we have the stack widget, and okay, so everything is fine. So instead of column, now we can just simply keep our stack widget. Now, as we have stack widget, of course, this is not the position we have. As you see that a stack widget puts everything from the beginning. It's like left top. Okay, everything starts from the left top. Now this one we want to put it over here, so we can wrap this around another widget. Let's go ahead and do that, and we're gonna call it positioned widget. The position and stack widget, they work together. I mean, if you use positioned, you have to have stack as a parent, or if you have a stack, most of the time you'd be using positioned. Otherwise, this layout is quite messy. So here on the right, we want to say do 0. So it went up. So this is the right 0, right? But 0 is not our target, so we can do or give negative coordinate, as you see. So now it's going beyond our this 0. Remember, this is 0 over here for right section. This is 0, and then we can also apply the top, and then here we could do 40. And let's save it, and that's what we see. Beautiful. So now with this, we see exactly the similar over here, and it looks like, okay, we might have an issue with this color. Now let's go ahead and work on the color itself. Okay, now if we go ahead and compare, the color doesn't really look quite the same. The reason is I have one more N over there. Now it looks the same as this one. Now, of course, we can go ahead and copy this, and we can find app styles over here, and then over here we could do static color, circle color, this one, and then we can be here, and we can say app styles dot circle color, and yeah, so that's how it works.
Okay, so first here we'll have an understanding of what is called Flutter stack widget. Now here you see, well, a layout, and you can deem them as 3 different containers. So each color represents a container. Now in general, if we are just going to put them on a Flutter application or a screen, you can't put them like this. They would definitely be like, for example, the first one is white. The second one, this little blue one, would start from here. Okay, and then this one would start from the end of or bottom of blue, this rectangle or square. Now to achieve this kind of overlapping layout where one stays on the other one, we need to use a stack widget. So here we see stack. Okay, if you put stack widget, and if you put children inside stack widget, like this would be stack widget, then you can put them like in overlapping manner. Okay, like inside column widget, we also put children, but they never overlap. They always either on the top or on the bottom. If you want your widgets to overlap, you have to use a stack widget and put the children inside the stack widget, and that's how the stack widget works. So now we're going to work on this since we are done with this section over here. So we have this container and the stack widget, and over here we also have this. All right, now earlier we have seen that we didn't need the column, but now we need the column because we want to put this one right below it, and that's possible if we wrap it around a column widget, which you'll understand soon. So this is our column widget, we wrapped it around, and the first one is a stack widget, and inside this we can have another container widget. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Container, because if you don't have this column, we don't have actually a mechanism to put this stack and the coming container, which is this one, on the top of each other, right? It's not overlapping, it's on the top of each other. Okay, so that's why we need this thing. Okay, so let's go ahead and define width, and then here we'll have size.width and 44%. All right, and after that here, let's go ahead and assign a height to it. And once again, here we'll do decoration and box decoration, and within box decoration itself we'll get a border radius, border radius dot circular, then 18. Okay, all right, now we already see that it went up a little bit, and looks like it didn't align much over here, and we'll fix that, don't worry. And then this container, as you see over here, it also needs a bit of padding, so the top, left, and right, right? So that's why we can apply padding to it. So here we're gonna do padding, add instance.symmetric, vertical 15, horizontal 15. We don't have any of this yet. I mean, we don't have any child within it, so it looks like there is no change. Even if you, I mean, of course there is nothing there yet, right? We know that, but now here we can go ahead and assign child to it. So let's go ahead and do child. And if you take a look, so here this text and this emojis, so they would be inside a column. So let's go ahead and do that, column and children, and the first one is a text, and it says take love. Let's go ahead and put it, and this is what we see over here. All right, now this is the problem with this border background color, so we don't have background color. So here we can do color and const color ox ffec 6545. That's the color that we want, and we already have the color, and beautiful. Now these two are getting together, so in that case here we could go ahead and give it a size box height, and say 15, and here we go, put a comma, those will have mistakes, so here we go. Now once again, this is disturbing, and the reason is because earlier over here, you see earlier over here we had this. So let's go ahead and change it to 25, and let's see how it goes. Okay, it looks like 35 was the best approach. Okay, right. Now this container, this one, and here we also have container like this, and inside we have the other one. So, and including the, you know, different kinds of padding, they are now correctly aligned. So let's go ahead and do the calculation. So the first container is this one, and we see that it has 435. Okay, so this is 435. Now inside this we have this container 210, and then also we have the other one 210, so 420 and 15, so it's 435, and that's why they have the same height. Okay, so as you can see over here, so hopefully it makes sense that why we are doing 435. Okay, and anyway, so over here we can apply style, and then we could do app styles dot headline 2. Let's go ahead and save it. That's what we see. And then let's go ahead and change the color, and within it over here we do colors.white, save it, and I think we need to assign the color property. Okay, right, and let's go ahead and save it. And what else? Let's see what property we have within this. It already has bold, so we don't need to assign anything else. Okay, right. So this part is so far so good, and it's fine.
So now here we see that we are done with this page, and we are running on Android device actually, and we have tested. Well, I mean, on my side I have tested. I don't have any issues. So far so good, and everything works perfectly, as you can see. And if we come over here, click on this, the same thing, no issues. So you can run it on an Android device. Now if your Android simulator is smaller than this, you might get an issue of this one, like this overflow. But in general, most of the phones are longer nowadays, so you wouldn't really get a small Android phone. Okay, so it's pretty standard actually, so we'll not have any issues. Just the idea. Okay, now here we are on search screen, and over here we have this row, and this row actually contains a lot of code. Now we want to separate them, so in fact this whole row we're gonna separate. Now to be able to do that, inside this widgets over here, we can create another new file, and we're gonna call it over here, we can say ticket promotion .dart, because over here it's pretty much all about promotion, so based on the feature. Okay, and then I'm gonna create a stateless class, and we're gonna call it ticket promotion. All right, so let's go ahead and import the stuff that we need. Okay, and then I'm going to cut all of it from here, and then I'm going to put it here. Now we might have some issues of importing some libraries, so you can just go ahead and import them, and most of the problem should be solved automatically. Let's go ahead and just import. Okay, and over here it's the same app styles. Now let's open it up. So there is only one variable size that's not being consistent, so for this one we can just cut this one out from here, and then we can put it here, and with this the error is gone. Now of course here we can just simply call ticket promotion, this one, and that's it. And most probably we can put a const modifier, which is good for performance. All right, so and then we remove this file from here, and this ones and this ones, they are not needed, and the same over here. So let's go ahead and restart it, and here we are. So we don't see any issues over here. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is showing it like this. So this is the screen that actually we want to go and show. This is our third tab, so this was our home tab, and we have already worked on this, and now we are going to work on this one. All right, now this would be actually our ticket screen. Okay, pretty much our first ticket. Okay, and that's the screen that we want to show over here. Okay, and as you can see, New York, London, the time and departure time, everything matches the first ticket. And there are also some additional information which we'll fill up later. Okay, now for this one, we're gonna come over here and set the screen, and here we're going to create a directory and we're going to call it ticket. Okay, and then inside this, first we're going to create a file, and then here we can call it ticketview.dart. Okay, and we know that we'd be needing some widgets, so let's go ahead and create a directory, widgets. All right, we'll see what we need. Well, for now we're just going to work with this, right? And at the same time, the thing that now on we need to work and take care is this over here, BottomNavBar. Over here we can replace this with ticket view. Ticket, actually we can call it screen or view. Okay, so I'm gonna call it screen because I see here we have this one. So let me go ahead and change the file name over here to ticket screen, because everything else is ticket. Everything else is the word screen. Okay, now let's go ahead and import it. Ticket. Okay. Ticket screen looks like not recognized. Okay. Well, nothing is there most probably, so let's go ahead and import it. Okay, now let's come over here and see whether, yes, this time we can recognize it. All right, so now let's go ahead and restart our app, and if we come over here, most probably we'll see a placeholder. Now this placeholder is coming from here. Okay, so the very first thing we want to do over here, removing this, and get over here a scaffold for us. And here we're gonna have return, and then here we'll have body, and then okay, I think, all right, I guess we need to import material library, and then body, and then list view, because we also want this to be scrollable. And every time you want scrollable items, you just simply go ahead with list view. And then we want many children within it. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, right. So one of the first thing that we want to do is doing this one. So let's go ahead and check tickets, this one. So for this one, we can simply go ahead and invoke our text. And here we can say tickets. And after that, style. And here we could say app styles dot headline 1, this one, and we're good to go. Let's save it, and we see it here. And at the top here we could do sized box height 40, just like others we had. Now it wants const. Let's go ahead and do that, and it came down. All right, now of course it's too much to the left. So here, this is the place that where we do go ahead and do this padding, add insets dot only symmetric here, horizontal 20, vertical 20. Save it, and looks beautiful. Okay, right. And then after this, over here, this is the time that actually we go ahead and show this tabs over here, right? These are the tabs, and now these tabs are similar as the tabs we have seen over here. So these are the same tabs that we want to use. Okay, now look at our tabs, see what we have then in our search screen. So ticket tabs over here. So let's see whether we can go ahead and utilize this. So app ticket tabs. Now we are going to go ahead and use it here inside this. And the first thing we want is working on this as a library. Let's save it. And then now let's come over here. So we do see the tabs, right? But of course our problem is these are right now hard coded, which we don't want. At the same time, the background color is an issue, so let's go ahead and change the background color. And we know that app styles, and we might have BJ color. Yes, this one. Save it. So now it's very distinct within it. And at the same time here, we can do size box, height 20. All right. So let's go ahead and put const on it. Now, problem with this is that everything is hard coded over here, as you can see. All right, so we don't want them to be hard coded, especially this strings over here. Okay, so the thing we could do, we can actually pass them right now. So here we can have final first. You do final string first tab. Okay, then final string second tab, like this. And then we want them to be required this dot first tab, required this dot second tab. All right, now of course here we can just simply go out and replace them by tabs. First tab, first tab. Let's see what it. Okay, so this const is causing the problem. Remove that. And then here we could do second tab. Okay, second tab. Right. So now here we get to pass first tab and second tab. So let's go ahead and do that. First tab. Now let's take a look what is in our first tab is upcoming. So let's go ahead and save upcoming. And then second tab is previous. And with this we can also put a const here. But of course now we'll have errors in our other places. Like we already see in search screen we have this issue. So it also wants tabs from you. So here you could do first tab. I think it was all tickets. And then second tab was hotels. Let's save it. And as you see here, the first thing, the error is gone. And if you go back and see, it's still dynamic. So here, all tickets, hotels. And here we see upcoming and previous. So which means that this part is also working as we expected. Now this is the beauty of building reusable widget, which we already did. Of course, if you do want, you can also pass different things from here if you want, because we remember that we made it dynamic. So you can also pass from here. Actually, it's better to pass here rather than changing this conditions. You don't want to change hard-coded here, but for now it's fine because it matches our design. But in future, if you want to add more conditions, definitely you're gonna pass through over here, and then you have default value true, false, or whatever it is. Okay, all right, beautiful. So now let's go back to our ticket screen over here. Okay, so now we want to show this one over here. Now do remember that this one over here is actually same as this one, including this circles over here. I can say that they're same actually. So it's all about changing color. Now of course we have this borders that we want to do a little bit differently. but this whole section is actually pretty much just like this one. The only difference would be the background color and as well as the border. Okay, so by saying that, it's also true that we'd be able to reuse the whole thing over here. Okay, so we'd be able to reuse it. So let's go ahead and get started. Now this is what we have, and after that over here, first thing over here we want to do is doing this. We're gonna do a const sized box, and then here height, say 20. So that's what we want to do. And then over here we want to call our ticket list. Okay, now how to go ahead and call this one? Well, actually we're not going to call ticket list, we are going to call the widget, the one that we created over here. I think we call it ticket view. So this is the one that we want to go ahead and call. Okay, so here ticket view, this one, let's go ahead and get that one. And then over here, if you hover over on this, so it takes a parameter called argument called ticket, and then here it needs a child, or we need to provide value for it. So here ticket list and get 0, which means the first one. And let's save it, and we already see it here, and beautiful. Okay, and this is what we wanted to see. Okay, now let's go ahead and wrap this around container. And why we want to do that? The reason is because we can apply some padding to it. Okay, so let's go ahead and apply padding. And if you come over here inside ticket view, and we'll see that over here it has a right margin over here 16, and that's the only thing that we have right now, 16. So let's go ahead and do same over here. So if it's a container, so we are putting it inside a container, and then here we could do padding, add insets, and that only, and we're gonna put it to the left, and let's apply 16 and we see how it goes. Okay, now it's more like centered. So we have margin over here and padding over here. Do remember that the padding itself is being applied from this container, which is outside of this ticket view, right? The ticket itself is inside the container. So in fact, the container, you can give it a color so you'll know what I'm talking about. Colors.red. Okay, so now as you see that it's very symmetrical. So there's this container, and inside this we have this padding. If you remove the padding, okay, it goes up to there, and if you have it, so we'll set like this. And ticket view itself inside, we just saw that there is another margin. Okay, now that's also coming from outside. Okay, so this is ticket, it's taking outside, and then we had the container, inside container we had padding. Hopefully it makes sense that why we are doing it like this. So let's put a const modifier, and we are good to go. Now ticket view itself, as you see, okay, let me remove the color as well. Okay, all right, so that's it. Now ticket view itself over here, you see that we have a background color, right? The whole container over here, it has two background color, this one and this one, but this color we want to actually hide them. Like this container itself over here, you can see there's different kind of colors, so we want to change the colors and hide them. Okay, now to be able to do that, all we need to do over here, attach a different parameter over here. Okay, so now here we have this whole screen, and then we can attach another one, final bool is color, well, which means that whether it's colorful or not. Okay, now here we can say this is color equal null. Okay, so or most probably, let's see what it says, remove initializer. It would work like this because it's nullable, so it could be anything. All right, So that means that you may pass this value, you may not pass this value. Well, if you pass this value, then it would be like, if you don't pass this value, then we're going to apply this one. Okay, otherwise we'll use a different color. So let's go ahead and check that. So over here we say is color equal null, because we said it could be null, right? If it is null, which means that I'm not passing anything. What do I mean by that? So over here you see I'm not passing anything. Okay, so I'm not passing anything. The condition is, remember, this is a ternary operator, so we are keeping the whatever value was there. Otherwise here we say colors dot white. Okay, so let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so now over here we didn't pass anything, but how about we pass, say, is color true. Save it, and as you see that it changes immediately, but of course it disrupts our color pattern over here. If you do and see come over here, we also need to change the color, right? So that's what we need to do. Okay, anyway, so I'm going to remove this for now because we need to have the visual on the color itself. But now this color is quite important. Okay, that's why I'm gonna go to over here. I'm gonna declare another color, static color. Okay, now, well, we had ticket blue, ticket orange. Now here we would say ticket white or ticket white, or I can just say ticket color. Why? Because it could be any color that you want in future. Okay, but for now it's colors.white. Why I'm doing it like this? The reason is because in future you can just directly go ahead and change whatever you want to change here. Okay, and it looks like we do have an issue, so I can do like this: OXFF and 1 2 3 4 5 6. So that's also equals to white color. Okay, now then over here, from here actually, so this one would be calling this one from here. Okay, so here we can say app styles dot ticket color, whatever the color you want. Okay, all right, let's save it and test it that it works. So here it says is color true. Okay, all right, so it looks like it works. Now if we were to change this color over here, say for example save it. So let's go ahead and change it over here. So now it's kind of yellowish. Okay, so the idea is you can change it globally if you want. That's the point. So that's why we did that. And let's reload it. Okay, right. So now we get the idea. So we gotta change everything over here based on this. Okay, now even before we change this color, actually I want to make the changes in other places. Otherwise, if you set this condition to true, it becomes white and our other colors are gone. But first let us go ahead and change those other colors. Okay, that the places that we want to change. Now the first thing we want to change is this one over here. Like over here we have text style third, so there's a place that we want to change the color. So let's go ahead and check over here. So we have this one over here, right? Now we can actually also pass this color over here. So here we could say bool is, so it could be nullable is color. Okay, and then we will also take it over here is color, this dot is color, this dot is color. All right, and let's see what's going on. Final over here, final. Okay, cool. All right, so all we need to do this conditional check over here. So just like earlier, here we say is color null, which means we didn't pass anything. Then we are going to use this one, whatever is there, default one. So always already what we have defined, that would be based on if we don't pass anything. If you don't pass anything, it's like nothing has happened. We are still keeping the original one. But whenever we pass something, then over here we could do like this, app styles dot headline 3. Okay, so that's the actually the very earlier the style that we have set over here. Now this one, of course, we are calling it from here, right? So over here this time we want to say pass this. Okay, so here we say is color, whatever you are passing. So remember, this ticket view would get called over here. So from here we are passing, right? But of course ticket view also gets called from other places as well. But since only we want changes over here, we don't want the changes to take effect here. We just want the changes to take effect here, and this place is being called from here, and then from here we are passing everything. So is color over here, so you can say true, which means I want to change the color. Okay, and as you can see, so we come over here, we receive it, whatever was being sent over here, we first change the background color, whether we are sending anything or not, and the later down the road the same color we pass down to here. Hopefully it makes sense, the logic that how we are doing. Okay, right. Now over here we also have this big dots. Okay, now we want to do the same over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and define const over here. Final bool is actually not const, this one, and then this dot is color, and over here. So let's go ahead and check is color null, which means if you don't pass anything, and then over here the dot itself. Okay, so the other thing we could do, actually, first, not really inside this, we can directly change it over here. Is color null, then we use this white color, otherwise we use this color. And let me remove this one first. Okay, and most probably we need a const before it. Let's save it. Okay, and let's reformat the code. Right, of course it didn't take place yet, because right now we need to be in the ticket view, big dot over here, and here we say is color. Let's see, invalid const, you can't have this one. Now let's save it, and here we go, our dots just appeared. Okay, so remember, these things that take the color, whatever you are passing here from here is very important. Okay, for example, if you pass nothing, okay, it'll take the original form. If you pass something where it is true, at least you pass something, then it's gonna work like this. Hopefully it makes sense. Now big dot over here, this one, we also want to go to our app style class over here, and then here static color dot color. Okay, and now let's ticket screen, ticket view. Let's come over here where we were. Big dot, actually. Let's go over there and over here. appstyles dot color. Go ahead and save it, and no other changes. Now let's come over here one more time, and then we are here. Now we need to change the color over here. So once again, is color equal null, then we use white. Otherwise we could do const color oxff baccf7. So this is the color we want. So let's go ahead and remove the const. Let's reformat the code. Let's save it. Okay, now we see it over here. Okay, now once again, let me go ahead and copy this. The idea is you can always change all the colors here. So here it's a, now we already have a plain color actually. Plain second color. Okay, right. Now let's come over here. Appstyles dot plain second color. All right, and then over here, big dot, we already work on that. Is color is color. Let's remove that, and beautiful. So we're already working step by step on this. Okay, all right, so now the same thing goes over here. As you can see, text style fourth. So we had this one, and I think we also had text style 3. Now let me go ahead and find text style 3, and over here I think pretty much the same, right? So the condition would be same. We go ahead and copy this and put it here, and then is this dot is color, right? Now over here is color null. Do this. Otherwise, appstyles dot headline 4. You get the idea. Okay, so it's gonna work like this, but of course we don't have any changes yet because I think I'm missing something over here. I didn't do that yet. Okay, so even before I move somewhere else, here is color. Let's save this. Okay, now it appeared. Now over here the same thing, is color. Let's save it. We'll see this one. Okay, all right, and then let's come over here again. Is color. Beautiful. So all these things slowly started to appear, and the same over here. Is color. So we are almost done with this part. Okay, now the next part actually should be pretty much the same. Okay, so earlier we were done with this, and now we are going to work on this circles and dots, and that would refer to our circles over here and this dots. Okay, all right, so the first thing we want to check about this color. So here, if the color is null, nothing is given, then we'll use orange color. So here is color null, orange. Otherwise we are going to use appstyles dot color white, I guess. Do you have white color? I think we should have. Color white. Looks like we don't have. I think I have defined it the other day. Ticket color, actually, this one. I didn't call it color white. I called it ticket color. Okay, let's have it as it is. Okay, so now it's gone. All right. Okay, and now about this big circles over here. Now, of course, we also need to pass this one. Final bool is color. And then over here, the same changes actually like we did before is color. Now over here, we're going to check is color equal null, this one. Then we're gonna use white, or otherwise here I'm gonna use colors dot gray dot shade 200, this one. Now let's come over here, and inside this I'm gonna pass is color, and it should be fine. Looks like we have a bit of issue over here. Is color. Okay, what's going on? Invalid const. Okay, this const was causing the problem. Let's save it, and we kind of see it there, and most probably we are not happy with it. Let me go ahead and check that. Okay, I think it should be the opposite. Save this, and then let's compare with this. Okay, well, it's almost not visible. Okay, the one that I think my original design might have some problem over here, and this is the correct one, and as you can see. All right, and then over here it's the same thing, is color. Okay, so let's go ahead and save, and we see it on both sides. Okay, all right, now how about this one? So this part is going to be tricky. Well, then the first thing we need to do, this one over here once again. So it's pretty much everywhere setting the color is color, and then here is color. Okay, and then the only place we need to change the color is inside this. So is color equal null, then we use this. Otherwise, colors dot gray dot shade. So go ahead and use the 300, and we have a const issue once again. Okay, this is what we have, and then over here all we need to do is color. Let's save it, and here we already see the dots, they have appeared. If you see carefully, that they already have appeared, so that part is also working as we expected. Okay, so now we're gonna go down to this one over here, and once again inside this over here actually, so we have this color. So let's go ahead and change the color. Is color equal null, then we use this color, whatever the given color. Otherwise here app color dot ticket color. Actually not app color, it's app styles dot ticket color, this one. Let's go ahead and save it, and we already see it's gone because we are not passing over here. We are passing is color equal true, so this condition is taking place. And now how to work on these borders. So here we go. So in fact over here we want 0 borders, which means we don't want borders. So over here is color, this one is null, then we have 21, otherwise 0. And let me remove this, and the same over here is color equal null. Okay, let's go ahead and check, and it's gone. Now since it's gone, it's going to look like more like this. Okay, now I know that we have this problem with the color, which we'll fix later. So let's go ahead and work on them first. All right, and then the other color is over here, this one. Okay, so this is the color over here, third. So over here up to here we need to pass. So first we are going to pass from here, we are going to pass color to this one, and then it's going to pass it to this one. So just keep passing. So let's come over here, let's declare this, declare a color, final bool is color, and then actually we can do it at the beginning, and now let's do it at the end. Oh, actually it's here. This dot is color, right? I think we can reorganize the code this so it's more readable. And then over here is color, whatever it is you're passing. The same over here is color, Now all I need to do from here to pass is color, and you'll see that it already started to change over here. The same goes here, is color. Let's save it, and then over here is color. Let's save it. Okay, so with this our ticket has shown up. So in next part we see how we are going to change this to lighter color. Now they're same black, but I think they have to be lighter color, just like this we had.
Alright, so now we need to go ahead and change this color. Look at this. Well, let me go ahead and close all of this because we have too many of them. We don't need this for now. So we have ticket screen, and we go to ticket view. So the top part is okay, like this row is okay, and then the problem starts from here, right? This color, like this one over here, the color they show is the same as the top one. Now this is the fourth style color, and over here, actually let me reformat the code. Now if it is null, then we use default one, of course, which is this colors, and if it is not null, we go over here. But there is this problem with the color. Actually we can add a new color inside this, and it's gonna work like this. Okay, and most probably we need to go ahead and import material color constant. Most probably we need to remove this, go ahead and reformat the code, and let's save it. And if it didn't work, so let's go ahead and restart our app, and let's come over here. Yes, so as you see that it works now. And then what else? So ticket view, so this part is working, flying time, and over here that's fine. And what else? So we do have the big circle, this one, we're good. And then once again over here, okay, and once again this third color that we are using.
Okay, so okay, this two, right? So this one refers to this two, and this one refers to this two, and this one refers to this two. So how do we change? Well, and over here we see that the first one is this one and the second one is this. Now of course they're using the same one. Actually we can change it to fourth. Let's go ahead and see how it works. Because fourth is showing this color, right? So the first one is third, which is this kind of heavy color. The second one is fourth, and if we do change it, and yes, it worked. Okay, so now previously they were the same, but now they're different and it's working. So with this we are done with this section. Okay, so over here now we are going to continue to work on this, and this work would be similar to this one actually over here, and then we'll go down to this, and everything else is the same. And now this part actually would be doing later. Okay, it's not important at this moment, we're gonna do it later. All right, so at this moment over here we need this one, this line over here. And how do we get that? Now this is something that we can skip for now. Hopefully it'll auto appear as we keep working on this. So now let's go to our ticket screen over here, and then we'll see that how it auto appears. For example, I mean, this line to appear, it's easy way to do actually. We'll use a trick. And how to do it? For example, first here, let's go ahead and work with a container. And then, of course, as you see, all these colors is white, right? So here we're gonna use color, and colors dot white. We can use that one. But we already have, of course, app styles dot package dot, I think this is ticket color, was that? Okay, looks like we have the same color, so we're gonna use that one. And then inside this over here, let's take a look at how things work. Now for now we can forget about this one. Okay, now over here we see that actually we can first use a column. The reason we're going to use a column, as you see, like this thing is one piece, this thing is another piece, this thing is another one, and this thing is another one. So they are all in column format, and in between we can also use rows. Okay, so this is part of column, but for children we will use row layout. So first let's go ahead and define a child, and then here we'll say column, and then here we'll say children. Now as we have this one over here, inside this, the first thing, as I said, that we want to have row. So let's go ahead and do that. As usual, we'll have children. Then we want to show this one and this one. In fact, it's easy to show. Why? Because we already have this actually layout ready, which is this one. So all we need to do, let's go ahead and copy this, and let's put it here. But of course, I guess we need to import it as a package. Now of course this one doesn't have any validity over here, so here we can say Flutter DB, and instead of date here we can say passenger, and then is color. So if we don't have anything, so here we can just simply send it true. Okay, so that's the first thing that we can do, and then we can go ahead and copy this and put it here. And if we do put it here, as you see, we have to have this and the password itself. So let's go ahead and copy that. So that's the beauty of this thing, because we have worked on them before. So all we are doing pretty much a little bit of tweaking, and say like this one, and I do believe here we can have a space, and after that over here we can say passport. Okay, and then over here we can start at, okay, let's go ahead and save it and see how it goes. Okay, now it already showed up, but of course there are some deformation. The first thing we want to do, we want to move them at the back, this one over here. So instead of doing this, we could do end. Okay, and as you see that it already showed up, but this one didn't go to this end. Why not? Now this would be dictated by over here main axis alignment and main axis alignment dot space between. Okay, let's hit enter, and now we see that okay, it's working. All right, and but now speaking of this one, this layout definitely doesn't look good. It's overextended both left and right. Now since we are inside a column over here, actually we can apply margin. So let's go ahead and do margin, and then add insets dot symmetric, and we could do horizontal and say horizontal 15. Okay, now it came as this white one, left and right. Beautiful, but inside it's still too much to the left and right. So for this reason over here, we can use the other one, say padding. Okay, add insets dot symmetric. Over here we can use horizontal once again 15 and vertical say 20. Okay, so we'll have a lot more space, and now it looks much better, as you can see over here, and it's beautiful. So now let's go ahead and put const modifier. Looks like we need const for each of them. It's gonna work. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so our next step should be actually working on this distance, because here we have a very tiny distance where we see there is a lot more distance. Okay, so now we need to find where is this space coming from. If we do come here, we see a little bit of tiny space. In fact, that's 1 pixel, but here it's way long. It's more than that. So where is this coming from? All right, so let's do a little bit of debugging. So here inside this container, so let's set up color over here, and here is a colors.red. Let's save it, and here we do see that. So this container actually has extra margin outside. Okay, so this is because of margin. Container itself starts from here. Okay, so this is the one that causing this extra space, but of course it has children inside. So one of the children is this one, the very first one. And let's go ahead and check the color with this here, colors.blue. Okay, let's go ahead and save it. So here we do see that. Okay, so in fact this container itself is causing this extra space. Now it has, we do see that it has height, so let's reduce the height to 180, and we see that it's gone. Well, if it is gone, then can we simply go ahead and do this sized box over here and say height to 1. Okay, and here we go, we see that it appeared. In that case, we can just go ahead and remove this, and then we can also remove this one from here. Okay, now of course with this we don't have any changes over here. It's just like the way it was. It doesn't affect the design, and of course nowhere else it's the same thing. Okay, so here same, and then this is what we had over here. Okay, all right, so well, we are looking great step by step. Okay, so here we are. We have this ticket screen, and then we have this one over here. The next part should be showing this, right? Number of e-ticket on booking code, things like that. Now here we go. This is the first row in the column. Remember, as we said earlier, that everything would be in a column format here, right? So in the column, the first row was showing this one. Now we're gonna go for this. All right, and before we go for this, well, definitely I'm gonna go ahead and do sized box and height 20. And then definitely, as you can see, what do you have to do next? You need to go ahead and show this one, this lines over here. Okay, now to show this lines, actually we can come to ticket view, and within the ticket view, well, we already have, let me see where we are, the dots. Okay, this one. So app layout builder widget, this one. So this is the one that we want to call. And now let's come over here. So inside this, let's go ahead and call this one. And we know that we need a few arguments to pass. But first, let's go ahead and import, and then random divider, that one. And what else? Okay. So random divider over here, we're gonna pass 15. What else we need? And also we have width. Okay, now this width is optional, right? But we're gonna pass a width over here. So here we'd say width equal 5, and then over here is color, say is color. And let's see, is a color bold, so we get an issue. Most probably this const. So let's go ahead and remove this. Let's have it. And what else? Undefined is color. Well, if it's not defined, looks like ticket screen doesn't have it, but it's okay. We can pass false or true, whatever, as long as it has a value. So as you see, it already showed up over here. Beautiful. And that's exactly what we wanted. And then over here, let's go ahead and come over here once again. I think we need a comma for this. Okay, let's use a const modifier so that we are clean. Okay, beautiful. And of course, right after this, actually we can once again copy this one. As you understand that if we copy this, we're gonna show like that, right? So here, let's go ahead and put it, and it would look like, okay, fine, whatever it is. Okay, so the first thing over here we want to change is this one. So it's a random number, ticket number. So that, and then say like that. Just a random number. Okay, number of e-ticket, like this. And then over here, pretty much the same. So B125, like that. And then over here, booking code. So let's go ahead and save it. And beautiful. And that's what exactly we wanted to see. And that's also we see it over here. Okay, now of course this number over here we can make a little larger if you want. Looks like it has a lot more digits on it. Okay, right. So that's what we have.
And after that, what else we have? So here you see that we also have this one. So that means we can just simply go ahead and copy this section, and we can put it right after this row. Okay, and here it showed up again. Beautiful. Now let's look at this one, that how we are going to do this. Now once again, definitely this is, we can put inside a row. But the problem with this is that here we need to introduce something new. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the row first. Okay, I think so let me go ahead and take a look at this. So we can copy one of this, and then we're gonna put it here. Let's save it. It showed up, but as you'll see that over here, this one, which would be the second one over here, we can keep as it is, but we need to change this one because these are all text widget. But here, this is an image and other stuffs together. Okay, so it has got a bit more complex layout. Anyway, so let me work on this one first. So over here we'll have 299.99, I guess, and then what is the other thing we had? Price. Okay, it looks like it has got 4, so let's pour 4, and then here let me go to do price. Okay, it changed. All right, now we need to work on this one. And how do you going to work on this? Now let's go ahead and take a look at the basic thing that we want. Okay, so this is definitely a column, just like this, because this is column, right? But this column doesn't support image. So we'll have column, and this is the first child, and this is the second child. But first child itself could be a row, because this is actually an image. Okay, and this is a text. So hopefully you understand. So here, let me go ahead and put column, and then children. And of course we need this. And after that, over here, we can have row. And then we'll have children. And as you have it, over here, first we want to show an image. Okay, so here we could do image dot asset image, this one, and all we need to do, pass the image name. Now let's come to our this one, resources folder, and then media. Actually, inside this we have all these things, and then at the same time, if you do come over here, there should be a Visa card image, this one, Visa card.png. So let me go ahead and declare a new variable. So here we could just simply do Visa card, and then here we're gonna do PNG, and then Visa card. That's it. Let me close this, and then here we can say app media, get this, and Visa card, this one. And what else we have? So we have a const issue somewhere. Looks like this const is not permittable. Now this is gone, so we need to put const somewhere else. Okay, now let's go ahead and run it. Let's see how it looks. Okay, right. Now it showed up over here, but the thing is that it's way too big. Now over here, let's do scale, and for scaling, use something like this, so it becomes smaller actually. Okay, and then what you can do after that, actually, since this is a row,
we need to show this one over here, these things. Okay, so here we can simply go ahead and invoke text, and it would be, I guess, 3 stars and 2 4 6 2, and let's go ahead and apply style to it. Here app styles dot headline, go ahead with 3. Let's put it in beautiful. Okay, so this is the Visa card. You get to just see the last 4 digits. Beautiful. Okay, now inside the column, this is the first child, and then here we're gonna have to have text again, and then here we'll say payment method, and after that let's do style. So over here we'll have app styles dot headline 4, this one. Let's go ahead and save it, and beautiful. So this exactly looks like this one over here. Wonderful. And here actually we can create a little bit of spacing. Okay, so here we do sized box, height 5. Go ahead and save it. Okay, now it looks better. Now all I need to do quickly, go ahead and put const modifier. Now I'm going to be quick with this. Looks like all of them, they need const modifier. Okay, right, so with this we're almost done, and in the next section actually we would be focusing on how to go ahead and create this, and then we'd be done with this page. Okay, so now let's go ahead and work on this section. So we have every other part is ready, as you see over here. So only part remained, this and this. Okay, so now to be able to work on this, we are here. Let's take a look where we are right now. So this is one of the containers that we had, and right below this container we'll continue. Make sure that you are the right place. Okay, so right below this one, so you're gonna continue. So here we'll have another container. Okay, let's go ahead and do that, and inside the container, now let's see how to end the understanding this thing. Now, so definitely this is the container. Okay, all right, this is the container, and then it'll have border, right? But only on the 2 sides, not everywhere. Okay, so here you can say bottom of the ticket detail section. Okay, all right, now over here, so we understand that this has to be a border, so we know that here we must need decoration, box decoration, and then inside this here we can use border radius. So border radius that only, because when you use only, you can use border on both. I mean, you can select borders. So first one is bottom right, and then radius dot circular over here, and we can use 21, and then bottom left radius dot circular 21. All right, so let's go ahead and save it, and of course it's not visible because we don't have any color yet, but now let's go ahead and put color over here, color. So here app styles dot ticket color, this one, so this is gonna be white, and I don't think we'll see anything yet because we don't have a child. Now inside this, let's put a child over here, and this child would be a container again. Now here we want to have a container. Why? The reason is because, well, if we have container, padding, top padding, left and right padding, they all become easy. Okay, so that's why we need that. Now over here At the same time, we see that we need to draw something like called it's a rectangular with border, right? It could be achieved with border radius, but there is another widget we could do it. We could use to achieve this. So here we'll have child, and then we'll use clip rect. Okay, this one. So it would be a rectangle but clipped. So that's why we have this. So here we say, let's see, what is that? I think we can get border radius. This one. And then inside this we'll have border radius dot circular, and then here we're gonna have 15. Let's see what's going on. It should be actually clip rect, this one, and now it's okay. Let's go ahead and save it, and yet nothing is visible yet. Now for this reason, let's come over here, and inside this we can do a child. Let's do text hello Flutter. Let's go ahead and save it, and here we see that it already showed up, but of course it's a little ugly, but as you see on the both sides, right? Now for now you can wrap it around a center widget. I think I got the wrong one. Let's go ahead and wrap it around a center widget, so it would be centered. So the first thing we want to do is removing this. Now removing this depends on this container, because they are coming from here, the parent container. This container is just occupying this space over here. Right, so over here you could do margin and add incest.symmetric, this one, and then we could do, say, well, horizontal. Actually we can just simply do horizontal and 15. We might not need vertical. Now as you see, it looks rounded. This and this, they all look rounded. Beautiful, isn't it? All right. Okay, so that's the first thing we had. Okay, now we'll go ahead and continue to work on this. Well, the next thing we want to show inside this is actually this kind of barcode. Now barcode, actually we could go ahead and install it like this. So Flutter pub add barcode widget and Flutter pub get. So this is the widget that we are going, this is a plugin actually. This is the plugin that we are going to use. If you do that, then we'd be able to actually use this or generate this kind of barcode. Okay, now I believe we need to stop and restart because we have installed a plugin. Okay, well, it's not there yet, but we're gonna work on this. So now over here, instead of using this, here we could say barcode widget, this one, and inside this over here we'll have barcode, and there is this class barcode, and from it you can invoke this one. Okay, now let's see what's going on. So it wants the data, so let's go ahead and give it a data. The data is the one that actually, so since this is a barcode, so it wants you to give it a data, which means that once you scan it, it would show this website or information related to this string. So that's why it needs data. All right, and we do see that it's already visible over here, and that's what we wanted. Okay, all right, and then this one is, of course, I believe that this shows this vertical lines based on this one. Okay, but of course this is not the way that we thought like this one, so we need to work more on this. Now we saw that earlier this margin was helping to push it inside, right? But now we are inside the container. Remember, this container represents the whole barcode, so we want to push the barcode inside more, but within the container itself. So you can use a padding. So over here we would use as inserts only, and dot symmetric, and here vertical 20. Go ahead and use it. Okay, so now it came down. All right. Okay, now let's come over here, this container itself. Now here we could do padding. Now the padding we can do as insets dot symmetric. Over here I think we could do something like 15, so it's gonna push it inside more. Symmetric horizontal would do better. Okay, right, you see that. Okay, so it's over here. Barcode is a little too big, so we don't want it like this. So here we can assign height, say 70. Now it became much smaller. Okay, so now this one doesn't look like, once again over here, this one. So we have this borders over here. Now remember earlier I said that this is supposed to show up as you go ahead and scan, then it should show up. So here's another property, dot draw text. So we don't want to show the text, so hide the text, and now as you see it's gone. So if someone scans this, hopefully it'll direct to this website over here. And then there are other properties that you could set up, color, app styles, dot I think text color, this one we can assign this. Not much changes. And then I think there is also called width, double dot infinity, so which means let it take all the available space. Okay, so now with this we have a beautiful ticket ready, so it exactly looks like the one that we have over here. Okay, so the next thing is just to we need to go ahead and show this ticket over here. And so let's make sure that we have this. Okay, so one more thing is actually missing before we go ahead. So there's this line over here. So here we could just simply go ahead and do sized box height 1. So we'll see 1 pixel of differences, and beautiful. All right, so the next thing we want to show is actually kind of this ticket. Which one is this? This ticket as, so this one actually. So all we need to do, go ahead and copy this, and then we need to put it here. Okay, so you can say colorful ticket, and then what does that mean over here? Let me put white and black ticket. So colorful ticket means, okay, let me go ahead and put it here. Let's save it. So definitely we see the color is here. Sorry, the ticket is here, right? Okay. Now at the same time over here we need to give it a little bit of space, so let's go ahead and do that. So sized box height 20. Let's save it. So it came down, and then we want to show the color, so remove this color thing over here. Let's save it, and beautiful. Isn't it awesome? It showed up just one line of thing, it changes everywhere. So here our tickets are working, here everything is working. So we need to work on this one, this is a bit slow, and here of course our tickets are working. So everything is working as expected, and if you have followed so far, you've done a great job with this. Well done. Let's continue on our next section. Okay, so let's continue. The last part of the screen is having these 2 circles over here, and of course definitely it makes it very beautiful, so that's what we want to do. And to do that, one thing you have to understand is that now as you see, however you scroll this thing, it looks like stuck on this place, I mean which stays on this place, and which makes it beautiful. So we see that this is overlapping this UI as on a certain position. So we need to do that, and how we are going to do that? Well, for doing this we need to use a special widget which we already have used before. This is called stack widget. Okay, now how is it going to work? So let me collapse the code, and so that we know that how it's going to work. So far we have list view, and this list view is containing everything over here. everything you see. Okay, so we need another one that don't get stuck somewhere here. Okay, now since I said that this would be a simple overlapping, so definitely we need to use stack widget. Now within stack widget we'll have list view and positioned widget, and that's how they're gonna overlap each other. Now over here, let me go ahead and find stack widget. Looks like we don't have it here, so I'm going to wrap it around column first, and then I'm going to wrap it around stack. The stack widget also takes children. Now you go ahead and restart. Definitely we won't see any changes. It's the same thing, right? Okay, cool. Now inside this, first we need to go ahead and draw or show our positioned widget. So here position, and the child would be a container. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, right. And after this we need to give it, even before we do anything else, so let's go ahead and give it another child. Okay, and the child would be circle avatar. We want to draw something circular, and circle avatar is the best one in this case. Max radius 4, and then over here background color, it takes the background color, app styles dot I think text color, this one. So let's go ahead and save it, and we already see that it's over there at the top, if you see that, but this is the position we don't want, so we need to give it a position. So here let's go ahead and give it a position left, and we give it pixel 22, and then we do see that it moved over here, and then give it top position. Now let's give it 295, and we see that it came down over here, but of course it's too small, and this is where the container comes in. Because we already have container, the first thing we could do, we can give it a padding as insets dot all. So also container within it will have some empty space. Let's see. Okay, now let's continue to work on this. Here we could do decoration and box decoration, and then here we can have shape. Okay, so this box decoration, instead of giving it border, we can directly change it through box shape. So box shape dot circle. So let's go ahead and save it, and then after that give it border. Let's see, so here border, and then border dot all. Okay, give it width of 2. Now let's see the magic. So this is the magic. Okay, so it has a border outside, and the border itself is 2, and within this we have this white color, which is the padding 3. But of course if you increase the padding, it would look bigger. Okay, but of course it doesn't look that good, so we're gonna put 3 within it, and that's how it works. And then once again, let's see color, if we can take color. So here we do app styles dot text color. Let's go ahead and save it. Okay, all right, so no changes. And then over here, one thing we could do, let's go ahead and play around with this thing. So here say 75. If you do that, it might go up, and then say 65. Okay, like this. So you can try to set it, which I haven't done. Okay, so it does look like a little bit like this. It may suit perfectly, so let's go ahead and do it like this. And then over here we're gonna do the last part. Now to do that last part over here, now we can go ahead and just copy it, but that's not good. So what do we need to do instead? We need to come to this ticket screen over here, and we have this widget folder. Now inside this, here we can create a new file. So the file name, we can say ticket positioned circle dart, and then over here we could do stateless ticket positioned circle. Now I'm going to remove this and put it here, and let's go ahead and import whatever we need over here. Looks like we need cappuccino, and we also need app style, and then circle avatar, which can come from MaterialApp. Then we don't need this, so this way we become reusable widget. Okay, I'm missing one T. Okay, oh, it looks beautiful. Copy this, come over here and remove this. Okay, and then let's go ahead and import it. We should be good to go. Cool. All right, now let's come inside this. We're gonna close the others, we don't need them. Now the only thing we want to change over here is this one. Okay, so we need to work on this position, that whether it's going to be left or right. Okay, so we want to make it reusable, and then for this reason over here we can define a boolean, final bool, and then it could be, say, pose, which means for position. Okay, now here we could say this dot pose, and that's it. Now we say that pose equal true. If we pass true, then we use 22, otherwise we use null. Now why we can use null? Here you see that it could be nullable. Okay, and of course if you go ahead and restart, it still works. This time it will not work, and I think we might have an not issue though. Let's see, because it's a nullable thing. So here this is acting up because we need to assign it's a true or false, because right now it's a nullable, which means that I don't need to call it from here. But if I don't call it from here, then over here this condition is not true, which means it becomes null, then it doesn't work. Okay, so what I need to do over here I can send pose true, and then you'll see that it works. It came back to its position. And then how about the other one? Now right condition, for that one here we could do right. If pose equal true, then we use null, otherwise it's 22. Okay, so let's go ahead and restart, and we'll see that it doesn't affect us. Okay, it doesn't affect us, and here we go. I mean, this condition, this newly added condition, doesn't affect us. The reason is if pause is true, which currently it is true over here in this case. So well, true, then 22, this one, and for right, this one is it true, then it goes for null. Hopefully it makes sense. Now we can go ahead and copy this. So let's go ahead and work on this. So over here we can pass null, and let's see how it goes. And you see it showed up, and it doesn't hamper any other position. Hopefully it makes sense that why it works, because now for the second one you are already passing null. If it is null, then here it's 22, and of course if it is null, so over here this condition is false, then it's still null. Okay, so you need to think more to get your head around this thing, but the condition is just like any other ternary operator and the way we worked on them before.
Okay. Right now we can go ahead and work on this profile screen, but even before we do work on profile screen, I think we have to take care of a few other parts. Like for example, we have this view all screen, and we want to be
click on this and go to a view like this, but with dynamic value. We don't want hard-coded values for this. Okay, so we want to have dynamic values. That's what we want to do. And as well as after that, we also want to go ahead and click on this and view all the hotels. Right now we just see 2 of them. We can have more data and then view all them, and then we can also go ahead and see the detail. So here we'll cover the navigation section, and then we'll also see how to see them in detail. Okay, so currently we cannot do any of this. So this is what we want to do. Okay, so since we understand the concept, what to do, now the first thing we need to do, go ahead and work on this section. So this all ticket screen, and we know that this is our all ticket screen, right? So this is the ticket screen actually that's showing all of them, and now we want to be able to click on them and go to a new page. Now how to do that? Previously we have seen the concept of gesture detector. So here we have to have gesture detector. So I'm going to go ahead and convert this, sorry, not convert this, wrap it around using a widget which should be called gesture detector. It looks like we don't have gesture detectors, so here I'm going to call it widget, and then over here we could do gesture detector. All right, and then of course we know that the gesture detector has a property which is called on tap. So here we are going to do this. Okay, and one of the first thing here we do, we're gonna say tapped. Okay, we make sure that we have this thing that's getting printed. Okay, I'm tapped. All right, now the next thing we want to do is, as we click on each of them, we want to get their index. Now why you want to get their index? The reason is because if you see our ticket screen over here, we'll see that, let's go ahead and check our ticket screen. So here you'll see that we have ticket view, and ticket view is taking ticket list and then an index. Okay, so we need to pass a dynamic index to it. So what we'll do, once we click any of the ticket view, remember right now wherever you click, that particular ticket view over here is getting clicked. Okay, now if you don't understand it, it'll make sense very soon, just bear with me. And then as I click, we need to grab the index, which we didn't do yet. So we'll grab the index of this one of the items, and then we need to call this ticket screen from here. And as we call, we need to pass the index. We'll pass the index at the top, and then over here you will see that we would be able to pass that index, the one that we are passing here, to this place. Now that means that it's taking dynamic index, which means a different of them. So as we'll be clicking on differently and different ticket view item, it will get me different information. With this, it's more dynamic and actual routing. Okay, so now let's come back over here. This is what we did. Now, one of the other things that we need to do right now is getting the index, because we need to know where we are clicking. At least we have to know which one. Okay, now to be able to do that, inside this onTap function, we can actually create a variable. We can say var, and we can call it index, and then over here we need to get this ticket list. This is our map, remember, and within this there is a function which is called index of get this one. And if you do see that, if you have index of, it takes an element. An element could be of map type. Okay, this is our map, and we know that this is a map as well, so we are passing exactly the same thing. So let me go ahead and grab this and pass it here, and then let's put a comma, and then we can print I'm tapped on the ticket. So here we can do index. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and print it. Now you click on this. So I'm tapped on ticket 0, I'm tapped on ticket 2, which means these are index actually, right? Because index always starts from 0. So we have total 6 tickets. So if I click on this, we'll see that we are tapped on ticket 5. So far so good. So this is the thing that we are able to do just now, that we are able to grab the index. Now since we are able to grab the index, our job is to take this index and pass it to this ticket screen over here, so that we are able to pass it down to this one. Now how to do that? Well, there are many different ways to do that. One of the ways we would do using navigation. Okay, now earlier we have seen that for navigation we need to use navigator.offContext or navigator.postName, like that. Those are the functions that we need to invoke. So this is what we want to do. Now from here, as we click on this, we need to go to new route or new screens, right? So just like last time we have seen before, we need to define them. So the first thing we need to do in our app routes over here, we can define static const ticket view, and then here we do ticket view. Okay, like this. So now this would be our route name. We can refer it from anywhere. And now we need to register this route name with the routes argument over here as a map. So let's go ahead and do that. Here we do app routes. Now we don't want home page, we want here ticket view, and then we pass the context, and then we say const, and then here we'll say ticket screen. Okay, right. So ticket screen, this page right now would be working as a route for us. Okay, previously it was on the bottom screen, and it is still on the bottom screen, but when we click it would be like a new route. Okay, all right, so that's registering has been done. But well, even after that we still don't know how to pass the argument, because we haven't seen anything like this. So here let's go ahead and define this one, navigator dot here navigator.postName, this one, and we pass context and our route name. So what we can pass over here, we can pass context, we can pass route name, and we can pass arguments. These 3 things. Now the route name should be like our routes name defined in the routes file. So here we're gonna call it ticket view. Okay, all right, and then from here, let's see, I think we might have an issue with the naming. Instead of ticket view, we can call it ticket screen. Okay, otherwise we might have a problem with the naming, and which is not good. Sorry for this. So let's go ahead and just simply change very quickly. Okay, I think this is a better way to naming. All right. Okay, right. So we have this, and then the other thing we need to do over here is, you'll see here we have this one. If you hover over on this, you'll see that, okay, you also have to have, if you want to pass something else, you can pass it the name as argument. So this is what it's saying. And for this one, you need to pass using this curly braces. Okay, so this should be named route, or named route here. It means that the properties are named actually, because we are giving it like this, and this is also optional. I think named optional arguments. So this is how we are doing, actually not named routes, name optional arguments. So we are naming them over here. Now here we're gonna do like this. So if you go ahead and hover on this here, you will see that objects arguments, okay? And this one you have to pass within curly braces because this is optional and named. So that's why you have name and curly braces. So here we'll do arguments and do like this. Now within it over here you can define your key value pair. So in our case here we are doing, say, index, and then we are passing index. Okay, so this is the only argument that we are going to pass because we grabbed the argument, right? Okay, so now let's go ahead and restart our app, and let's come over here, and this time if you click you'll see that we go to a new route or our ticket screen, but of course the bottom navigation bar has gone. Now with this we have another problem. We don't have this, what is it, our app bar. We don't have the app bar. So for now we are going to go ahead and create an app bar for our ticket screen. Now currently we have body inside this ticket screen. So to create an app bar, here we can just say app bar, and then here we can say title and just pass the name. So what is the name over here? We're gonna pass tickets like this. We don't want to pass anything else. So now as you see that, okay, it created a back button. Now we are able to go back. Okay, now it does look a little bit of ugly, so we can give it a quick fix over here. So here it says that horizontal and vertical we have 20, and then we also have this one. So for now I'm going to go ahead and comment this out. Let's go ahead and click on this. Yes, it looks much better, and at the same time we also don't need this for now, so I'm going to comment this out as well. Okay, now it looks better. Okay, as you can see that. Okay, and in fact we also may comment this out. Okay, so let's go ahead and check that. Okay, now the other thing we could do over here right now is doing a little bit of styling of this. Okay, now if you do hover over on this here, you might see different colors that you can apply. So we have this background color. Okay, so let's go ahead and apply background color, and for now we're gonna apply the same color over here. Okay, right, so now it looks much better. Okay, so whenever you click on this, we do see this. Okay, in fact over here you can also take this out. We don't need this one. Okay, now this exactly looks like the other pages, and with this our navigation is working, but then this is still not dynamic. As you see, these things are pretty hard coded, right? But now we have very easy fix for them. That's not fixed, we need to continue to work on that. So let's, in next section we'll see how to grab this. Now to be able to grab this, we need to come to this one over here, and we need to make some changes. What are the changes that you want? So first we need to convert this to a stateful widget. So here I'm going to do this operation, and then now after that it would become a stateful widget, because you see that we have a new part of the code or statement that's been created over here, and at the same time we are invoking this state class, and which is an abstract class. Anyway, so now let's move over here. Inside this there is something called the change dependencies. We need to invoke this one. So this is really used whenever you move from one screen to another screen, and then at the same time you pass arguments or objects and you want to grab them to another class. So we are coming here from our earlier screen, like from here, and then we want to pass something on this screen and grab it. And for those purposes you do the change dependencies. The screen you want to grab it, You need to implement the change dependencies in that screen. Now within it, you can declare variable args. You can name it anything, and after that, here we'll have this. Okay. So now this is a sentence that, sorry, not sentence, syntax that you need to use to grab arguments whenever you pass around arguments. Remember, from here we are passing these things, right? We are passing arguments, and you can obviously see that here settings.arguments. Now this is a very different thing which we'll not cover over here. Remember that when you pass arguments and you have to grab it, you need to use this one. And then here you can simply say as map. Okay, right. And then, okay, right, we are missing something. Now over here that we are passing once again this thing as a map. So that's why here we mentioned that, okay, this is coming as a map. Now within this map we have things. For example, we're gonna print, say, past our past index actually, and then here we're gonna print args, and then here we'll have index. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and save it. Okay, I think we already saw something past this 0. Now let's come over here, click on this. Here we'll see that past index 3, and from earlier screen we also see that here we have 3 3. So this is what is aligning together. Okay, right, so it looks like this is working. Now if this is working, we need to assign this to here, our ticket view. And how to do that? Well, for this, first we need to go ahead and create a variable, and this type is late. Okay, you can say ticket index. Okay, now you can give it a default value, it doesn't really matter. And let's see, add annotation type. Okay, so late int, so it's saying that, okay, you need something. Okay, now whenever we have a new value, like for example from here, we can pass it to this one, and then here you can do args dot, I don't think we can do this, so we still have to do index. Okay, right, so let's go ahead and save it. Hopefully we'll have no issues over here. Now since this has been done, so you can take this ticket index, and then all we need to do, pass it here. So instead of being hard-coded, we do like this. Okay, now of course you also need to do it over here at the bottom. So let's go ahead and find it. Okay, right over here, index, ticket index actually, this one, right. So now let's save it, and you might see that there are changes immediately, but I think that was our first one. So now let's come over here. Now let's see. Okay, so the first one is 8 hours 30 minutes, New York to London, and New York to London, 8 hours 30 minutes. This is what we see. Now let's go ahead and click on the second one. So Dhaka to Shanghai, 4 hours 20 minutes. So Dhaka to Shanghai, 4 hours 20 minutes, and we see over here the same thing. So this is awesome, this is beautiful, which means that this is already being dynamic. Now this is from New York to Beijing, so 9 hours 35 minutes. New York to Beijing, 9 hours, and everything else is correct, as even the date, as you can see that 11th of May, and departure time 10:53. So perfect. So this part has been done. So our app became more and more lively, not just few hard-coded screen. Not only that, we are able to pass things around and make it more dynamic. So that was first part of the navigation. In next section, we'll see how to go ahead and work on this and do exactly the same thing.
So now the other thing you could do right now is go ahead and work on this. Now to be able to work on this, first we need to come over here, and we have this hotel view, and we know that we have printed before hello there. So we want to go to a new screen from here just like other times. So we have to go ahead and create a new route name. So let's go ahead and do that, and here we can say all hotels. Okay, and let's go ahead and change it here. We can say hotels, right? And then over here we can define the routes. Now of course with this we will have an issue, but first let's go ahead and copy this, and here we can say dot all hotels, right? But then we don't have this all hotel screen over here, right? So as you see earlier, we had for home we have all tickets and this and that. So over here we can go ahead and create a new file, and then we're gonna call it all hotels .dart. Okay, all right. Okay, so once you do that, over here we're gonna hit st stateless, and then we can say all hotels. I think that's what we registered, all hotels, right? So over here we're gonna pull all hotels, right? Now of course with this we still have issue because we need to fix on this. So let's go ahead and do that, and then we need to import it. Let's go ahead and import it. Beautiful. Now let's go ahead and save it, and we do see that we don't have any issues. Now all we need to do, we need to move over here, and then we need to copy this one. Okay, so navigator push named context and our app routes. Okay, so let's come over here, go ahead and put it, and instead of this here we're gonna say all hotels, and it's gonna work, of course. So that means we can click on this and we'll view this, and it's very ugly. So let's go ahead and change it. Instead of this, over here we can have scaffold. Okay, and after that, within the scaffold itself, here we'll have, so let's go ahead and save it. And then the very first thing here, we could do app bar because we want to go back, and then here title, and then text widget, text. So here say all hotels. Okay, let's go ahead and save it, and this is what we see. So this routing is working, and then at the same time we can go ahead and do a background color for it. And I do remember that app itself we had this background color. So let's go ahead and copy this, and we're going to put it here, and we need to import it. Let's go ahead and save this, and then here we see that. Okay, right. Now it is weird, so here we're gonna do the same. Okay, now it matches up correctly as with like our other styles over here, as you can see. Beautiful. So which means that this all hotels tab is working, and our next step, our next job would be showing this hotels over here. Okay, so this is where we left off last time. We were able to go ahead and create a route, as you can see from here. Now, since we go over there, we want to display our hotels here, just like we did for hotel. But right now we would want to do it a little bit differently. We don't want the exact same layout, which I mean by like say take all this and put them here. We don't want to do this. Okay, we want to do it a little bit different layout, and which is better. Okay, now we need to make a lot of changes regarding this if we want to do that. Anyway, so we are going to do that right now, and then over here
let's come to our old tickets and we would learn some new concepts along the way. Okay, so let's go ahead and work with the body. The concept that here we are going to introduce is called grid builder and how it works. Okay, so let's go ahead and do grid view and dot builder. Okay, right. Now, so how does this grid view work? Well, if you do use grid view dot builder, you'll have layout like this. Okay, and this is what is done using grid view. Well, previously for each of this layout, we have used single child scroll view. Now, single child scroll view, you can only get one type of horizontal or vertical layout. What do I mean by that? With single child scroll view, as you can see, we only have this horizontal scroll view, which is this one. The same for the hotel, so horizontal scroll view, which is this one. Or you could do the other one, single child scroll view. You can also do vertical, so it would be in that case just like this, and there would be just one column and many rows if you do vertical layout with the single child scroll view. In this case, we have done horizontal layout with single child scroll view, so we got like something like this that will have only one row and many columns. Like for example, it has 2 columns, as you can see over here. And if you go over here, we see the opposite. So here we see this kind of layout, and it is still a single child scroll view. Okay, so as you see that with a single child scroll view, you can only achieve either horizontal and vertical, but whatever you achieve, it will have either one column, many rows, or one row, many columns, just like this. One row and many columns. Okay, or many rows, for example here, one column. But with grid view builder, actually it combines both at the same time. So that's the essence of grid view builder in terms of layout. So if you want to have more items together next to each other, you need to use grid view builder, which means that both in column and row layout, and where each of the direction, which means horizontal and vertical, in both direction you will have many items. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Now of course here we need to change these things. It doesn't work as simple as that. It's a grid delegate, so here we need to call this class, which is called Silver Grid Delegate Fixed Cross Access Account. So here actually this is a function that we need to use, and here as you see that it says cross access item. So here you need to mention that how many items you want horizontally. Like for example, here we have seen that okay, horizontally we have 4 items, but in this case we'll just put 2. Hopefully it makes sense. All right. Okay, so this is what you want to do, and then there are other things that you need to do. What is that? So here you need to say cross-axis spacing. Cross-axis spacing would be, as you can see from the name. Now, of course, here's the other thing you have to know. If our cross-axis is like this, then this cross-axis spacing it also be like this. Okay, you have to remember that one, because in general, when we have this silver grid delegate with fixed cross-axis account or count, actually when you use this class or widget, so in general cross-axis refers to the horizontal one. Okay, horizontal. So when you say cross-axis spacing instead of vertical, it would be horizontal spacing, so spacing between these 2 items. Okay, so here you're gonna say 16.0, and then main axis spacing, of course this would be the vertical one. So vertical one meaning by the spacing between these two. Okay, all right. The last one, so child aspect ratio 0.7. So this tells you that the width and height of each item and what's the ratio. So because we are not giving any width and height of each item, what I mean by that, like for example, say this is like a container, right? Now this doesn't, we didn't assign any width or height, so Silver Grid Delegate would find it out on its own. Now as it does it, it needs to know that, okay, you want it like a square or rectangle. Now for example, here we want it more like a rectangle, okay, or more like a square. So here we can change it later. And a lot of time people might say 1.0. So with that, it would end up being a perfect square. But of course, this is not a square in our case. This is just a layout. Now, in our mobile over here, definitely we'd be wanting a square. Okay, so we want two squares next to each other. So that's what we want. So we would go ahead with this child aspect ratio. Okay. Now, of course, here the next of the thing is coming. Item builder, just like any other list view builder. So here you need to pass context and length. So in this case, say for example, sorry, not length, it should be index. So, and put it as index, and we're going to use it later like this. So let's go ahead and return something. What do you want to return? Say for example, return container. So let's go ahead and do that, and say give it a color, text, say hello grid, and then let's give it a color. So here we'd say colors.red for now. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. And as you can see that, so here we have this items horizontally 2 by 2 and vertically a lot more. Okay, now of course, if you do want, instead of this 2 here, you could do 4, and as you can see, it changes. Okay, so that's the beauty of grid view, which you can directly work with. You don't need to create a special loop for both horizontal and vertical layout. Grid view builder would do it automatically for you. Now of course, I know that it looks ugly, but we are going to optimize it. Now one of the thing here we do, wrapping around it padding widget, and then let's apply padding like this. So now it looks better. So this is what we want to look like when we click on this. We'll take all the hotels and we would look like this. Now with this, your understanding about grid view.builder should be better. So now all we need to do, instead of this thing over here, we need to find our hotel list and count that and insert it here. One thing we could do, even before we go ahead and use our hotel list, here we can say item count, say 10. Let's go ahead and see that. So here you see we have 10 items. So that's how exactly it works. So in next section, we'll grab our hotel list and display it here. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue with this. So over here, we want to display our hotel list. And then here we know that we have this hotel. So this is what we want to access and pass to it. Now we can grab this one, this guy. Let's go ahead and do that, and let's come over here. Let's do that, and dot. Do we need to import it? Yes, we need to. Okay, right. Hotel list dot length. Okay, so let's give it a length, and we'll see how many items we have. So okay, of course we have 3 items in our hotel list. So that's the first step. And then over here you do see that we have this hotel. Okay, so we can grab this hotel, and let's move over here. We can, so in fact we can grab this Let's go ahead and do that. And then over here we can put it like this, but of course it'll throw errors, so we're gonna fix that. So the first one is var single hotel, and then we'll have hotel list, this guy, no, not this, hotel list, and then we pass the index to it. So this index will start from 0, and then we need to import it. We have an extra braces, and now the error should be gone. But of course this layout might not work as expected, because I mean over here you'll see that we have height and width, this kind of stuff, but which is not suitable for this screen. But anyway, we'll go ahead and pass this thing, and we'll see how it looks like, and then we'll change. And of course, as you see that it already showing these things. Now instead of 4, we're gonna display 2. Of course this would look better, but we still have overflow issues. So these are the things that we need to change. Now one thing, like for example, let's come over here, say remove this height, okay, and also remove this width. Now let's go ahead and see. So because of this, our image is not coming out, but now this is without any issues, right? So there are a lot more things that we need to work on this section. Okay, so in our next tutorial, next section, we'll continue to work on this, so our images and the text, and we'll also work on the layout for the both sides. Okay, so this is what we did last time, and we have to fix that. And even before that, I think we have another issue. So let's go back, and let's click on this, and let's come over here. Okay, we don't have any problem, as you can see. Wherever you click, you see the correct index and correct data. But then if you do click here, and if you do try to restart the app, we'll see that there would be a problem. Let's go ahead and check that. So here we have this null is not subtype of map dynamic, and this. Okay, so what is this and how to understand? We see it here again. Now if you do Flutter programming, you'd see this kind of error a lot, not only just in Flutter. If you do React Native and any sort of programming, you'll see that it is there all the time. Now first thing, it's saying that okay, you are getting null. Null means there is no valid value, okay, in the memory, and but it is expecting this one. So that's the problem. So it is getting this and expecting this. So it is saying that okay, null is not subtype of this in typecast. So whatever it got, it cannot convert it to this. Remember, the object we get, we convert to map dynamic, right? That's what we do. So right now we cannot do this. So this is a problem. Okay. Now this could happen for many reasons. The first reason, most probably you are getting network data, and the data hasn't arrived, the UI has built, then you get this. Because in your UI, most probably you are going to use values from here, but this value hasn't arrived, so it is still null. And if it is null, the UI cannot render anything, and then you end up having this wrong value, which helps you crush the app. So this is one thing. Regardless, you read data from JSON file, like here we are reading data from JSON file, or even if you get data from network, whenever you don't have your data ready and your UI is trying to render that, in that case you will have this issue. You have to avoid that. Now there are many ways to avoid. Okay, now this is causing a problem. So if you click on this, actually you can click on here or here, eventually it'll take you here actually. So actual problem is here, and before that you see here this is all framework issues. So from here it points to our code, and then it goes to the top, which is scaffold over here, bottom bar, and of course it refers to eventually this one. Okay, but anyway, the actual problem is here. So here this argument is null. Actually this argument is null, and we can go ahead and prove that. So here we can say if is null. Okay, here we're gonna say print the value is null. Okay, right, and as you see that here the value is null. Okay, now why this happens? Because remember, on our home page, now home page has changed. Remember, in our last section we had this grid view thing we are doing, and we'll actually take care of that. Don't worry, just bear with me, because this issue we have encountered just now, so we need to follow that. But anyway, so here over here, when you go from here you don't have any issues, but when your app runs the first time, definitely you're not clicking any of this, so it comes here and it cannot find any value because you didn't click anywhere, so it doesn't get any value. So how to work with this? So this is definitely null. Okay, now here we could do like this one thing. So we could do a conditional check. If this is not null, then we're gonna do this. Okay, if this is not null, we're gonna do this. Okay, only if not null, we are going to go ahead and do this. That means that if you come over here and click on this, this would get executed. But very first time when you come to tab, okay, so this would not get executed because it is null, right? Now if it doesn't get executed, this would be the value. So ticket index is 0, already given a 0 value, and 0 means that actually here we can get the very first one, right? So let's go ahead and click on this. Now let's come over here. Now let's click on this. Okay, so we can see this, and then if you come over here, our app doesn't crash. We can do one more check on this. So click on this, our app will not crash. Okay, right. Okay, so this part has been solved, and the other part is over here. So we had this old tickets and we are going over there, right, as you can see. But going over there, we have commented this out, and this is what it's causing, right? So definitely we cannot change this one. We cannot really make it directly reusable, so we need to put it back so that our home page stays the same. Okay, so now let's go ahead and reload, and this is back. But now if you come over here, it'll throw an error. So how to solve this? But for this one, definitely we need to go ahead and introduce a new screen. So I'm going to copy this from here. All right, and I'm gonna come over here. Okay, so over here we can introduce a new screen. Okay, here, so whatever we had copied early from here, I'm going to come over here and put it first, and then I'm going to change the name to hotel grid view. Okay, let's go ahead and change it. Need to make sure we make changes here and here as well. Okay, now we'll make changes in this file. Okay, so it's not going to conflict our home page. Okay, so home page would stay the same, but here it's now different. Now from now on, actually we can go ahead and make changes that how it should look like. Okay, so one of the things that we had over here is this one, right? Now this has a height, and then we say this thing over here, the image itself. Okay, so with the current setup, we still get issues and overflow. Let's work on them step by step. First, let's go ahead and change this aspect ratio. Let's change it to 0.9, which means there will be more
width then height. And then over here we can also make changes. So we don't want a width like this, so let's remove this one over here, and over here also change it to 8 so that we don't have much spacing on the right. Okay, otherwise it's giving us a lot of spacing. And then inside this container itself, we can wrap it around an aspect ratio, because we need to remove this. So let's go ahead and save it. If you remove this, because the container doesn't have any width and height, so that's why this image or this thing is just gone. Okay, this container needs width and height, otherwise it just doesn't work. Okay, now we cannot give it width and height. I mean, that would be hard coded. So for this reason, we can go ahead and wrap it around a widget, and we're gonna call it aspect ratio. Now aspect ratio would try its best to match this or fill up this thing based on the aspect ratio. So let's go ahead and do that, and after some testing I found that we could use 1.2, and then over here it shows up. But by saying that, it also means we need to make some other changes. Now the first few changes that we could do over here, we don't want such big line, so we want 2, 3 and 4. Okay, so let's go ahead and use them, and as you see that it really worked. And then we still have a bit of problem, and these are all coming at the bottom. Now these two are causing this problem. Now these two elements, I'm going to go ahead and do a cut, and then here I'm going to introduce a row so we can put them one after another. And then instead of this, we can use height. Now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, right. So we have already a lot of improvement. Is padding, and then this is row. Actually, we don't need this one. I think we can just simply remove this. Okay, and as well as instead of headline 2, we can use headline 3. All right, so I think which is already looking better, and I think we are happy with this. And now if you go ahead and remove this, I think that'd be gone. Let's go ahead and check this thing. Let's click on this. Okay, right, so we have already 3 of this. Awesome, so this part is working just like here, but of course here we can go ahead and click and find a certain ticket, and then over here we cannot click them yet, so our next step should be making them clickable. So we do see that it looks great, but there is a bit of problem when you click on this. The first problem we see is that here the spacing is not same as this. Now we know that this thing, all hotels, this body holds everything. Now what we could do, we could go ahead and wrap it inside a container, and then over here we could do margin, and we can assign a margin to it. So here we could do edge insets dot only, and then here we could do left, so over here we could do 8. And let's go ahead and fix this. Now there are other ways we could fix it, but this is one of the fixes that we could assign to it. So now here of course we do see that if we click on this, now we go ahead and view all these things. The next thing actually we want to do, well, we're gonna do it from here. So we want to click any of this and then go to a new screen with detailed information. So that's what we want to do. Now here actually when we click on a hotel, we want to go to a page like this where we'll have our hotel picture. We don't have it currently, don't worry. This is what we want. And then we'll have hotel description, and then at the same time we'll have some related images. That's what we want. Now one thing you see that over here, as you scroll up, so this image that gets smaller, and then over here we see a custom scroll bar, and I mean, this is what we see as a title. And then as you come down, the title gets down as well, and as you see that it has some animation. Okay, so as you see, it has this animation. So this is what we want to do with the hotel, the complete hotel view. So this is what we want to do. Now to do that, we need to learn a lot of new concepts. So this is what we are going to cover, and I promise that this part would be exciting, because as you click on a certain hotel, it's gonna take you to a new screen, and that new screen will have detailed information, and then at the same time you'll see that it animates. Apart from that, here you'll have a button. This button, within this one you can do more or less. Okay, all right, so that's why it's very interesting. So these are all hotel, and then over here we have this hotel grid view. And then if we click any of the hotel, we are supposed to go to a new place, right? And we learned that we're going to do it using new idea or concepts. Now over here, this concepts, we need to cover few new widgets. So the first one is called custom scroll view. Now this is used to do the custom scrolling, which we have seen before. And at the same time, within this we'll have slivers, sliver bar, and sliver list. Now the custom or the earlier widgets that we have seen, none of them widgets actually do any kind of animation as it scrolls, because we have seen list view, and list view doesn't do any scrolling. List view doesn't do any kind of animation. If you use a custom scroll view as a widget, then you'd have slivers. Slivers is like widgets, because within it you hold sliver bar and sliver list. So first we'll have custom scroll view, and within it we'll have slivers, and inside slivers we'll have sliver bar, and then we'll have sliver list. So these are nested inside each other, and as you can see that slivers will take a lot of slivers. One of the sliver is sliver bar. So sliver bar is a type of slivers, and then a sliver list is also type of slivers. So this two we're going to nest inside the sliver bar, and then sliver bar definitely, as you see, it takes bar. So our bar would be animated, as we have seen already. And at the same time over here you will see that we'll have a sliver list. Within it actually we can put any kind of widget. So that's what we are going to do now. Now after we do this, we'd see that our hotel, each of the hotel, they will have animated view and a lot of fun aspect of it. Now the first thing I want to do it over here, actually I want to wrap it around another widget first. And I'm gonna call it gesture detector, and then within it here we'll have on tap event. All right, now our on tap event doesn't have any event, so we can come over here inside this. For now I'm still going to go ahead and create a new file, and later on we'll refactor them. And here we can say hotel detail .dart, and then over here we're going to create a stateless class, and we're going to call it hotel detail. And then over here let's go ahead and import that. Now we learned from our earlier lessons that we need to register them. Now to register we need to come here, app routes, and then over here we're gonna say static const hotel detail, right. So this is done, and then over here we can come over here in our main.dart, and within it we can do app routes and hotel detail, this one, and then context, hotel detail. Now over here we need to put a comma, and then we are good to go. All right, so since this is done, now we can come over here, and definitely we could do navigator dot push named, and then here we pass the context, and over here app routes, and we don't want home page, we want hotel detail, this one. And for now that's it. Okay, let's go ahead and click on this. I think we need to restart it because we have introduced a new section of code and routing. All right, now let's click on this. So this is what we see, and beautiful, and this is also expected. Now very first thing we want to do with it, removing this. We don't want to show this. All we want is showing this scaffold. Here we'll have body, and within the body we'll have custom scroll view, as I said earlier, custom scroll view. And let's do a return statement, and let's save it, and let's see. This is an empty one and nothing is showing up. Okay, so one of the very first thing I said that early, that we need to show this slivers. So right now we're going to write this slivers. So here we'll have slivers. As you can see, it takes list. Okay, now if you hover over on this, there's a lot of explanation over here. You can go ahead and check it on our own, but I have also an article about it. I'll put the article link below so that you can find the article and also go through it. But once again, I'm going to go ahead and explain on my own. Now over here, as you see that slivers, it takes a list, and here says that yes, you can put any kind of widget inside this thing. Okay, so now over here, what kind of widget you want to put? Since we are going to work with our animated app bar, so here we want to have Sliver app bar rather than other kind of app bar. So let's go ahead and do that. Now let's put it. Okay, now we already see that we have a back button. You click on this, we can go back, and this is awesome, and this is already working. Okay, and after that, within it, if you hover over on this, there are a few properties that you can set. Okay, so we're gonna set those properties one by one. Here we'll have expanded height and say 300. Okay, let's go ahead, click on this, save it. Okay, now of course, as you can see that nothing is visible yet. So over here, nothing is visible. The reason is because we don't have any content within it. So we need to put some content. Now to put content, we want it to be flexible because we want to make it smaller and bigger as we scroll. Okay, so that's why we need to use a property called flexible space. Now here we'll have flexible space bar, as you can see that. Flexible space bar, which means that it'll make our app bar flexible. Okay, now within it, the very first thing we want to do is a title, and for now we'll say text and hotel title is the one that we're going to use. And of course, if you go and check, nothing is visible yet. And the last part here, you need to set image as a background. Okay, so if you see that here it says widget, but of course we're gonna put an image because we want our image to be here. Now to be able to do that, over here we're gonna write image.network, this one. For now we're gonna use network image just for an example, but later we're going to change this. So here we're going to say HTTPS and then via. Now this is a website where you can go ahead and get their stuff for free online. Just write as I'm writing, and then you are good to go. So now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, and as you can see that it already popped up. Now the image itself has over here width of 600 and then the height of 400. Okay,
And now this expanded widget is 300, which tells you that, okay, so this Sliver app bar, this app bar that I'm building, that should take 300 from safe area. So this is 300. But of course, if you change, say 600, it would calm down. Okay, so it's gonna calm down along with it. All right, so that's how it works. Now, of course, you can have any size you want. It doesn't really matter. So you can have 1000 by 400. It doesn't matter. So, but it changes because this is very dynamic. It changes based on the item and height you give. So the actual one, you need to do your own experiment for your images, that what you want and how much you want to show. But anyway, so for now we're gonna stick to 300 and 600 over here. Let's save them back. Okay, and let's make it 300 and we are good to go. Now that's the first part. And then, as I said later on, within it we also need slivers. We need sliver list, this one, and it takes a delegate property, and within it we'll have sliver child list delegate. This is what we want. And it takes a list, as you can see over here. Now, within it here, we could have a lot of text. So let's go ahead and put them. So here I've pasted some text, and it's a lot of text. Now the magic will happen. You will see that over here, as we hover over it on top over here, this image itself becomes smaller. This image itself becomes smaller, as you can see, and it eventually disappears. And then it starts scrolling, which is very different than the earlier app bar that we have worked with. So Sliver app bar is cool for doing animation, and you could do a lot of control on this. For example, over here, we do see that it goes up as you scroll up, okay? But we don't want to do it. So here, let's set up some property. To set up the property over here, we could do it like this. So floating false. Okay, so we don't want it to float. So let's see. Most probably we need another property to set, which is also called pinned true. Okay. And then let's come over here. Let's click on this. Now we'll see the magic happens. As you see, that app bar is still at the top, and we do see it. Okay, we do see the title. Okay, and as you come down, it disappears. I mean, it comes down with you. As you go up, it stays at the top and fixed. And this is what these two are doing over here. Of course, there are a lot of other customization we need to do, but you get the idea. The idea is we want our text to scroll automatically. Not only that, we want our image to scroll. Now, for this reason, we have used custom scroll view, and within it, of course, you have to use the property slivers, and then the other embedded properties that you need to use, sliver app bar and sliver list. Okay. All right, so that's the first thing that we have done. But of course, we don't want the text to appear like this. Okay, now let's go ahead and make some changes. So I'm going to actually remove this. I don't want any of this text over here. Now within it over here, I'm going to do padding. So let's go ahead and do that. And edge insets dot all over here, say 16.0. All right, and then after that here we'll have child and text. Now within it, I'm going to put some dummy text for now. So you can put a long piece of text, and this is what we see. So of course this is getting better for now. And later down the road here, we'll have a button called more or less, and we'll work on that, don't worry. So that's the first thing. And then, well, so since this is our widget, and this widget is showing our text, after that we want to put another widget over here, and I'm going to do the same. For now, I'm going to do padding, And then within it here we'll have edge insets and 16 edge insets dot all 16.0, and then once again we'll have text over here, and here we'll say more images. Okay, here we want to show the images that relate to our hotel, and of course here we are missing child property. Let's go ahead and save it, and this is what we see over here. And now of course we need to go ahead and style about it. So here we do style and text style, and within it here we'll have font size, say 20.w, and font weight. All right, and the font weight we are going to use font weight dot bold. Okay, all right, like this. Let's go ahead and save it, and this is what we see. Now inside this we also want to show other images. Now before we go ahead, let's go and put some const modifier, because my editor is screaming at me that you should do that. And at the same time I'm going to go ahead and structure this, format the code. All right, so as you see that, so by this time you do understand that sliver list, it takes list, and of course since it takes list, it puts the list in more like column format. Okay, so that's what we see over here. Now within this, after this padding over here, we want to have another container for now, and say give it height, say 200 for now. Okay, forget about other stuff for now. And then inside this we'll have child. So let's go ahead and do that, and then here we do child view dot builder, list view dot builder, and here we want to have a context, and we want to pass index, and then over here say I want to show some items. Okay, and the item itself for now, say we want to use network image. Okay, so here we're going to return image.network. Can we return this? Okay, we have two M's, I believe that. Okay, right. Now within it here we're going to do HTTPS and then via.placeholder.com and say 200 by 150. So this is what we want to return. So now we are here, and make sure that you do have kind of limitation item count. If you don't mention it because it's requesting too many images, because in general list view builder creates infinite amounts of widgets, so that's why you need to mention it over here, otherwise your app will crash or it won't work. Okay, now of course here we are seeing that this is scrollable. Okay, now of course this is not how we want to change it here, and let's change the scroll direction and horizontal access dot horizontal. I believe this is what we need to set. Okay, beautiful. All right, so as you see that now it's fine, so we can scroll left and right, and we have 10 items, I believe. I feel like I've been scrolling for a long time. Okay, right. Anyway, so now as you see that it's working, the scrolling is totally working. Make sure that before you run it first time, you use limited number, and lower the better. After all, these are network images. Somehow these are all network images. They are coming from network. But if you have unlimited number of them, it's gonna crash your app. Now, of course, within this, you can change your items over here. I mean, the height and width, it's all up to you. Now,
Well, here we do see that we have this issue of margin. And what is this? So let me go ahead and wrap this thing around a container. And let me reformat the code, and then let's come over here, and within it over here we're gonna do margin, and margin edge insets, well, all, say for example value of 8, and because we want to do debugging, so here we can set up colors.red. So let's go ahead and save it. And here we do see that, okay, height and width, here we have even the 200, but here this is an image, and which is not matching with our proportion, so that's why we do see that. But of course if you reset to 200, which is square, is going to take all this place, and then of course this margin, if we apply, then we see that yes, okay, so it works better like this. And if you do want, you can also do 16 like this, like the earlier one. So left and right we all have margin, but anyway, you get the idea. Okay, so if you want to show your images here, they have to be specially optimized in terms of width and height. It's better whatever the width and height you do here, you do the same over here as well, at least the images. Okay, so now with this we have an understanding what is custom, what is, so we have an understanding of what is a custom scroll view, and at the same time we have understanding how to work with Sliver, Sliver list, and then as well as list view builders. So we also learned that Sliver, custom scroll views, and slivers and a list view builder, they can all work together. But yes, this may sound a little bit complicated, but trust me, this thing you're going to use again and again if you're in Flutter app dev, because this is very optimized. Anyway, so we'll work next on the next tutorial. But now here's your job. So I'm going to assign an assignment to you. So your job would be, as we click on each of these images over here, your job would be retrieve the title, because as you can see there is always a title over here. Retrieve the title. Your job would be retrieve the title and show the title over here, and at the same time you should be also able to grab the image and show it over here. So this is what you need to do. Now there are many ways that could be done. One of the ways is that just passing the index of this. So this hotel grid view, now each of them, they have an index. Okay, so as you pass the index, what you could do, you could pass the index as you click on this. Like previously we have seen how to pass arguments. So here you can pass, grab the index and pass it here, and as you pass it, you will have access to the index over here. But of course in that case you need to change this one and set the index, and then you need to read the hotel list over here. And as you read the hotel list, you can go ahead and show the image. So the idea is somehow try to grab the index and pass the index to this guy over here in the constructor, and then pass the index here, and then when you go to hotel detail, use it here and use hotel list, and then use the index to grab one of the items from the hotel list. And that's how it should work. Thank you. All right, so this is where we left off last time. I mean, we are working on this assignment, and hopefully you have done the assignment. Once again, if you have problem understanding the assignment or doing it, you can always leave questions below. Now, as I assigned the assignment, actually, I also gave an idea how to do that. So the very first idea was passing around this index, right? We said that we need to pass an index from here. Actually, over here within this grid builder, we already have an index. Okay, so we can grab that index. So all we need to do here, create a new argument and we call it index. And then over here, we want to grab it as a parameter. So here we do final int index. And then of course, because these are the properties or fields, so we also need to put it inside this constructor. So over here, we're gonna have required this dot index, and that's all. Okay. All right. So we have it. And then the next thing is to go ahead and pass this one to this guy. But before we pass over here, let's go ahead and print my index is here index. So because we are printing a variable over here, so we don't need curly braces, the $sign is enough. Now let's click on this. So I do believe that I need to go ahead and restore it. All right, so my index is 3 and then my index is 2, like that. Okay. All right, so that's how it works. Okay, beautiful. So that means we can get the index. Now the next thing we want to do is passing it as an argument, and we know that if you want to pass variables in the route, you can always pass them using this arguments property, and we pass it as a map. So here we're gonna call it index. You can call it actually anything, and then assign this value, the value that we have here. Now remember, we are not using anywhere else. We are injecting inside our constructor in the object itself, and then we are over here, as we click, we're gonna pass it to this hotel detail. Now inside this hotel detail, we can grab it. So over here, we need to convert it to a stateful widget. Okay, so I'm on Mac over here, option enter, and it's gonna work. So, and we learned that as we passed parameters or arguments from one screen to another screen, then we need to go ahead and access it using did change dependencies. So this is what we are going to do over here. All right. Now here we can create a variable and we can call it args, and within it over here, we're gonna use modal route, this one, and then off context, and then we will say that we have context and settings, this one, dot arguments. So we are getting the arguments as map. All right. So here, this is called bang operator, and with this you understand that we say, okay, the screen will have context, okay, because context holds everything. Okay, so that's why we are passing this context, because when you move between screen and you want to grab your objects, this and that, like this one, it is stored somewhere in the context. Context is like a state or a special memory where you can grab it. Okay, you can understand it like this. Anyway, then over here we are going to print args, and then here we are going to grab it as index. Okay, so whatever you put inside these arguments, whatever the key, this is called key, this is called value, whatever the key that is, you always put here. Okay, because this is a map, and in the earlier lessons we have learned that if we have a map, we can access a map item using the key name. All right, so let's go ahead and save it, and let's click on this, and here we go, we see that. All right, so we are able to grab our stuff. All right, so here we are going to create a variable, final late int index, and then from here we're gonna do index equal args index. Okay, now with this we'll have index in this variable. Now we can also give it a default value so that whenever we are using it doesn't crash. So always try to have a default value, valid default value. In this case, this is 0. All right, so the very first thing we want to do over here is changing this. But now we don't want to have network image, because right now these are coming from our JSON data. Okay, JSON data, the one that we have over here. Okay, right. So here image.asset is gonna do the job, and then here we're going to do assets, images, and then here hotel list, which we can access, and then we're gonna access a certain item using the past index, and then over here we'll have image item. Okay, and I do believe that this is the correct one, and if it is not, that's the correct path, I believe. Oh, assets, image, yes, right. So images. Let me go ahead and fix that, images, and then we have the slash. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and restart our app. Now here we do see, let's go ahead and check on this. Okay, right, the image has already shown up over here, as you can see at the top. If you click on this, this is the new image that I have inserted, and this is an old image. So yes, the image is a little bit different. Now this image is not wide enough, so that's the problem, but you get the idea. Okay, so it should be more about width. Anyway, so now over here we can also change this. So here we could do hotel list, we can access this one, and then here index dot, not dot, it's called place. Remember that these are starts with place. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and use this over here, and let's go ahead and change this. So you see the best hotel, this is the name, best city pool, but of course this still needs some reassignment of the name so that we can see the images correctly and the name correctly, but you get the idea. So it's already working.
Okay, so this is where we left last time, and then there are a few problems here that we want to take here. One of the problems that we want to start with this background button. This is not the button color that we want. The arrow button is okay, but we want to give it a background. Now to be able to give it a background inside this Sliver app bar, we can use another property. The property is called leading property. Okay, now inside this here we want to use gesture detector, and then here we'll have on tap event. Gesture detector is always used for navigation or going back and forth. Okay, so this is where we put our route or navigation. But anyway, now let's move on. Here we can also assign a child. Now the child itself, here we would do container. Okay, so if you don't know how many properties this leading or what is this leading, you can actually always look up here any kind of widget. If you don't know what it does, you can always hover over on that widget and it will give you all the properties. And here it says this, okay, well, this leading is a type of widget. Okay, and then that widget means most of the time you can use a text, you can use a container, like that. There are a few other out there as well, and container, text, sized box, these are the most common type of widgets. Okay, anyway, so now inside this actually we want to work. Now the first thing here we want to do is decoration. Why? Because we want to give it a background color, the background color for this arrow button. Currently we don't have. Now to be able to give it a background color, definitely we need to use container. Container has decoration, and then it has box decoration property, and within it here we want to give it a shape. Now here there is a property called box shape, and it has other properties, and we're going to use a circle. The reason is we want to give it a circle background. Okay, all right, and
Now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, and it looks like it's gone, and don't worry about it. And over here, let's give it a color, and here we would use appstyles.primary color. Let's see. Okay, so now it already showed up over here, as you can see that, but of course now it doesn't work. Okay, the reason is because whenever you use leading property, you have to specifically mention the back button. Earlier we didn't have leading, so it was okay, and there was a back button. But now once you use the leading property, you need to go ahead and then mention the route or the back button automatically. And to do that, in general, here we could do navigator.pop. Okay, navigator.pop. Let's go ahead and do that. And then here you need to pass the context, and once you do that, here you will have this you will see that the pop-up button works. Okay, now we see that it already works. Okay, cool. Now after that, of course, it's still very ugly because this thing over here, the button itself is not shown. So for this reason, here we can use another property, child, which is inside this container, and then we can use icon. Icon is like another kind of widget. Okay, if you hover over on this, you'll know that this is icon and a lot of different stuffs, and of course the container itself also takes widgets like as a child, and icon itself is a widget. And inside this, here we could use icons.arrayback. This one. Now, of course, what icons does, you can always see from it. Now here, there's this property, I do believe the first one. Okay, the first one itself. Okay, because it doesn't take any name, so you can directly go ahead and use it. Okay, so whenever you see something like this without curly braces or outside of curly braces, you can actually go ahead and use that without any name. Of course, in that case, you have to know what kind of property you are using. Like, for example, here container, right? You see that container, the decoration, right? So over here, you see decoration, this one inside this curly braces. Okay, this second curly braces. So anything that's inside curly braces, if you want to use that, you need to get their name. Anything that is not inside curly braces, you can directly use their properties. Anyway, so now here we are going to go ahead and say, for example, color. Okay, here we could use colors.white. Okay, so let's go ahead and save it, and we already see that, and of course it's working. And now there are other problems as well. The problem is it's too big. We don't want it to be so big. Now inside this over here, this gesture detector, this clickable widget, we want to wrap it around padding. Okay, so that we look good. Now we can give it padding of 8. Okay, now it becomes smaller, and with this we see that it's looking much better. All right, so we were done with this, and the next step we want to go ahead and do is working on this things over here, as well as you'll see that in some cases this doesn't fill up the screen, and which is very ugly. So these are the things that we need to take care. Now to be able to do that, we need to put our focus over here inside this flexible spacebar, this background image. Okay, well, the first thing here we would do is changing this image property. Okay, so let's go ahead and change it, the image property itself. Like, we can come over here
and put a comma and come down, and within it here there is a property called fit. Okay, box fit dot cover. So we want to use it as cover. Now if you go there, okay, it looks like already covered, and the top as well, and then here left, right, and which is beautiful actually, and here as well. So with this the problem has been solved. So in general, if you have image widget and the image itself you want to fill up left, right, top, or bottom, it doesn't matter how many directions, the image box fit could help a lot. Okay, so that's how you should go ahead and work. Now after that, there is another big problem that we need to solve. You'll see that this guy, first thing, it's not very visible, and this position actually changes. It's not always there. It changes based on, you know, this length or width. So we want to give it a background color as well as keep it in a fixed place so that we don't need to change it or keep changing all the time. Okay, so we want to give it a fixed position. Okay, now here once again we are going to work with our stack widget. Okay, because within stack widget over here we can control the position itself. So every time you want to control the position of certain widget on your UI, it's better you should wrap it around using what is that called, stack widget. Okay, all right, now to be able to do that, so we have our image widget. I'm going to cut it over here, and then here I'm going to have stack widget, and we know that stack widget takes a lot of children, so that's why we have this one. And then inside this we can use positioned, and here position itself will take this image, the one that we had early. Okay, let me go ahead and refactor the code so that it becomes more readable. All right, let's go ahead and save it. Now of course it distorts everything, that's the problem. Here we could also use a fill property. It's gonna fill it. Okay, now it's the problem solved. Okay, this is another trick that you could use with positioned widget, which resides inside stack widget. The fill property is gonna fill up everything, whatever the child it holds, because it holds this child over here. Now this is the first position widget. Okay, now image itself, we don't want to work on any kind of positioning. No, because if you have stack widget, within stack widget everything you have to put using positioned widget, otherwise you will get error. Okay, so that's why we did that, even though we are not changing any position over there. All right, so now here actually we want to take care of this title. We don't want to use the title, this one. Okay, we want to put the title here. Okay, now one thing I could do, I can go ahead and copy this and put it here, and I can comment this out. Okay, let's go ahead and save it. Immediately you see that it's like that it's gone. Okay, it's most probably here at the top because we need to change the position. Now since we are using positioned widget, this is the time we can go ahead and change the position. Now to do that, say for example you change it to bottom 20. Okay, and it looks like it didn't show up, and it doesn't matter. And then also assign left. Okay, right, and here we do see that it showed up, but if you do want that, you can also use right. Okay, so this could be a perfect place from left side, from right side 20 rather than here. Okay, all right, now over here we don't see that it looks good. So this text widget, we want to wrap it around container so that we can give it a transparent background. Okay, we need to do that because otherwise this text is not very readable. Now the very first thing here we could do is color, and then here we could do, say for example, colors dot black, and then with opacity say 0.5, because we don't want complete black. Okay, the background itself, we want a little bit of opacity, like for example we can see the chair within it, right? Okay, well, that's the first thing. And then at the same time, the text itself is not very clear, so we want to change the text. Now in this case, we are not going to use any kind of predefined custom widget, that one we built, because we want to apply shadow to it. Okay, so for this reason, inside this text widget over here, we're going to use the property called style. Okay, style, and then here text style, and the text style itself will have color. So let's go ahead and do color, and then colors.white. Okay, now we do see that it has a color, something called white. Okay, all right, so now it is visible. And another thing that we could do here is the padding, edge insets dot symmetric. So with this, we'd be able to place padding horizontally and vertically just using two numbers. Okay, because this is symmetric. So here horizontal, say 8. Now here you see left and right, we have a little bit of space, right? So left and right, and then top and bottom, for that one we can use vertical, and say for example for this you use 4. And now it gotten better. Okay, now back to style again. So this time over here we may use the font. Okay, so what is the font size? Say font size, we're gonna use this one, and we can use 24, and now it would stand out, and which is much better and clearer. Okay, all right, and if you do want, you can give it more transparency. Okay, like this. Okay, but I think 0.5 looks perfect. Okay, all right, and then over here within this, for now we can put a const modifier, and over here we could do the same for now. Let's go ahead and save it. All right, now since we use this style over here, and here you see that you might have something called decoration or shadow. Actually, not really decoration. We are looking for something called shadow, this one. So our style text could be shadowed. I mean, the text itself could have shadow. So that's why here we use shadows, and shadows takes list of shadows. If you hover over on this, you'll say it's a list. So whenever you see a list, in general, you want to use this too. Okay, and inside this you could put as many items as you want. Blur radius. Okay, so inside this we're gonna do shadow. Okay, I think it should be this small. Okay, I think I have a typo, sorry. Shadow. Okay, right. Now inside this, the first thing we want to do is called blur radius, and then here 10.0, and then color, and here app colors, app styles dot primary. Now here we do have a const, so that's gonna cause the problem. So let's remove that, because if you use const, you can't use dynamic. So this is dynamic. This value is read on the fly. And then over here we cannot use offset. Okay, and then offset would be offset. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so well, it doesn't look like that we have a lot of changes, but with shadow, if you do apply a shadow, for example, if you remove this, so there might be small changes. Okay,
let's go ahead and check that. Let's click on this, and let's come over here. So this is what we have, and then let's come over here. This is the other thing we have. Okay, and now let's put the shadow back. All right. Okay, now with this, with everything, it looks much better design, not like the earlier one, which was very sloppy. Okay, well, in next section we'll explain how the shadows work.